Qin Feng was later mocked by the entire internet as the greatest $100 billion simp in history. He would casually transfer 100,000 to the black-stocking campus beauty who was once way out of his league. He spent fortunes on the cold and aloof female CEO without even batting an eye. As long as a woman was a top-tier stunner with a charm score of 90 or above. He would throw money around like it was nothing but meaningless numbers. Countless rich kids were green with envy. Everyone thought he was an ultimate madman who would go broke for the sake of women. But inside his luxury villa, Qin Feng just sneered as he looked at his system interface. They had no idea what terrifying trump cards were hidden behind these seemingly pathetic displays of wealth. Ding, favorability has reached the maximum level. The billion-dollar simp fund is fully converted into cash. Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-tier rewards like super physique. That is right, when others play the simp, they end up with nothing. But when Qin Feng plays the simp, he gains both fame and fortune, becoming truly invincible in this world. Those high and mighty goddesses were nothing more than perfect tools for him to farm money and stats. And this incredible god-tier start all began on the darkest night of his life. Back then, Qin Feng had just experienced a complete and utter betrayal. Exhausted and weary, he just wanted to find a place of comfort to briefly soothe his wounds. Leave your brain at the door and let the fun begin. Driving at high speed and the brakes are broken. Note, reading novels is just for fun, please do not take it too seriously. Main story. A foot massage parlor opened downstairs in Xingfu neighborhood. Yellow neon sign, pink lights, and a half-drawn door curtain creating an alluring atmosphere. There are a few beds in the room. Every day, 2 or 3 young women wait on them for a destined customer. Most of them dress scantily, wearing black silk stockings, sitting, lying, or resting on their stomachs on the massage beds while playing with their phones, showing off their alluring figures. When a man walks in, they obediently stand up and smile warmly. Whether it is your first time or not, they will gently bring a basin of foot bath water to wash away the mud of your journey through the world. Shy and adorable, showing utmost care and concern. Who could refuse technician number 8, who asks for neither a car nor a house nor a bride price? Even though it is only a short 60 minutes, what more could you ask for when a girl in the prime of her youth cares for you, massages your shoulders, and rubs your back? Love begins when the timer starts, but the longing remains when the time is up. When Qin Feng walked out of the shop, he looked melancholy. He lit a cigarette and squatted at the door, smoking silently. His eyes were empty, as if his body had been hollowed out. Love in adulthood comes and goes quickly. Today, technician number 8 was not there. According to the other girls in the shop, she went back to her hometown to get married. Qin Feng wept silently. Just as he finally made up his mind and gathered the courage to heal her wounded soul once, she left. There is nothing more painful in the world than this. That technician number 8 was very pretty and looked somewhat similar to a girl he was pursuing. He casually asked about the price a few days ago, and it was only 298. This tempted him. It is so good to enjoy life while you can. Make money during the day, spend it at night, and do not bring a single cent home. Anyway, he was not planning on getting married or buying a house now, so there was no need to push himself so hard. His father died early and his mother remarried. With no one to hold him back, he could mess around however he wanted. It is just that by the time he realized this, he was already 26 years old. He had previously been blinded by a bitch and single-mindedly wanted to give her happiness, so he worked desperately to make money. He worked 2 jobs a day, acting as a security guard blocking delivery men during the day and working as a delivery man breaking through security blockades at night. He was basically making life hard for himself. Until one night a few days ago, while delivering food, he saw his beloved girl being intimate with a middle-aged bald guy in a car. He broke down. He confronted her on WeChat, but she did not reply. He did not receive her reply until the next day, saying she was busy with work yesterday and did not see the message. Qin Feng stayed up all night with red eyes, wanting to scold her, but could not bring himself to do it. Because that woman was not his girlfriend. So who she was with was her freedom. So Qin Feng wanted to throw caution to the wind, find a foot massage parlor to indulge himself, and experience what it feels like to be a bad boy. But technician number 8 had also left him, causing him immense pain. After finishing his cigarette, he looked around blankly, not knowing what to do next. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from behind. A pretty decent-looking girl walked out, squatted down next to him, waved the cigarette in her hand, and said to Qin Feng, "Handsome, got a light." With a flirting smile and a hot figure, she stirred up desire in anyone who looked. Qin Feng's confusion vanished instantly, his mind filling with inappropriate thoughts. He took out his lighter and leaned in to light it for her. The flame illuminated her cleavage. Her snow-white shoulders made it hard to look away. The girl lit her cigarette. Seeing the flame still burning, she turned and glanced at Qin Feng. Noticing his dazed expression, she giggled and teased. "What is it? Were not you only asking for number 8 just now?" Qin Feng mumbled, "I just want to find some closure." Seeing how naive the delivery guy looked, the girl took a drag of her cigarette, blew the smoke in his face, and smiled. What closure, you men are just hypocritical. You are already here, yet you are still hesitant and making all sorts of excuses. Girls in this line of work are mostly articulate, bold, and can chat with anyone. Seeing Qin Feng look a bit embarrassed, she continued to persuade him. Seeing your eyes dart around every day when you come to deliver food, we have been betting on when you would come over to play. Hee, I did not expect it to be tonight. Why do not you come inside with me and I will give you a full body massage? I will even give you a discount, how about that? Stop thinking about that, number 8. Let me tell you, she is full of gynecological diseases. Customers even came to make a scene. She was driven away by our manager. We tell outsiders she went to get married, but she actually went to get treated. Listening to the woman's gossip, Qin Feng looked shocked. He never expected that the number 8 he longed for was actually such a wreck. At this moment, the girl next to him leaned closer, pressing her chest tightly against Qin Feng's arm. Handsome, I just started in this line of work not long ago. I'm very clean. Do you want to give it a try? Qin Feng was stirred up by her teasing and hesitated for a moment. He had a mind to see if she was really clean or not. But right at that moment, a ding sounded in his mind, followed by flashing lines of code. A few seconds later, a line of small text appeared. Assistive scanning function activated. Qin Feng was startled at first. Then came wild ecstasy. Could this be the legendary system? Does this mean I can start using cheats from now on? The thought that he too could become an overpowered protagonist. Qin Feng wanted to drop to his knees right now and kowtow to the system. Please spend money on someone of the opposite sex with a charm value of 90 to activate this system. Before Qin Feng could react, a blue scanning window appeared in his line of sight, which could be opened and closed at his will. With a thought, he looked at the girl beside him. He saw a few lines of profile information appear above her head. Name Wang Qiufen. Age 31 years old. Charm 72. Number of relationships 349. Note, the number of relationships can be considered the number of people she has slept with. When Qin Feng saw the girl's profile clearly, he was instantly dumbfounded. This woman has slept with 349 people, and she actually dares to say she just started. Even at a rate of 1 a day, that is almost a full year, honey. If it were not for the system, he would have almost been kept in the dark. Qin Feng was instantly spooked. Excuse me, I'm out. With so many people, she definitely carries some sort of virus. He did not dare to risk his own body. He immediately stood up and righteously refused her invitation. He glanced into the shop and seeing not a single girl over 80 points, he decisively got on his bike and fled. He turned a blind eye to Qiufen's desperate attempts to make him stay. Activating the system was the most important thing in life. How could he waste time in a gutter like this? Along the way, he constantly scanned his surroundings, looking for beauties with a score of 90. But it was late at night and there were barely any people on the streets. The occasional girls passing by were all average-looking. However, after some experimentation, he found that as long as the scanning function could see a person's face and figure, it could obtain their profile. On a whim, he took out his phone, opened the photo album, and found a picture of a beauty. He used the scanning function on it, and was pleasantly surprised to find that charm values could also be displayed on photos. He swiped through them one by one. Soon he stopped at an exceptionally beautiful photo. The profile showed, name Xia Ting, age 25 years old, charm 93. Number of relationships 1. This was his college classmate, the universally acknowledged campus belle. She was as beautiful as a fairy, stunningly attractive, and the goddess in the hearts of all boys. She was indeed beautiful, so beautiful that she was intimidating to approach. Qin Feng had never dared to entertain any inappropriate thoughts about her. He thought it was impossible to have any relationship with her in the future. He did not expect that activating the system would give him the courage to face this girl. This time he decided to go all out, determined to activate his precious system no matter what. He dug out the number he had kept all along, searched for her profile, and added her as a friend. A verification question was required. What is my name? Xia Ting. After Qin Feng sent the friend request, he sat nervously on his bike waiting for the result, his legs shaking nonstop. He had never been this nervous in his entire life. He was worried that Xia Ting would not accept his friend request, worried that the system would slip away, and also worried that the system would turn out to be trash. Having avidly read thousands of novels, he had never seen a system that required manual activation by the host. They all just went ding and then it was straight to business. Since when did they require spending money on the opposite sex to be activated? Could this system be a simp? As his thoughts ran wild, Jai Ting accepted his friend request and sent a hello. Qin Feng was thrilled for a moment and tossed aside his chaotic thoughts. Since it requires spending, a red packet should count. Qin Feng tapped on the red packet and entered 1 yuan. On second thought, he wondered if sending a 1 yuan red packet would seem a bit stingy. What if she looks down on it? He hesitated again and again, and finally, hardening his heart, he added a 0 and sent it over. Immediately after, the red packet was accepted. He instantly heard the most wonderful sound in the world. Ding, spending successful, activating the simp system. When spending on beauties with a charm value of 90 or above, the simp fund can be used for settlement. Current fund balance is 0. 1 yuan in cash can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan in the simp fund. Raise the goddess is favorability to 80, which means admiration, and all funds spent on that goddess will be fully refunded as cash. Raise the goddess is favorability to 100, which means die-hard devotion, and you will receive conquest rewards. Damn, it really is a simp. And it fucking requires topping up money. He always played pirated games, even read books for free, and had never spent a single cent. Now that he was asked to top up money, Qin Feng somehow felt like he was being taken advantage of. If these sounds were not happening inside his head, and a gold card had not appeared out of thin air, he absolutely would not have believed in this so-called simp system. Following the system's prompt, he hesitantly topped up 10 yuan. Ding, system balance is 100,000 yuan. That is 100,000 already. Seems a bit too casual. There is not even a first top-up gift pack. It feels a bit like those trashy browser games. He curled his lips, not knowing if this 100,000 could actually be spent. After a flurry of operations, he bound the gold card that had just appeared out of nowhere to his WeChat. Right at that moment, Xia Ting replied with a message. Who are you? Do you have no shame sending just 10 yuan? Qin Feng saw Xia Ting's questioning and his cheeks felt a burst of heat. He was so embarrassed that he did not know how to reply. He wanted to say something to save face, but his phone suddenly received a red envelope notification. Clicking it open, he saw it was a red envelope from Xia Ting, exactly 20 yuan. It also came with a message saying, I am returning the money to you, goodbye. It felt like a slap in the face. Qin Feng could clearly hear the sound of the banknotes slapping his face. 20 yuan was not much, but it hurt a lot. Come to think of it, with so many people chasing her, a 10 yuan red envelope was indeed stingy. Terrified of being blocked, he hurriedly sent a message first. Wait. Then he clicked on transfer, typed a 1 and 5 zeros, and hit send. He wanted to test if this system was reliable. Anyway, his balance was only a little over 10,000, so it would not send if it exceeded that. But what he did not expect was, the transfer actually went through. Looking at WeChat, it clearly stated, 100,000 yuan. You have initiated a transfer. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Could the system balance really be converted into real money? When he pressed those 5 zeros, he thought it was just a joke. His savings in this life had never reached 100,000. Transferring out so much money all at once made his heart ache terribly. He thought how great it would be if this money could be refunded to his own card. No, that is thinking too small. What is 100,000 anyway? He should top up 100 million first. Then discuss it with the campus belle, cash out the money, split it 20/80 and just swallow the whole sum. Ding, asking the goddess for property is considered cheating. Friendly reminder, please play rationally. All cheating behaviors are prohibited. Violators may face an account ban of up to 200 years. What? Account ban? I am sorry, I was wrong. Hearing about the ban, Qin Feng immediately backed down. There was no way to game the system. The way to play this game should be spending money on women to increase their affection before cashing out. Thinking that as long as the affection reached 80 points, the invested simp fund could be returned as cash, Qin Feng's eyes lit up again. He quickly topped up 5,000 bucks into the system. Looking at the 8-digit figure in the fund, he counted it over and over again, slapping his thigh in excitement. To be reasonable. If this money were thrown at him, he would strike any pose they wanted. He just did not know if that campus belle would fall for this. If she treated money like dirt, he would better switch targets early. In college, he heard this campus belle often rode in BMWs and Mercedes in and out of school, so she should be the same kind of person as him. It was just that the other party had not clicked to accept the mobile transfer for a long time, which made Qin Feng a bit anxious. On the other side, in an ordinary apartment, Xia Ting was dumbfounded after counting the transfer amount. Having just received a 10 yuan red envelope, she thought the guy on the other end was a beggar. Usually when people she was not familiar with sent her red envelopes, it was at least 1 or 200, and sometimes even 520 or 1314. Who would be so stingy as to send a 10 yuan red envelope? After returning 20, she was just about to take a screenshot and post it on her Moments, mocking that she had met a creep. But then the other side transferred 100,000 yuan, completely stunning her. Was this some new scam tactic? She calmly asked, what do you mean by this? Qin Feng replied, nothing much, just wanted to get to know you again. Chen's Ting clicked on his Moments to see who he was. But his moments were set to be visible for only 3 days, with no photos of people, only pictures of feeding stray cats. After thinking for a moment without a clue, she asked straightforwardly, "Who are you?" The other party quickly replied with 2 words, Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Xia Ting thought carefully. Finally, from a dusty corner of her memory, she remembered he was her college classmate. An ordinary-looking poor boy with no money at home. Could it be that he was rich now? Looking at the tempting transfer message, she held back again and again. She wanted to click accept directly, but was afraid it would make her look like a gold digger. Xia Ting thought for a moment and sent a reserved voice message, "What do you want to do?" Hearing the goddess's sweet voice, Qin Feng's mind raced for a moment and he boldly sent, "I want to." Xia Ting knew this joke, and a blush instantly appeared on her cheeks. Faced with such blunt flirting, she was quite annoyed. Normally, when encountering such a frivolous person, she would just block them. But considering this guy had transferred 100,000 right from the start, Xia Ting was willing to give him another chance, typing, "Why did you transfer money to me? This is a little token of my appreciation, just take it as a meeting gift. No extra conditions." Absolutely none. Xia Ting became suspicious. Was there really someone who used 100,000 yuan as a meeting gift? What kind of person would dare to be so extravagant? She had seen quite a few rich second-generation heirs. No one had ever thrown out 100,000 right at the opening. Faced with this huge transfer, she was a bit cautious. Because she had experienced taking money and having it asked back before, she asked very solemnly, "Is this a voluntary gift?" She got a crisp and clear answer. "Yes." Xia Ting scrolled the screen back and forth, repeatedly checking the chat history, and after feeling there was no problem. Only then did she excitedly click to accept. Hearing the sound of coins dropping into the bag, she excitedly opened her WeChat balance, saw the expected extra 100,000 yuan, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Classmate Qin Feng is so generous, have you made a fortune recently? Qin Feng did not reply, because he was studying the expanded profile that appeared in his head. Goddess database updated. Name Xia Ting. Age 25. Height 165 cm. Weight 53 kg. Charm 93. Occupation beauty sales. Specialty French kissing. Affection 15 acquaintance. Number of relationships 1. Conquest reward super physique. Amount spent 100,000 yuan. After reading it, Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, "A goddess is indeed a goddess, her specialty is just out of the ordinary." The conquest reward was also very good, super physique sounded very domineering. He just did not know if his few thousand bucks could get it done. Whatever, let us throw in 10 million first to test the waters. Anyway, 10 million was equivalent to 1,000 bucks. Qin Feng's eyes grew firm and he replied, "Made a bit from investments recently, are you still in Jiangcheng?" "Yes, I am working in Jiangcheng earning a fixed salary, cannot compare to you big bosses running your own businesses." As long as she was still in Jiangcheng, it would be easy. Qin Feng took the initiative to attack. "Are you free tomorrow? Let us hang out." Xia Ting hesitated, "Just the 2 of us." Qin Feng joked, "If you're afraid I will eat you, you can invite more people." Xia Ting hesitated for a while, her eyes glancing at the transfer record, before replying as if making up her mind. "All right, where should we meet?" "You decide." "Then Wanda Plaza, I happen to work here." "Nice." He did not expect to ask the campus belle out so smoothly. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly like a fly. It felt like this game was not that hard after all. He was secretly thrilled. In the past, even if he asked her out, he would not dare to go meet her. But now, looking at so many zeros in the system, he felt exceptionally confident. As the saying goes, money gives a man courage. He was not a hero, but now he had a lot of guts. By the time he got home, it was already past 12. The house he rented was a dilapidated bungalow of less than 40 square meters. It had no decoration, completely bare, not even flooring, just a concrete floor. The 4 walls were so broken that the red bricks could be seen. There was not a single decent piece of furniture. But the monthly rent was very cheap. Qin Feng had been busy all day and was exhausted. Lying on the hard bed, staring at the system in his mind, he laughed out loud foolishly. Thinking that with this thing, why would he be a damn security guard tomorrow? Would not it be great to stick around the campus bell every day, eating and drinking for free? Fantasizing about a beautiful life, he soon fell asleep. Waking up the next day, he confirmed the system was still there. He hurriedly fired his boss. He took off the security uniform that symbolized a watchdog and threw it into the trash can. Then he rode his electric scooter to Wanna to find Xia Ting. Today was a workday, but there were still many people in the mall. Qin Feng parked his scooter and arrived at the agreed location. From afar, he saw the goddess of his dreams from college standing by the fountain in the plaza. Xia Ting was dressed extremely sexily. Her upper body was a V-neck white long-sleeved shirt, slightly transparent in the afternoon sun. It made the white lace faintly visible. Her full and upright figure made her clothes seem a bit small, unable to cover her slender waist. Her lower body was a short black skirt. Her fair and smooth legs were clad in black stockings, and stepping on high heels, they looked exceptionally straight and slender. She had specially applied delicate light makeup on her face, making her stunning features look a bit mature. Her once lively and beautiful big eyes were now full of endless charm. Only her long, shiny black hair draped over her shoulders, swaying gently in the wind just like back then. Qin Feng stared a bit blankly. This campus belle in black stockings was a bit too dazzling in the crowd. Passing men would more or less glance at her inadvertently. Some bolder ones like Qin Feng even stood still and stared openly. Jinsu. Xia Ting turned her head, recognized Qin Feng, who had not changed much from back then, at a glance and called out. Qin Feng was snapped out of his daze, quickened his pace, came up to her and said with a smile, "Classmate Xia Ting, we meet again. You are still as charming as ever." For some reason, after getting the system, even though he was a bit nervous inside, he did not show any timidity on his face and spoke very calmly. "Thanks for the compliment." Xia Ting twitched the corners of her mouth, smiled faintly and quietly sized up this man. About 1.78 meters tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, he was a little bit handsome and had a smile like a spring breeze. It was just that his clothes looked cheap. The more she looked, the more it seemed like a t-shirt that cost 9.9 yuan for 2 on Taobao. Then she looked down at his somewhat worn-out sneakers, and her expression became a bit unnatural. No matter how you looked at it, this person's outfit did not look like a rich man's. How could he give her 100,000 as a meeting gift? She could not figure it out no matter how hard she thought. Even if rich people did not pay attention to their appearance and dressed casually, they could not look as shabby as him. From head to toe, he was wearing cheap goods just like before. Looking at his bare wrist without even a watch, how could he afford a 100,000 meeting gift? In an instant, an absurd thought suddenly popped into her head. Could it be that this 100,000 was his entire life savings just to ask her out? This is too foolish, is not it? Qin Feng had no idea that the school beauty saw him as a total pushover. Looking at the stunningly beautiful girl in front of him, he beamed with a bright smile. "I feel like you look even prettier now than you did back at school." Qin Feng was a bit clumsy at flirting, but every word he said was sincere. Back in school, the school beauty mostly wore skirts with bare legs, looking very innocent. Now that she had entered society and started wearing black silk stockings, she not only looked mature but also had a vibe that was both pure and alluring. "Really?" Xia Ting felt happy hearing such blunt and awkward flattery, but her expression remained a bit embarrassed. She twirled a lock of her hair with her finger and then asked as if it were a casual thought, "I did not see you drive here, did I?" Qin Yan did not dare to tell the truth. He drove a second-hand Yada electric scooter. He had replaced the battery and it could go 80 kilometers. He felt like saying that would make people look down on him. So he made up an excuse saying, "I saw it was close, so I just walked over." Xia Ting gave Qin Feng a suspicious look but did not press further. After all, asking someone what car they drive the moment you meet is too direct and seems impolite. Qin Feng changed the subject. "Do you work around here?" Xia Ting answered naturally, "Yes, I sell skincare products on the second floor of the mall." Afraid of disturbing her work, Qin Feng asked, "Is it okay for you to just come out like this?" Xia Ting did not think much of it. "It is fine, there are others in the shop." After that exchange, the conversation between them ran dry. The atmosphere became a bit quiet. Seeing such a beautiful goddess standing there so gracefully, Qin Feng felt a bit nervous. Not knowing what to say, to avoid the awkwardness, he suggested, "How about we go for a walk around the mall?" Xia Ting hesitated for a moment. She had already prepared for a date when she agreed to come out. She had specifically changed her clothes and touched up her makeup. But she had not expected this man to dress so casually, not even bothering to look nice for a date. It was as if he did not value this meeting at all. She lowered her head, rolled her eyes, and looked quite reluctant. It felt a bit embarrassing to walk around with this man. If anyone she knew in the mall saw her with such a low-class guy, she did not know what they would say about her. But she did not know how to refuse politely. After all, he had given her 100,000 yuan in real money, which was worth a year of her salary. Regardless of whether that was all he had, she had no reason to give him a cold shoulder. After thinking it over, she finally sighed. Just treat it as accompanying a client. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. What does it matter if she spends a day walking around with him for nothing? Anyway, after it is over, she was definitely not going to return the money. Having made up her mind, she put on a professional fake smile and replied, "Sure." Qin Feng smiled back, "If there is anything you want to buy, just tell me and I will buy it for you." "Really?" Xia Ting looked up, her expression one of disbelief. She took another serious, careful look at the man in front of her. There was no sign of inferiority in his eyes. Only confidence and pride. What, you do not believe me? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. No, it is just that I feel we are not that close yet, and it is not good to spend your money like this. Zia Ting's eyes flickered. We have known each other for so many years, are not we close yet? Qin Feng joked with a smile. This man looked unremarkable, yet he spoke with unusual confidence. This made Zia Ting doubt her own judgment. Could it be that he is hiding his true wealth and pretending to be poor? Is this some kind of weird hobby for rich people? She struggled for a moment, but eventually steeled herself and took the initiative to link her arm with Qin Feng's. Regardless, for the sake of that 100,000 yuan, it was worth taking the gamble. Then let me take you to see where I work. Zia Ting smiled sweetly. Qin Feng felt a shiver of excitement when she linked his arm. Oh my! So enthusiastic right from the start. He felt his arm surrounded by a strange, soft warmth. Glancing to the side, he saw her delicate hands and lovely hair that made one feel protective. The sight made his face flush slightly, and he even felt a surge of impulse. Passers-by could not help but stare at them. The girl was stunningly beautiful, and her pure yet alluring outfit made her look radiant. While the guy next to her looked like a beggar, with messy hair and an awkward expression. Seeing how intimate they were, they must have had a close relationship. They could not help but sigh for such a top-tier beauty. This was clearly a case of a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. If it is going to be cow dung anyway, why could not it be me? Who knows what method this guy used to trick such a beautiful girl? I am taller and better looking than him, there is no reason she would not like me. The guys passing by looked hateful, their eyes red as if they were bleeding. And the worst part was that the cow dung was staring intently at the girl's chest. They felt completely defeated, as if life had lost its meaning. Zia Ting caught a glimpse of Qin Feng's lecherous look and felt secretly proud of her charm, but she pretended not to notice. A girl dresses up specifically to win the attention of others. The more direct the gaze, the more secret pleasure it gives them. Note, getting beaten up for staring is not the author's fault. Once they were on the escalator, Zia Ting could not stand his unmasked gaze and pinched him. She let out a soft huff. Have you seen enough? Qin Feng chuckled. Sorry, my eyes just will not listen to me. HMPH, Zia Ting rolled her eyes playfully and gave him a gentle, sharp look. She looked angry, but she did not let go of his arm. Qin Feng was completely mesmerized by her charm. Inhaling the faint scent of her perfume, he felt a bit intoxicated. He felt like he was walking on air. He never expected Zia Ting to be so enthusiastic on their first meeting. And since she was dressed lightly, she felt a bit cold in the air-conditioned mall, so she held onto his arm even tighter. As a novice, how could Qin Feng resist such temptation? She felt like a ball of fire, making him feel hotter and hotter. Zia Ting felt the heat radiating from Qin Feng's arm and curiously asked, Qin Feng, why are you so warm? Qin Feng could not tell the truth and turned bright red. Fortunately, it was not long before they arrived at her workplace. A sign with the English letters HR. The Helena Rubinstein counter. The shop was not large, but it was decorated luxuriously, with all kinds of lights making the cosmetics sparkle. There was only one beautiful woman in the shop, wearing a white uniform that looked like a nurse's. Seeing Zia Ting holding a stranger's hand and looking so intimate, she greeted them. Ting Ting brought a friend along. Yes, Sister Yun, this is my old classmate Qin Feng, and this is Sister Yun who takes great care of me, Zia Ting introduced them. Qin Feng nodded at the beautiful woman. She looked to be in her 30s and was quite pretty, but her makeup was a bit heavy, reflecting a bright white sheen under the spotlights. It looked a bit strange, so Qin Feng did not dare to look too much. He just glanced at her and turned his head away. Sister Yun is the manager here. She has known Zia Ting for a long time. Seeing that Qin Feng's outfit did not look like high-end brands, her eyes turned a bit strange. She had seen a few men around Zia Ting, but she had never seen a guy so scruffy and casually dressed like this. She knew Zia Ting quite well. She was a proud girl who was extremely picky about guys. Normally, she should not even look twice at a loser like him. What was going on today? She was puzzled, but her expression management was on point. She smiled politely and greeted them. There is a sofa over there, feel free to sit down. Qin Feng thanked her but did not sit on the sofa. Instead, he began to carefully admire the dazzling array of cosmetics in the store. Some white bandage and black bandage face cream, priced at 5,800 yuan. Some Bo-Bo-A serum, priced at 4,800 yuan. And some skincare set, priced at 12,800 yuan. He casually picked up a small bottle and weighed it in his hand. It was so light it barely weighed anything, yet they dared to sell it for over 3,000. A bit scary. At the counter, Sister Yun saw Qin Feng messing with the precious items in the store and opened her mouth to warn him. But for Zia Ting's sake, she forcefully held it back. Zia Ting's skin was very tender, acting as her living signboard. Many people came here to buy skincare products just because they saw Zia Ting, and her sales volume relied heavily on her. So she did not dare to easily offend Zia Ting. Only her gaze towards Qin Feng became disgusted. An ignorant country bumpkin so clumsy. If he broke it, who knows if he could afford to pay for it. Seeing Qin Feng playing with the expensive items, Xia Ting quickly reminded him, "Be careful, this is very expensive." Qin Feng smiled. To the him of yesterday, this stuff was indeed very expensive. But now the system had brought the price down. It only cost 30 cents. No need to panic at all. Qin Feng asked, "Do you like it?" Xia Ting played along and smiled. "I do. Are you going to buy it for me?" She now had some expectations of Qin Feng. Although he dressed poorly, the 100,000 yuan in his phone could not be fake. Qin Feng said, "I am not very familiar with these cosmetics. Pack up whatever you like all at once and I will pay the bill." Xia Ting did not expect Qin Feng to say that. Her beautiful eyes immediately rippled with emotion, looking at him full of surprise. "Really?" Stared at by the school beauty's admiring gaze, Qin Feng felt a tingle all over his body. He felt a bit lightheaded and could not help but start showing off. "Of course, you can even empty this store. A rough calculation here would be just a few million, which was within his affordable range." It was a bit expensive, but as long as Xia Ting could increase her affection for him, it was a massive profit. Hearing Qin Feng bragging from a distance, Sister Yun could not hold it in and laughed out loud. She was amused by Qin Feng, thinking that this guy dressed like this actually had the nerve to boast so shamelessly. He must be here to be a joke. Hearing someone sneer, Qin Feng was not angry, instead he looked excited. "Damn, this face-slapping show-off plot has finally fallen upon me." Having read so many novels, he was no stranger to this situation. He guessed that next, Sister Jai would mock him, and then Xia Ting would look at him with suspicious eyes from the side. Just waiting for me to throw out a few million, blind their dog eyes, and then grab one in each arm to go heh. However, reality was completely different from what he thought. Seeing Qin Feng looking at her, Sister Yun immediately showed an apologetic smile, even bowing and nodding slightly. She kept her posture very low, as if the laugh just now was merely because she heard a funny joke. She was in the service industry and did not dare to clash with customers at all. If a scandal broke out, the company would definitely side with the customer, even if he was a poor kid. For so many years, there were rarely news online about big brand clerks looking down on customers. Even if there were, they were extremely rare. The ones that made the news were isolated cases. Most normal clerks would just hide and badmouth quietly. Accidentally laughing out loud was understandable. But the attitude afterwards must be proper, leaving no room for fault-finding. Apologizing when necessary was fine too. And Xia Ting on the side acted as if she did not hear Sister Yun's laugh at all, exclaiming to Qin Feng, "Wow, I did not expect classmate Qin to be so rich now." Hearing Xia Ting's voice, 10,000 whys floated through Qin Feng's mind. "You guys took the wrong script, right? The plot should not be like this. With you two acting like this, how am I supposed to show off and slap faces?" Xia Ting skillfully walked into the counter, bent down, and took out a larger set box from inside, saying to Qin Feng, "Can I get a New Year set? It costs 38,000. She intentionally wanted to test Qin Feng's strength. She deliberately took the most expensive set. Since he dared to say he could empty the store, he should have some capability. Xia Ting quietly observed Qin Feng's expression. If he showed even a little bit of difficulty, she would immediately switch to a cheaper single item so he could step down gracefully. Qin Feng felt completely unwell. Only 38,000. Are you kidding me? If the foreigners next door saw this, they would think I could not afford it. Give me 10 sets. One set for each person. Qin Feng was afraid Xia Ting would not give him the chance to show off, so he urged, "Is one box enough? Do you want to take two more?" Seeing his nonchalant attitude towards spending money, Xia Ting happily jumped a bit, as cute as a jade rabbit. It is enough. One box can last for more than half a year. Thank you, brother Qin Feng." Qin Feng's eyes trembled along with her body. So pleasing to the eye. She even called me brother. Her voice was soft and sweet, like summer ice cream, refreshing and full of sweetness. I really want to take a bite. Qin Feng looked at the little white rabbit in front of him, a faint green light glowing in his eyes. Holding the box in her hands, Xia Ting felt delighted in her heart and gave him a sweet smile. Xia Ting's affection increased by 5. It even increased affection. At this moment, Qin Jai was smiling like a fool. His upturned mouth corners could be used to hang mineral water. This time, he genuinely wanted to empty the store and give it to Xia Ting. Qin Feng said enthusiastically, "Are you sure you do not need more? See if there is anything else you want to take here. Do not be polite with me." Most of the things in the store are in the set, and Helena Rubinstein's skincare products are considered expensive. Ordinary people cannot even afford them. All right then, let us go check out other stores. Seeing her contented look, Qin Feng felt a wave of pity. He did not insist on buying more. Picking up girls is a psychological battle. Spending money the wrong way is a huge deduction of points. He took out his gold card, waved it in front of the dazed Sister Yun, and reminded her. Beauty, swipe the card. Sister Yun finally reacted, took the card with both hands and said flusteredly, oh, okay. She had been wondering what kind of person Qin Feng really was. Buying over 30,000 worth of skincare products just like that, as casually as if he were buying groceries. Did she misjudge him? Was he really a rich man? After swiping the card, the machine was spitting out the receipt. She took a deep look at Qin Feng. That makes sense. With that girl's high standards, how could the man she fancied be a poor guy? Qin Feng kept staring at Sister Yun's expression, hoping to catch a hint of mockery on her face. She had laughed so loudly before, if only she would say something sarcastic right now. Then he could rightfully shout that classic line, I will take everything here. He was still brooding over missing the chance to show off and put her in her place. He just looked at Sister Jinyan quietly, hoping she would give him an opening. But after watching her for a while, he saw Sister Yun's faintly smiling face suddenly blush for no apparent reason. This gave Qin Feng a fright and made him shudder. Damn it, is she crazy? What the hell are you blushing for? Seeing Qin Feng resting his hand on the counter, leaning sideways and looking at her with a smile, Sister Yun thought he was interested in her. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, glanced at Xia Ting who was packing things up nearby, and revealed an intriguing smile. Pinching her voice to sound soft, she said pointedly, Mr. Qin, you are so bold and decisive. You and our Xia Ting are truly a perfect match. Ma'am, when you say that, could you not smile so flirtatiously? Qin Feng twitched his mouth. Just a moment ago, this woman was looking at him like he was a country bumpkin. Now that he had paid, she was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Heaven knows what is going on in this woman's head. He gave a perfunctory smile. Reaching out to take the gold card she handed back, he suddenly felt this woman's finger lightly trace the center of his palm. He looked up and saw that her beautiful eyes were full of flirtation. What does this mean? Am I being hit on by a middle-aged auntie? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with shock. Looking at the auntie, feigning shyness and oh my god was stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Ma'am, you have got to be kidding me. Qin Feng glanced at her figure. It could not even compare to Xia Ting's proud curves. Looking at the powder on her face, it was as thick as wall putty. He immediately shook his head at her firmly, without saying a single word, deeply afraid she might misunderstand. He still knew what was more important. He could not afford to pick up a sesame seed only to drop a watermelon. Furthermore, Sister Yun's profile showed she was 39 years old, had a charm score of 67, and had been in 59 relationships. Good heavens, she sure has a wide network. Sister Yun's smile froze. He was obviously the one making eyes at her first, so why did he reject her so heartlessly when she agreed? Could it be that because she laughed at him earlier, he was deliberately trying to embarrass her? She gritted her teeth in anger. She glared at him viciously. What a classless man. Seeing her eyebrows knitting together, Qin Feng was terrified she would squeeze wrinkles into the thick powder on her face, and he quickly fled in panic. Xia Ting, who had not seen their interaction, said to Sister Yun, Sister Yun, we will leave our stuff at the store for now and go look around elsewhere. Sister Yun forced a smile and said, all right, go have fun. Xia Ting naturally hooked her arm through Qin Feng's. Brother Qin Feng, where are we going next? Qin Feng thought for a moment, wherever you want to go. Xia Ting felt a little embarrassed. She wanted to go to Chanel, she wanted to go to Louis Vuitton. But catching up with an old classmate and immediately dragging him to such luxurious places would make her seem really materialistic. But if she missed this chance with a sugar daddy like him, who knew if there would be another opportunity? She struggled internally for a moment, then looked up timidly and tested the waters with Qin Feng. I want to go look at Chanel bags. Qin Feng waved his hand grandly, let us go. Seeing him agree so readily, Xia Ting's eyes instantly lit up. This was obviously a true big shot. With him being so wealthy, it would be a shame to only milk him once. She should play the long game and take her time. Xia Ting looked at his clothes, an idea forming in her mind. But I have been the only one buying things. Is there nothing you want to buy? Qin Feng put up a tough front. I do not mind. I just cannot be bothered to spend money on myself. Xia Ting pinched the fabric of his shirt. How can that be? Look at your t-shirt, it is washed out and turning yellow. It is only fair to return the favor, let me buy you some nicer clothes. Qin Feng felt a bit embarrassed and hesitated for a moment. You spent so much on me, just let me return the favor and show my appreciation. Xia Ting had plenty of experience in fishing for rich men. She knew she had to appropriately show that she cared about him, rather than just blindly demanding things. Qin Ruoping had no reason to refuse Xia Ting's goodwill. He accompanied her into the Armani boutique. Xia Ting was very willing to throw out bait when fishing. And with Qin Feng's money transfer, she had nothing to fear. She generously gave Qin Feng a complete makeover from head to toe. At checkout, the total was only a little over 4,000. Men's things were simply cheaper. At this moment, Qin Feng looked quite the stylish hunk. He wore a crisp black slim-fit cotton short-sleeve shirt on top, paired with casual men's denim trousers and a pair of height-boosting sneakers. His entire demeanor and appearance were completely refreshed. With his original height of 1.78 meters, he shot up to 1.82 meters after putting on the new shoes. Even the air felt a bit fresher walking down the street. Clothes make the man just as gold makes the Buddha. That saying was absolutely right. If the originally ordinary Qin Feng was a passing 60 points, then after changing into the right clothes, he reached about an 80. More girls on the street were smiling at him. Xia Ting was also very satisfied with the current Qin Feng. Walking next to him like this, she did not have to worry about being looked down upon. Her affection level went up by another 2 points, reaching 22 points, the level of an acquaintance. Xia Ting adjusted the shoulders of Qin Feng's shirt, seemingly asking casually, "Brother Qin Feng, do you not have a girlfriend to dress you up?" No matter how dense Qin Feng was, he could tell she was asking if he had a girlfriend, so he replied without hesitation. "Yeah, I have been busy with work. Now that I have made some money, I am finally thinking about it." Xia Ting believed it completely. In her mind, successful men were all so busy with their careers that their feet barely touched the ground. Thinking that he came looking for her the moment he had money, a confident smile appeared on her face. She poked his chest with her finger and said in a questioning tone, "Then why did you think of coming to find me?" Qin Feng said sincerely, "Because I always thought you were really pretty." Xia Ting was struck by his blunt and straightforward words, her smile becoming even more charming. "Che, did you secretly have a crush on me back then?" "A little bit," Qin Feng admitted frankly. Xia Ting gently punched him with a force so light it could not even kill an ant. "You are so bad. I remember you seemed to have a girlfriend in school." Qin Feng quickly explained, "I did not have a girlfriend in college. I did chase a girl for 3 years, but unfortunately I never got her in the end." This was a past he did not want to bring up. Just like how every good woman would be hurt by a scumbag, every good man had a love he chased but could never win over. When love disappeared, it was as if it had never been there at all. He believed that if he ever saw that woman again, he would not feel any emotional fluctuations. Seeing he was in a bad mood, Xia Ting comforted him. "She was just blind, do not take it to heart." Qin Feng gave an expressionless hum. Seeing this, Xia Ting simply grabbed his hand and said, "Let us walk around the mall. To be honest, I have not done much shopping since I started working here." Qin Feng found this strange. "I remember you used to be quite popular. How could no one accompany you shopping?" Xia Ting said angrily, "Do not even mention it, they are all just for show. A while ago, I ran into a total creep who rented a sports car to show off. But the moment it was time to pay, he played an alarm on his phone and pretended someone was calling him." Xia Ting complained as she led Qin Feng to a Louis Vuitton boutique. The sales associate stepped forward and briefly looked them over. Seeing the young man's dignified appearance and the woman's radiant charm, her smile grew even warmer as she asked kindly, "Welcome to Louis Vuitton, how may I help you?" Xia Ting replied, "We are just browsing, thanks." "Of course, please feel free to look around. Let me know if you need anything." The sales associate smiled and stood to the side. Luxury store clerks are often called SA or BA, which are English abbreviations for professional sales consultants. These salespeople not only need to have a good image and temperament, but they also have to be college graduates, preferably fluent in English. They have high emotional intelligence, understand social dynamics, and rarely make people feel resentful. Xia Ting walked over to the bag display cabinet, took out a black bag, put it on, and smiled at Qin Feng. "Brother, does this bag look good on me?" As a straight guy, Qin Feng had no idea whether the bag looked good or not. He did not even blink and said directly, "It looks great, let us buy it." His words surprised both Xia Ting and the sales associate. This guy did not even check the price and just said buy. After all, some of these bags were luxury items and extremely expensive. Xia Ting looked at Qin Feng a bit differently this time. She immediately leaned in and whispered a reminder, "Brother, this one costs over 60,000. When it came to spending money, Qin Feng's expression was somewhat arrogant. "Is a mere $6 even worth mentioning?" He smiled gently at Xia Ting. "As long as you like it, I will buy it for you." He had been thinking about this line for a long time, and finally had the chance to say it in front of everyone, watching their surprised expressions. Qin Yangming felt a thrill that words could not describe. No wonder so many people throw away fortunes just to win a beauty smile. It turns out they just want to show off in front of others. Qin Feng could completely relate. Seeing him spend money like water, Xia Ting's eyes became somewhat hazy. She admitted that for a moment, she saw Qin Feng glowing with a light full of masculine charm. Looking at his increasingly handsome side profile, Xia Ting did not know what came over her. As if possessed, she stood on her tiptoes, kissed him on the cheek, and called out shyly, "You are the best, brother." Qin Feng was caught off guard by her sneak attack. He only felt a faint electric current run across his face. He covered his face and widened his eyes, a little in disbelief. To think that the campus belle would be so proactive. Looking at her blushing cheeks, Qin Feng really wanted to taste that red apple. He had only spent 200,000 so far, and he already made this much progress. What would happen if he threw in 10 million? Just thinking about it made his nose want to bleed. At this moment, the system gave another notification. Xia Ting's affection increased by 5. This left Qin Feng a bit dazed. The happiness came so intensely, wave after wave, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. If things continued like this, he wondered if he might get lucky today. Thinking of the special talents of this campus belle in black pantyhose, Qin Feng unconsciously smiled. He looked at her face, his gaze becoming fiery. Xia Ting was originally looking down at the bag, but caught sight of his increasingly perverted smile from the corner of her eye. She gave him a seductive glare, signaling him not to let his imagination run wild. Qin Feng could not help but let his imagination run wild. However, seeing Xia Ting frown, he also understood that haste makes waste. It took him quite a while to calm down. After paying, with a warm send-off from the sales associate, he carried the bags and walked out the door with Xia Ting. They strolled around the mall for a bit and bought some odds and ends like perfume. Finally, they arrived at a boutique that only sold high-end women's clothing. It was September, just the tail end of summer. The racks were filled with colorful little dresses and all sorts of cool, breezy clothes. Xia Ting picked out a floral slip dress and went into the fitting room. When she came out, Qin Feng's eyes were glued to her. The dress looked even more breathtakingly beautiful on her. The cinched waist highlighted her elegant curves, and the naturally flowing hem gave her an incredibly pure and innocent aura. The thin straps rested on her alluring shoulders, and her delicate collarbones were enough to make anyone drool. Moreover, having taken off her pantyhose, Xia Ting revealed her long, snow-white smooth legs as she stood there gracefully. Qin Feng could not help but say, "Ting Ting, you look exactly the same as you did back then." Xia Ting twirled around, lifted the hem of her skirt and looked down. "Really, I feel like it is a bit too girly." Qin Feng said sincerely, "You are a young girl after all." Xia Ting's affection increased by 5. "Goodness, just moving my lips can increase affection too." Smooth talker, I am already 26 and several of my best friends have kids. It is so embarrassing to dress like a little girl. Xia Ting said it was embarrassing, but her eyes were fixed on the dress. If Qin Feng could not understand her meaning, then all those years of reading novels would have been in vain. He directly called the saleswoman over. "Miss, please pack up her original clothes, we will wear this one out." Then he said to Xia Ting, "A girl in her 20s should dress a bit more brightly." The clerk smiled along. "You have great taste, sir. Your girlfriend really looks beautiful in this dress. It really shows off her figure. Look how slim her waist is. I am dying of envy." Regardless of whether she was being sincere or not, Qin Feng played along. Indeed, she is much prettier than those Korean female celebrities. Watching the two of them flatter her, Xia Ting felt bubbling with joy inside. So she listened to him and had the tags cut off the dress. And walked out just like that. When she took his arm again, their skin touched, unlike before when there was a long-sleeved shirt acting as a barrier. Xia Ting also felt a slight difference. Her eyes darted around, looking away unnaturally. Qin Feng felt increasingly hot and bothered inside. His gaze toward her was like a hungry wolf staring at a little white rabbit. He leaned his head over, got a little closer, and gently sniffed the fragrance around her neck. With a look of slight infatuation, he deliberately said, "Ting Ting, how come you smell sweeter after changing clothes?" Xia Ting raised her pinky finger, pinched her collar, and sniffed. She said in confusion, "There's no difference." This action allowed Qin Feng, who was standing beside her and watching her, to inadvertently catch a glimpse of some scenery. Her delicate collarbones were breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Feng stared wide-eyed, his tongue tied, unable to speak clearly. Xia Ting noticed Qin Feng's wolf-like gaze roaming over her body. Realizing she was being taken advantage of, she stomped her foot and let out a delicate HMPH pervert. She then let go of his arm, turned her head, and walked forward on her own, pretending to be angry. Qin Feng immediately followed her. He thought that in TV shows, this was usually the time to put an arm around the female lead and softly apologize. He raised his arm and reached around Xia Ting from behind, but stopped a palm's width away from her shoulder. This was the second time Qin Feng had put his arm around a girl, and he was extremely nervous. He wondered if it would end as awkwardly as the first time. The woman he had pursued for 3 years had left an indelible impression on him. He remembered how he had saved up for a long time back then, finally buying her an expensive necklace. She smiled so happily after putting it on. It was a season of blooming spring flowers. As they walked on campus, the vibrant spring scenery along the road conveyed the scent of romance. This gave him the illusion that his chance had come. So he gathered his courage for the first time and tried to put his arm around her, but the look of disgust on her face was something he had not forgotten to this day. The woman said to him sternly, "You are being very disrespectful. We agreed that you could only touch me after we get married." That voice haunted him for a long time, always echoing in his mind late at night. so much so that it cast a shadow over him whenever he thought about putting his arm around a girl. He was terrified that Xia Ting would react the same way. His hand froze there, not daring to move, even showing signs of pulling back. Xia Ting was a bit puzzled at this moment. She had caught sight of Qin Feng's hand from the corner of her eye long ago. The fact that she did not deliberately speed up to walk away already meant she allowed his touch. Being peeked at by him just now was not a big deal either. She just accidentally gave him a little eye candy, which was nothing at all. She was not angry, she was just putting on an attitude of needing to be coaxed. Shaking off the man's hand was also because he had deliberately tricked her into pulling her collar, making her feel that this man had some tricks up his sleeve. It was quite different from the honest, straightforward guy persona he had shown earlier. Xia Ting worried that this guy was playing at a higher level than her, and that his silly demeanor before was all a disguise. But whether he was faking it or not, there was no reason for him to hesitate for so long. Her attitude was already laid out right there. Thinking of this, Xia Ting could not help but turn her head to glance at him, wanting to see what this man was actually up to. Only to find the man staring blankly, seemingly recalling some awful scenario, with a trace of fear actually appearing on his face. What is there to be afraid of in putting your arm around a girl? A question mark slowly popped up in Xia Ting's head. At this moment, the man looked a bit pitiful, like a kicked dog that wanted to approach someone but did not dare to, extremely timid. The more Xia Ting looked, the more she felt he was playing hard to get. Deliberately putting on an attitude of having been rejected by girls, making her feel sorry for him, and then taking the initiative to snuggle into his arms. Hell, he must have read too many novels. Xia Ting twitched the corners of her mouth, feeling speechless at the peculiar romantic notions of the rich. She sighed silently. What could she do? She had no choice but to play along with him. Who told him to be the boss? She gathered her expression and adjusted the curve of her smile. She slowed her pace. She took the initiative to lean back, meeting his arm. The moment they touched, she noticed Qin Feng's body tremble slightly. Xia Ting secretly rolled her eyes. This guy's acting is really convincing. She nestled her body into Qin Feng's embrace and said gently, "What are you thinking about, brother?" Touching the girl's smooth, fragrant shoulder, Qin Feng instantly panicked. He had been lost in thought just now and did not notice how he had put his arm around her. Hearing her question, he replied at a loss, I was not thinking about anything." Xia Ting's smile did not fade. "Seeing how nervous you are, it could not be your first time putting your arm around a beauty like me, right?" Having his actual situation guessed correctly, Qin Feng was full of embarrassment, not knowing how to reply. Seeing this, Xia Ting thought he was still playing innocent. Her eyes darted around, and she reached out to place her hand on the back of the man's hand that was holding her. Qin Feng was startled, thinking she wanted to remove his hand, so he hurriedly planned to apologize first. But before he could think of the right words, he just felt Xia Ting grabbing his hand, slowly moving it downward. Moving slowly from the shoulder past the ribs and then stopping at her waist. This move completely threw Qin Feng off his game. Looking at Xia Ting's smiling face, beautiful and captivating, he heard her tease. "Brother, it is very weird to put your arm around a girl's shoulder, you know." Qin Feng did not expect that this woman not only did not reject him but was also so proactive. He froze for a moment and asked foolishly, "Why is it weird?" Xia Ting glanced at him. "Only you guys do that with each other, okay? Do you want me to be your bro?" Listening to the girl's coquettish tone and smelling the faint perfume on her. Under thick eyelashes, a pair of charming eyes was winking at him. In this instant, he only felt that Xia Ting was countless times better than that bitch from his past. He was truly stupid back then, blindly falling for that bitch, pouring his heart and soul out for her, only to find out in the end that he was not even considered a backup plan. At best, he was just a tool to be exploited. A total sucker. He did not want to be a simp anymore, he wanted to be an alpha wolf. Xia Ting's bold actions filled him with courage. Qin Feng hugged Xia Ting slightly tighter, bringing her delicate body close to his and laid his cards on the table. "How about you be my woman?" Xia Ting was not surprised by his sudden confession. She shyly lowered her head and said slowly, "We spoke less than 5 sentences to each other back in college. Is not this a bit too fast?" Qin Feng said seriously, "I think it is quite nice for things to progress a little faster." Xia Ting said with difficulty, "But I do not even know you, I do not even know where you live." After speaking, she quietly observed Qin Feng's expression to see his reaction. Actually, compared to taking things slow, she also preferred the trope of a domineering CEO falling in love with her. Moreover, Qin Feng was foolish with a lot of money, and he was more handsome than those bald middle-aged men. She had already placed him at the top of her list. As long as his house and car combined gave him a net worth of over 8 figures, she could consider being with him. Hearing Xia Ting mention a house, Qin Feng instantly calmed down. He was still living in a rented apartment, less than 40 square meters. If Xia Ting knew he lived so shabbily, she probably would not even give him a second glance. He caught Zia Ting's underlying meaning. It was pretty much that she wanted to see his financial strength first. But what strength did he have? Apart from the 50 million in the system, he had nothing else to show for himself. He also wanted to go all in and throw the money at her, then directly trigger the system's cashback. But he also knew that doing so was unrealistic. Maybe the money would be gone, her affection would not increase much, and he'd be secretly mocked. Feelings are something that need to be developed slowly, focusing on growing affection over time and taking a long-term approach. They had known each other for less than half a day in total, so it really was not good to rush things. Qin Feng changed the subject. You will find out later. Where should we go next? Seeing Qin Feng avoid the question with dodging eyes, Zia Ting felt like he had some unspeakable secret. She could not help but feel a bit strange. A man who spent money as generously as him should not have a bad house, right? But since he did not say, she could only bury her doubts in her heart and stop asking. She took out her phone and glanced at it. It is past 5. Are you hungry, brother? The two had been walking and stopping, shopping for the whole afternoon. Zia Ting was so beautiful that she made him forget his physical fatigue. Now reminded by her, Qin Feng finally felt his stomach rumbling. He rubbed his belly and said, I am hungry, I could eat a cow right now. Hearing Qin Feng's honest answer, Zia Ting felt a bit embarrassed. She had been dragging him around to buy things and did not even notice he was starving. To express her apology, Zia Ting offered to treat Qin Feng to dinner. Qin Feng refused on the spot. Are you kidding? He could get reimbursed for their meal. Eating until he was stuffed for just $1. Of course, it was more cost-effective to pay out of his own pocket. Qin Feng took Zia Ting to a high-end seafood restaurant. He ordered the most expensive king crab, geoduck, and unknown giant conch, Australian lobster, sea urchin, scrambled eggs. He had been craving a seafood feast for a long time, but had never dared to order one alone. He had eaten Australian lobster at someone else's wedding, but before he could even taste it, it was gone after everyone took a bite. This time, his wish came true. Including WeChat transfers, he had spent a total of 250,000 this afternoon. Zia Ting's affection level rose rapidly. It is currently at 42 points. Familiar. This seafood restaurant is a bit pricey. Even the private rooms for couples have a minimum spend of 2,800. But the food is really something else. The main draw is the visual experience. They stream live footage from the kitchen into the private rooms so you can watch the entire cooking process. Every ingredient is held up to the camera, first to prove that the seafood is fresh and alive. They smash these huge sea snails with a hammer and the meat is still moving. It is absolutely insane. Slicing it up and stir-frying it, even just with some scallions, it smells heavenly when they bring it out. The snail meat is firm, chewy, and succulent. It is incredibly delicious and has that perfect springy texture. Both of them could not stop praising it. When it comes to seafood, live and dead are two completely different things. When the king crab was served, it was a huge, bright red platter. Qin Feng was stunned. He had always heard about king crab, but seeing it on the table, he realized just how massive the portion was. The meat was perfectly scraped out of every leg and drizzled with crab roe. The red and yellow colors were enough to make anyone's mouth water. Every bite was tender and packed with a unique umami flavor. It seemed like they added some salted egg yolk too, giving it a slight grainy texture on the tongue. It was not just delicious, there was so much of it that one person could not possibly finish it all. Chen Ting, however, ate like a bird, just taking a small taste of each dish. She put down her chopsticks after only a few bites. It was all up to Qin Feng to finish the battle, which he found quite sad. Either you cannot afford it or you eat until you're stuffed. He ordered a bottle of Penfolds wine for 7,500. He originally wanted to order a bottle of Lafite for over 20,000, but he was afraid of coming off as too pretentious and turning Zia Ting off, so he went with something cheaper. The waiter brought the wine over, showed them the label and the bottle, and then opened it right in front of them. He poured a small glass for Qin Feng to taste. Qin Feng thought it did not taste like much, definitely not as good as a cheap beer. But he nodded slightly with a look of appreciation, pretending it was good. Then the waiter poured wine for both of them into long-stemmed glasses. Zia Ting did not really want a drink. Girls know that drinking gives guys an opening. But seeing how expensive the wine was, she could not help herself and clinked glasses twice. After the meal, Zia Ting's eyes were slightly hazy and her cheeks were flushed, making her look incredibly beautiful. Walking out of the restaurant, Qin Feng saw her walking unsteadily and reached out to put an arm around her. To his surprise, she grabbed his arm instead and leaned her head against his shoulder. Qin Feng's heart started racing. He was losing his composure again. The city night was alive with flickering neon lights. Reflected on the school beauty's fair skin, she looked even more enchanting. A cool breeze blew across her skirt, adding a touch of alluring charm to her look. Qin Feng lowered his head and whispered, "Ting Ting, let me get a room so you can rest." This sounded like it woke a sleeping beauty. Zia Ting regained a bit of clarity. The haze in her eyes faded and a flicker of caution crossed her brow. She actually had a decent tolerance for alcohol. Half a bottle only made her face flush. It did not really affect her. She knew exactly what was going on. The shopping was done in the afternoon, and now it was time for the girl to pay the price. But until she figured out who this Qin Feng really was, she did not want to give herself away so easily. So she decided to pretend to be drunk and make a run for it. Xia Ting looked up and said weakly, "I cannot. My mom said I have to be home tonight." Qin Feng realized he had been too pushy, so he smiled and explained. "What are you thinking? I just meant we could find a place to sit and sober up a bit." Xia Ting smiled. Who is he trying to fool with those little tricks? "Are you sure it is just a sit?" Qin Feng said with a straight face, "I am sure." "Yeah, right." Xia Ting shot him a flirtatious, knowing glance. Qin Feng was hit hard by that look. His head was filled with impure thoughts and he could not say a word. Seeing him go quiet, Xia Ting thought she would upset him by turning down his invitation. For such a high-quality catch, it was worth being a little gentle. She suggested, "Let us go for a walk in the park across the street to help digest our food." Qin Feng just gave a dazed nod. The two of them walked along the winding stone path into the refreshing park. Lush trees lined the path, their leaves rustling in the breeze, and the air was filled with the faint scent of flowers and grass, which was incredibly relaxing. But Qin Feng felt himself getting more and more restless. Because this dark, secluded environment was just asking for trouble. A few steps onto the grass off the path, and they were out of the dim light of the street lamps. And the school beauty beside him was smiling in a way that constantly challenged his self-control. Finally, he could not hold back anymore. Without a word, he moved in front of Xia Ting, wrapped his arms around her slim waist, and looked straight into her eyes. Seeing that her eyes were full of playfulness and no resistance, he felt encouraged. Qin Feng gathered his courage, leaned down, and went in for a kiss. Just as he was about to reach her lips, a slender finger pressed against his puckered mouth. At such a critical moment, who could stand being blocked like that? Qin Feng opened his mouth in frustration and bit down on that annoying finger. Xia Ting was startled. She had not expected Qin Feng to be so shameless. This caught her off guard and her cool, composed demeanor instantly crumbled. "Hey, stop that!" Xia Ting tried to pull her finger away, but Qin Feng was holding her arm so tightly she could not move. With no room to maneuver, she said shyly, "You are annoying, let go." Only a pushover would let go, a warrior like him would not. Xia Ting looked down, not daring to meet his eyes. If you keep this up, I am going to scream that you are a pervert." There were still quite a few people walking in the park at this hour, including some night runners. They passed by Qin Feng and saw the two of them acting lovey-dovey, but did not think much of it. The park was a place for romance after all. Hugging and kissing were perfectly normal. It was just that seeing someone as beautiful as Xia Ting being plucked be a pig like him made them curse under their breath, offering their sincere ill wishes to the couple. Qin Feng had a thick skin. Working as a delivery guy meant braving the wind and rain, so a thick skin helped keep the cold out. He kept his teeth gently clamped on her finger and mumbled, "So are you still going to block me?" Seeing he was not going to give up, Xia Ting first gave him a pleading smile. Then she suddenly stomped on Qin Feng's foot. Amidst his cry of pain, she pulled her finger free, shoved him away, and turned to run. She left behind a trail of silver bell-like laughter. Qin Feng clutched his foot and hopped on one leg for a moment. Once the pain subsided, he took off in a sprinted chase after her. "You little minx, you think you can just run after offending the monk?" Even though Xia Ting had long legs, she was wearing thick-soled sandals and could not outrun Qin Feng in his sneakers at all. He caught up to her in no time. Then she was pulled into the man's arms and playfully roughed up. After he took a rather significant advantage of her, Xia Ting caught his hand and pulled it out from inside her clothes. She turned her head and glared at him angrily. "If you keep doing this, I am going to ignore you." The old Qin Feng might have been scared by this and backed off. But the current him had already let himself go. With money in his pocket, he was not panicked at all. There are so many 90-point beauties in the world. If this one does not work out, there is always the next. With money, why worry about not finding a woman who can tolerate him? Qin Feng raised his other hand behind Xia Ting. Amidst Xia Ting's exclamation, he patted her thigh and lectured. "Let us see if you dare to step on my foot again." Xia Ting gave a delicate snort. "You were the one who used your mouth first." Qin Feng secretly sighed that the campus belle felt really great to the touch. He really wanted to possess such a top-tier girl. But he did not have much experience picking up girls and did not know how to win her over. Remembering a book that said bars were the easiest places to pick up girls, he stepped forward, trying to wrap his arm around Xia Ting's waist and said softly, "All right then, it is my fault. How about I treat you to a night out at a bar?" Xia Ting dodged his embrace and said disdainfully, "Su, you stinky man, you are trying to get me drunk, or not you?" Seeing her flat-out refusal, Qin Feng did not dare to continue taking advantage of her and said with an apologetic smile, "It is mainly because I have never been to one, and I wanted you to show me the ropes." Zia Ting looked him up and down and said suspiciously, "That sounds nice, but the way you acted just now did not seem like you are a good guy." Qin Feng said seriously, "It is true, I used to be too busy to go." "Whether it is true or not, based on your performance just now, you have no chance tonight." After saying that, Zia Ting turned and walked away. Going to a bar was out of the question. She had given him enough sweet tastes for tonight. Fish need to be fed little by little. If you dump all the food at once, they will not swim up once they are full. Zia Ting was very experienced in this regard. She would show a little attitude, wait for him to bring a gift to coax her tomorrow, and then decide whether to continue dating him based on the situation. Qin Feng chased after her and urged, "Do not be mad, let us talk this out." Oi Mph. Zia Ting did not stop walking, turning her head to the side to ignore Qin Feng. Qin Feng kept a smile on his face and followed beside her. The book said that usually, if a girl is truly angry, she will not respond at all. She replied with a HMPH, which meant she was not really angry, just a little moody. If words could not coax her, gifts most likely would. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Ting, do not be mad. How about this? I will grant you one wish within my power." Zia Ting was intrigued by Qin Feng's words, slowed down, looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Qin Feng's eyes were full of sincere apology. "I should not have treated you like that just now, and I want to ask for your forgiveness." Seeing his earnest face, not looking like he was joking, Zia Ting became even more puzzled. "So you are going to grant me a wish, anything at all?" Qin Feng said confidently, "Yeah, anything relatively normal." He deliberately emphasized the word normal, afraid she might come up with some outrageous wish. Zia Ting was amused by Qin Feng. What did he mean by relatively normal? Her wish was to buy a sports car, did that count as normal? It was simply hilarious. When she first heard him say he would grant her wish, she actually looked forward to it for a second. Now he added that it had to be a normal wish. He was probably talking about some small wish under a few tens of thousands of yuan. Could a few tens of thousands of yuan even be called a wish? She could easily get that from any middle-aged sugar daddy. She did not need him to fulfill it. Zia Ting was dismissive and quickened her pace to keep walking. She felt the word wish had been insulted and was a bit unhappy. Maybe she would be in a better mood tomorrow, but right now she did not really want to talk to Qin Feng. Seeing her attitude suddenly turn cold again, Qin Feng felt a bit baffled. What was wrong? He was just afraid she would make some weird wish. Because he thought of all those bizarre classic scenes from Stephen Chow movies. So he specifically added the word normal. Why did she suddenly turn hostile? Qin Feng was very confused, ran up and asked, "Just tell me your wish first. As long as it is not too outrageous, I will definitely grant it." Zia Ting lost her temper and said in a spiteful tone, "I want a Porsche 911, can you afford it?" This was her biggest wish at the moment. Although Qin Feng seemed very rich, she did not believe he would buy her a car worth several million. Hearing her wish, Qin Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was going to be some weird wish. "That is it. Buying you two would not be a problem. If you think that is too many, you could even give one to me." But not knowing if such behavior would count as cheating, Qin Feng did not dare to risk it, so he abandoned this dangerous thought. He calmly took Zia Ting's hand, showed a confident smile and agreed. "Sure." Zia Ting's eyes widened as she sized up the man again. This man was smiling so calmly, as if she had asked for a Mercedes worth a little over 100,000. This was a 911 worth several million. Agreeing so easily, could he be messing with her? Zia Ting lightly covered her lips and said in disbelief, "Are you serious?" Qin Feng smiled and confirmed, "Yeah." Zia Ting confirmed again and again, "You are not lying." Qin Feng said seriously, "I am a dog if I am lying." Zia Ting stared into his eyes and scrutinized them carefully. She did not see any guilt, evasion, or forced bravado, only open confidence shining in his eyes. She still had a certain ability to distinguish whether the words a man said were true or false. Qin Feng gave her a very sincere and calm feeling. Just as calm as when he bought her bags in the afternoon. At this moment, Zia Ting had an intuition. If she missed out on this man, she would miss out on the 911. "Then, do I have to fulfill some condition before you buy it for me?" Zia Ting seemed to think of something, glanced at Qin Feng's new pants, and her face grew slightly hot. If this guy wanted to negotiate terms with her, should she agree or not? If it was just that, she could consider it. Her only fear was that he would say he would buy it after they had a child. The conditions of these rich people were always very harsh. She knew this from deep experience. Qin Feng rubbed her slender jade-like hand and gave a dashing smile. "I will buy it for you tomorrow." It was just $200 or $300. He felt a tiny bit of heartache, but to coax a girl, this was nothing. Zia Ting suddenly screamed, "Tomorrow." This was too exaggerated, right? Directly tomorrow. Qin Feng said strangely, "Yeah, did not the 4S dealership close early today?" Zia Ting was so excited she could not believe it. "Is what you are saying true, big brother?" With her trembling voice, even her form of address had changed. Do I look like I am joking? And no, Xia Ting was so excited she was incoherent. But this is a Porsche 911. Qin Feng chuckled, so what? As long as you like it, I will buy it for you. Big brother, I love you so much. Xia Ting took the initiative to hug Qin Feng and kissed him wildly on the face. Xia Ting's affection level increased by 10. Qin Feng's face was covered in kiss marks. Reluctant to wipe them off, he just kept chuckling happily. He had not expected that her affection score would instantly increase by 10 before he even bought the car. Women really are emotional creatures. No wonder some people can captivate women just by deceiving them. There are even girls who get cheated out of their money and bodies, yet still remain so devoted that they take out loans for those men to spend. It is simply absurd. Qin Feng was filled with mixed emotions. Xia Ting was really looking forward to Qin Feng's performance. Judging from his performance today, Qin Feng's wealth seemed bottomless. She wrapped her arms around his neck, hanging onto him, and said tenderly, "Did not you want to get some drinks? Then I will keep you company and have a little." Qin Feng deliberately teased, "Did not you say there was no chance anymore?" Xia Ting said coquettishly, "Cannot I suddenly change my mind and want a drink?" Qin Feng smiled and did not say much else. After being affectionate for a while, they took a cab to a very stylish-looking bar. It was called Royal Dragon Bay. The venue was huge, a standalone building with vertical blue marquee lights on the outer walls that flashed so brightly it was hard to keep your eyes open. Upon entering the bar, a young promoter at the door came out to greet them. He glanced at the beautiful Xia Ting and his smile grew a bit wider. Generally, the more beautiful the woman a man brought here, the more he would spend. "How many in your party, sir and miss? Do you have a reservation? Would you like to book a table?" Qin Feng had never been here before, so he looked at Xia Ting to let her decide. Xia Ting directly ordered, "Get us a booth with a nice atmosphere." "All right, we have an S-Class booth available right now. Would you like that?" Qin Feng had heard that booths were expensive, so he asked curiously, "How much is it?" "The S-Class booth is our best area. The minimum spend is 6,000 yuan. "Only 6,000? Qin Feng said casually, "Sure." Seeing him book the booth so effortlessly, the promoter grew even more excited, full of expectations for their spending power. He quickly led the two to the booth marked S. The location was quite high, equivalent to a second floor. With a slight downward glance, you could overlook the entire bar. The booth was equipped with sheer curtains and dry ice was placed around it. The slowly rising mist partially blocked the view from outside, making the scene inside faintly visible like a fairyland. The bar's environment was very dim, but the lighting was incredibly cool. Various stage lights, spotlights, and neon lights shone brightly, creating a dreamlike and highly atmospheric vibe. A band was playing pop songs in the center of the stage. Perhaps because it was still early, the music was relatively soothing and not too loud. The promoter seated them and brought over the drink menu for them to order. Xia Ting looked at it for a while. Afraid of causing his resentment by ordering something too expensive, she said, "Let us get the small mixed combo for 6,800. That would just cover the booth's minimum spend." Hearing this, the promoter's expression changed slightly. For this most expensive booth, according to protocol, he had to stand by and serve them until they left. If they only hit the minimum spend, his commission for the night would be pitifully small. Qin Feng glanced at the menu. There was a little divine dragon for 38,000, a supreme divine dragon for 88,000. Not knowing much about these, he asked Xia Ting, "What is this supreme divine dragon?" Xia Ting patiently explained, "It is Armand de Brignac, the top-tier champagne. The little divine dragon has 3 colors and the large one has 5 colors plus a bottle of black gold. Most people cannot afford it." Qin Feng let out an "oh" and asked, "Have you had it before? How does it taste?" Hearing Qin Feng's inquiring tone, Xia Ting felt he seemed a bit interested in the divine dragon set. She had only tried the little divine dragon a few times, and the taste was surprisingly good. It had a delicate texture, a rich fruity aroma with hints of peach and vanilla, and smelled very fresh. Most importantly, every sip carried the fragrance of money, making it highly unforgettable. But Xia Ting did not want to order such expensive liquor right now. She was not worried that Qin Feng could not afford it, but rather afraid that spending too much would leave him short on cash for the sports car tomorrow. She pretended to be dismissive and said, "It is just okay, pretty much like ordinary champagne." Standing to the side, the promoter heard the guy asking all these questions, not even knowing about the bar's most famous little divine dragon. Seeing his inexperienced look, the promoter's heart sank, guessing he might just be a country bumpkin. The thought of being stuck here all night made him want to cry. He cast a disdainful look at the sharply dressed Qin Feng, feeling sorry for Xia Ting. Most women in a luxurious place like a bar would desperately squeeze their boyfriends for the sake of saving face. Where could you find such a great girl who is not only stunningly beautiful, but also tried to save money for her boyfriend? He could not help but urge on Xia Ting's behalf, "Sir, so you just want the 6,800 mixed combo, right?" Qin Feng had never drunk champagne before and was quite curious about the Armand de Brignac right now. He asked Xia Ting, "Does it taste bad?" Xia Ting was conflicted. Seeing that Qin Feng kind of wanted to try it, she was afraid that saying it tasted bad would ruin his mood. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "It is all right. Do not be extravagant and wasteful, this is perfectly fine." Qin Feng pondered for a moment. He asked the system in his mind if he could get reimbursed if he forcefully ordered the drinks for the goddess, even when she did not want them. The system replied, "All expenses for the date between the two of you can be settled using the fund." Qin Feng felt reassured and was just about to order a divine dragon set to see what it tasted like. At this moment, the promoter spoke up again, "Then the mixed combo it suits you quite well." He saw that the girl kept saving face for the guy, letting him order cheap drinks and giving him an out. Yet the guy was hesitating, looking like he wanted to show off but was worried about not having enough money, acting all stingy. This made the promoter inexplicably angry, and he could not help but make a snide remark. Xia Ting felt the promoter's tone was a bit off, as if he was being sarcastic towards them. Worried that Qin Feng would get angry, she stood up and questioned, "What do you mean by that?" The young man twitched his lips, secretly thinking she did not know a good person when she saw one. He was helping her see this man's true colors, yet she was getting mad at him instead. The promoter also got annoyed and offered a stiff apology. "I am sorry, beautiful. I am just a bit clumsy and do not know how to speak well. Please do not take offense if I said anything wrong." You could not pick a flaw in his attitude, but it still felt uncomfortable. His smile did not reach his eyes, giving off a vibe that he could not be bothered to serve them. Xia Ting did not like the guy's tone, but since he had apologized, she could not really blow up if she wanted to maintain her ladylike image, so she sat down in a huff. Having worked as a delivery driver and a security guard, Qin Feng was already used to such cold stares. He could hear the contempt in the guy's tone and guessed he was unhappy because they ordered too little. But no matter how unhappy he was, he should not make his woman angry. If she got mad and did not want to drink, would not he just have to wash up and go to sleep tonight? He felt it was necessary to show off a bit and teach this snobbish youngster a lesson. He said lightly to the promoter, "Go call your manager." The young man sneered, feeling no fear in his heart. He had not been impolite at all throughout the whole process. Even if the manager came, they could not do anything to him. Besides, Qin Feng was occupying the highest tier booth but spending so little, the manager would definitely have the same attitude as him. He muttered something under his breath and then turned his head and walked away. That arrogant attitude even looked a bit proud. Who knows what he was being so smug about? Qin Feng smiled at Xia Ting and comforted her. "Do not be angry, I will teach him a lesson for you." Xia Ting actually felt a bit guilty. Her mind was full of the sports car, so she ordered cheaper drinks, causing Qin Feng to be looked down upon. "It is fine, why do not we just skip the drinks?" Xia Ting said weakly. "No way, I am definitely going to show off today. No one can stop me, I said so," Qin Feng said aggressively. He had been holding back all day and finally found a place to splurge. Sure enough, a place like a bar was the most suitable for showing off in front of others. On the other side, the promoter went to the back of the bar and found the lobby manager. The manager's name was Shifuya, a beauty with a very mature and elegant aura. Rumor had it that she had a very strong background. As soon as the promoter saw her, he immediately complained that a table of guests had arrived who were both poor and picky, dawdling for ages without ordering drinks. He suspected those two just came to the S area to take photos and show off, and now they were complaining about his bad attitude and demanding to see her. Shifuya gave him a mild glance. She felt a bit of disgust towards this kid who was always slacking off, messing around and trying to be clever. This was not the first time he had been complained about by guests. If it were not for the fact that this kid knew a couple of rich young masters who often came here and spent 8 or 10,000, she would have told him to get lost a long time ago. Shifuya sighed and helplessly followed him to Qin Feng's booth. Shifuya had a standard oval face with exquisite and refined features. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and the outer corners of her eyes tilted slightly upward, giving her a cold, glamorous, and bewitching aura like a fox. Her long, curly chestnut hair cascaded sexily down her back. She wore a simple yet elegant white shirt with the collar slightly open, revealing the charming curve of her neck. The shirt's fabric was light and thin, clinging to her body and highlighting her figure. The cuffs were slightly rolled up, exposing her slender wrists, making her look casual yet attentive to detail. The bodycon skirt perfectly outlined her curves. The skirt's material was smooth and glossy, paired with black stockings that showed off her long, slender legs, giving off a highly capable vibe. Qin Feng was slightly mesmerized. This woman had the vibe of a cold, mature beauty walking straight out of a manga. Her posture was confident and her gaze cold, but when she smiled it felt like a warm spring breeze, like melting ice and snow bringing everything back to life. Qin Feng took a look using his scanning ability. Name Shifuya. Age 27. Charm 90. Number of relationships 2. Only 2. That is impossible. Could there really be such an innocent girl in a place like a bar or nightclub? Working in a place like this, can she really keep herself pure? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. When he entered the bar, he had roughly scanned the girls around him. Most of the girls who came here were very pretty, including a few beauties with a score of 90. But their number of relationships was also high, mostly in the double digits and some even in the triple digits. The most exaggerated one was a beauty with a charm score of 86 who had reached 1,000 partners. Absolutely terrifying. Even at a rate of one a day, that would take 3 years. How did she manage to let so many people taste her lips before even turning 30? Qin Feng could not even imagine it. And he did not dare to mess with these girls either. Mainly because he did not dare to flirt with girls in front of Xia Ting, and testing the waters himself was a bit too dangerous. At the very least, he would only dare to try after obtaining a super strong physique. Seeing Qin Feng staring at her so intently, Shifuya felt secretly puzzled. She had seen men's lecherous stares, as well as their open, appreciative gazes. But this was her first time seeing a gaze that seemed to see right through her, and his eyes were full of astonishment. It was as if he was looking at something unbelievable. She quickly glanced down at her outfit and saw no issues. She had also checked the mirror before coming over, and her makeup was fine. She could not figure out what Qin Feng was looking at. Walking up to Qin Feng, she suppressed her doubts and said with a smile, "Excuse me, you two, I am the manager here, Zioya. I am very sorry that our service failed to satisfy you, please forgive us." After speaking, she bowed slightly. Regardless of who is right or wrong in the service industry, it is never wrong to apologize first. Shifuya was quite experienced. She continued, "As compensation, we would like to offer you a couple of our special cocktails. What do you think?" Her attitude was impeccable, but the promoter guy behind her looked impatient. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Feng said calmly, "No need. I did not ask for you to get free drinks." "Then what do you mean?" "Just now I wanted to order the Supreme Dragon set, but that guy said I only deserve to order a mixed set. I think there's a problem with your service here, so I wanted to talk to you about it." Hearing Qin Feng say he wanted to order the Dragon set, Shifuya was a bit surprised. Looking at his outfit and the beautiful woman beside him, she believed him a little more. Hearing him say that her promoter would not let him order drinks, she immediately got angry. This idiot always liked to look down on people. Last time he mocked a table of guests and drove them to the open seating area, claiming the booth was reserved for his friends. In the end, that table in the open area spent 20,000, much higher than his friend's minimum spend. Shifuya made up her mind. If the man in front of her really ordered the dragon set, she would fire this brainless idiot on the spot. "I am sorry, Zioya sincerely apologizes to you. We promise to train our staff better in the future to provide you with quality service. I hope you can forgive us this time." She bowed and apologized once again. The bow was much deeper than before, revealing snow-white skin through her collar. Qin Feng got a bit of eye candy but did not plan to do anything. He just wanted to complain. Why should a working man make things difficult for another working person? But just then, he heard the promoter let out a HMPH and mutter with a face full of mockery. "Stop pretending, someone like you ordering a dragon set, you must be joking." He did not believe for a second that these two broke losers could afford a dragon set, and he did not want to grovel in front of them. Although his voice was low, everyone present heard it. Shifuya's face darkened. This guy was offending a customer right in front of her. He really did not take her seriously. Her patience ran out. She turned her head and said coldly to him, "You are fired. Pack your things and get out of Imperial Dragon Bay." The guy yelled, "Why? I am telling the truth. Someone like him does not even know what a dragon set is. How could he afford it?" Shifuya looked at him with disgust. This jinx, no wonder people online always complained about their poor service. It turned out this idiot was causing trouble from within. Not wanting to waste time, she took out her phone, planning to call someone to drag him away. The guy panicked and said arrogantly, "You better think this through. My group of friends will never come here to spend money again." Speaking into her phone, Shifuya ordered coldly, "Send a few guys to S, make it quick." She had a lot of authority in this bar, everyone was under her command. Calling over a few tough guys was just a matter of minutes. Seeing her so resolute, the guy got angry and started cursing, "You stupid bitch, firing me over a cheapskate, fuck you." Slap. Shifuya slapped him hard across the face. The guy was stunned by the slap, he looked at her in disbelief. Qin Feng and Xia Ting were also dumbfounded. They did not expect this woman to be so fierce. Xia Ting was just thinking whether these two were putting on an act to trick her brother into spending money. That slap completely erased her doubts. What bar would act so realistically? Besides, her brother had not even shown any intention of paying yet, and they were already going to such extremes. At this moment, several burly men in uniform rushed over and stood in front of Shifuya, waiting for instructions. Shifuya said coldly, "Strip this idiot naked and throw him out." The burly men grabbed the guy's arms from both sides and carried him away. The guy with his skinny arms and legs did not dare make a sound while being held. He could only glare at Shifuya with venomous eyes. Shifuya saw his gaze, frowned, and added, "Do not leave a single piece of clothing on him and remember to record it." Watching this woman's ruthless and decisive demeanor, Qin Feng swallowed hard. He completely killed the thought of hitting on her in his mind. After dealing with this mess, Shifuya felt a bit mentally exhausted. These little brats, if they are not taught a lesson, they will not even know how the world works. Snapping back to reality, she gave Qin Feng a polite little smile and said, "I am sorry you had to see that. Everyone has their own ideas and we cannot control them." Qin Feng quickly and generously said it was fine, then asked curiously, "How much did his friend spend here with you?" Shifuya said lightly, "Around 100,000 or so in total." Knowing what to do, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Then just bring me 2 Supreme Divine Dragon sets to make up for your losses a bit." Hearing this, Shifuya looked up and observed Qin Feng in surprise. She saw his lean yet resolute face with sharply defined features, thick black eyebrows, and gentle eyes. He looked quite handsome. His lips were just a bit thin. This man spent over 100,000 so casually without blinking an eye. He did not have the arrogance of a nouveau rich, but rather gave the impression that this was just how things should be. He must be a young master from a wealthy family. She did not dare to neglect such a major client. Shifuya changed her form of address and gently reminded him, "Brother, when ordering such expensive drinks here, we require payment up front." Qin Feng nodded in understanding and directly swiped 180,000 on the POS machine. Staying true to his stingy nature, he added, "With the extra money, just bring some peanuts, sunflower seeds, or whatever you see fit." Shifuya thought he was joking. Seeing the POS machine spit out the receipt, she confirmed that he was indeed a big shot. She quickly took out her business card, handed it over, and smiled. "Brother, just come find me directly next time you visit. I will definitely arrange everything perfectly for you." Qin Feng scanned the QR code on her business card and added her as a friend. Seeing Qin Feng adding another woman as a friend, Xia Ting immediately hugged his arm tightly and shot Shifuya a look to declare her sovereignty. Shifuya sensibly offered a faint smile. After asking for Qin Feng's name, she said she would go down to arrange the drinks for them. Then she left the booth. Xia Ting pressed against Qin Feng's ear, her sweet breath tickling him as she whispered, "Brother, why did you compensate her?" The warm breath on Qin Feng's ear not only made his ear tickle, but also made his heart itch. At this moment, Xia Ting had her entire body clinging to him. They were extremely close, and the touch against his shoulder was incredibly soft. Moreover, the unique fragrance of the campus bell drifted into his nose. For a moment, Qin Feng was somewhat intoxicated by it, feeling dizzy from Xia Ting pressing her curves against him. Seeing Qin Feng staring blankly without speaking, Xia Ting wriggled her body and said coquettishly, "Oh, did you take a fancy to that woman?" Qin Feng was shaken back to reality and hurriedly said, "No, it is just that the incident started because of me, so I had to show some gesture." Xia Ting gave a soft HMPH. "Even so, there is no need to spend so much. Ordering one would have been enough." Qin Feng said generously, "Haha, it is fine. It is just a little bit of money." Hearing this, Xia Ting's eyes instantly lit up. The fact that this man could spend over 100,000 on drinks without a care showed his immense wealth. If she could perform a bit better, getting that sports car tomorrow would be a sure thing. Thinking of this, Xia Ting got excited and hugged Qin Feng, rubbing against him vigorously. She blushed when she noticed she had awakened little Qin Feng. She wanted to make a move, but was afraid Qin Feng would think she was too cheap. Just as she was hesitating, the music in the bar suddenly changed. It switched to a heavy, thumping DJ beat. The massive subwoofers started vibrating wildly. Waves of sound came crashing in one after another. Over a dozen sexy girls wearing bunny ears made their entrance. They held up glowing Spades gift boxes, each containing a dazzling bottle of Ace of Spades champagne. Swaying their hips, they began to parade around the bar. At this moment, the DJ's voice joined in. "Make some noise." Seeing this spectacle, the patrons in the bar immediately knew some boss had ordered Ace of Spades. The crowd instantly boiled over with excitement. The entire atmosphere was ignited, with cheers rising and falling. Congratulations to young Master Qin at Booth S for ordering 2 Divine Dragon sets. Let us wish the boss success in all his endeavors and that all his wishes come true. Amidst the DJ's shouts, the group of bunny girls walked gracefully to Booth S, and the ones at the front placed the Ace of Spades on the table. They danced around Qin Feng and Xia Ting's sofa, skillfully using their slender hands to pop party poppers, spray prop money, and scatter gold confetti. The girls in the back held up the glowing gift boxes, swaying back and forth in front of the booth, drawing everyone's attention. The spotlight hit Qin Feng. For a moment, the prop money flying all over the sky let him experience what true extravagance felt like. The girls downstairs saw that the person who ordered the Divine Dragon sets was a handsome guy and let out high-decibel screams. They constantly blew him flying kisses. Seeing so many people cheering for him, Qin Feng's mind felt a bit dizzy. Was this what it felt like to drop over 100,000 all at once? Was this the life of those wealthy young masters? To be honest, it felt incredibly good, leaving him feeling like he was walking on air. It was also Xia Ting's first time being surrounded in the center like a leading lady. She was equally thrilled. In the past, the most she had experienced was squeezing in with a bunch of other women to feel this atmosphere. Occasionally, watching other couples order bottles in such a warm and romantic way, she had secretly envied them and fantasized about it. She never expected that today, by Qin Feng's side, she would experience this feeling of being surrounded by stars like the moon. She looked at Qin Feng, tears of being moved welling up in her eyes. Xia Ting's affection increased by 5. Qin Feng received the system message and glanced at Xia Ting's profile. Her current affection level was 57, indicating they were familiar. Total consumption 420,000. Qin Feng was overjoyed internally at this moment, but he did not show it on his face, continuing to pretend to be completely unfazed. Ting, I just saw at the very bottom of the menu there is a bottle called Remy Martin something 13. Do you want to try it? Xia Ting jumped in shock. That kind of liquor cost as much as gold. A single bottle cost 2 to 300,000. She had seen the grand display when that drink was served. It was like a wedding procession, with a group of girls holding glowing signs in front, and 8 muscular men carrying a sedan chair fit for an emperor in the back. Reclining on the sedan chair would be a bottle of Remy Martin Louis XIII Black Pearl. The prestige and the aura were simply unmatched. The moment it came out, it blew the whole place away. Xia Ting genuinely felt it was not worth ordering just to show off. Drinking that was worse than buying gold for herself. Brother, do not order anymore. We have so much to drink we will not even be able to finish it. Xia Ting's heart ached for the money. At this moment, she only wanted to save a little for Qin Feng, hoping he would give all the saved money to her instead. Qin Feng was slightly disappointed. He really wanted to order drinks a few more times to quickly raise her affection level. But since Xia Ting said it was not necessary, forcing himself to show off might backfire. He had no choice but to drop the idea. After making a fuss for a while, the crowd slowly dispersed. A few girls quietly asked Qin Feng if he needed them to stay and keep him company. Qin Feng shook his head and rejected them all. Every single one of them did not even score over 80 points. With all the plastic surgery on their faces, they looked incredibly fake. Keeping them was worse than going after that 85-point man-eater. At least she was genuinely stunning. Just now, she was the one down there blowing wild kisses at Qin Feng, making his heart race. If Xia Ting had not been there, she probably would have rushed up to him long ago. Young Master Qin, I will open a few bottles for you to drink first, and we can save the rest for you. At this moment, Shifuya came up carrying peanuts, sunflower seeds, and a fruit platter, saying with a smile. Looking at Shifuya's beautiful face, Qin Feng's heart stirred, and he wanted to take a close look at her detailed information. But the system prompted that the host needed to spend money on the target in order to update the goddess's detailed profile. Qin Feng smiled. Giving away money was the easiest thing in the world. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said, do not save it. If we cannot finish it, just give it away. You take 2 bottles first. It was the first time Shifuya had heard of someone ordering drinks just to give them away. She was stunned for a moment and asked, young Master Qin, is this for me? If Qin Feng had told her to drink it, she would not be surprised, but giving it away directly was quite interesting. She was the bar manager, so receiving alcohol was equivalent to receiving cash directly. Although her annual salary was high, who would complain about having more money? The Ace of Spades cost 10 to 20,000 a bottle at the bar's price, and the black gold ones were even more expensive. Qin Feng nodded, just take 2 bottles with you when you leave. They are a gift for you. The jealousy in Xia Ting's eyes was almost overflowing. She hugged Qin Feng and glared at Shifuya resentfully without saying a word. Seeing that Qin Feng dared to be so attentive to her while his girlfriend was right beside him, Shifuya could not help but smile. She guessed that he probably wanted her to drink with him, which was why he was spending money to win her over. Shifuya had a rather good impression of Qin Feng's open and honest demeanor. So she opened 2 bottles, poured drinks for the 3 of them, and then raised her glass, saying, Then Xioya thanks young Master Qin for the reward, wishing the boss smooth sailing and great fortune. After saying that, she boldly downed the drink in one gulp. At this moment, Qin Feng heard the system's voice. Goddess database updated. Name Shifuya. Age 27. Height 168 centimeters. Weight 49 kilograms. Charm 90. Occupation bar manager. Specialty judo. Favorability 5. Status stranger. Number of past relationships 2. Conquest reward 10 cyborg bodyguards. Amount spent 30,000 yuan. Looking at the conquest reward, Qin Feng asked the system what cyborgs were. The system explained that they were high-tech clones with excellent intelligence, proficient in various skills. Their combat ability was equivalent to Xia country's ace special forces. They had no emotions, no sense of pain, no gender, and possessed legal Xia country identities. Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned into heart shapes. This is so damn ridiculous. If I send them out to work, each of them could earn at least 10,000 a month. 10 people would mean 100,000. I could just lie down and make money. Is not that damn amazing? If an emperor from the past got his hands on these, he would probably die laughing. There would not be any need for eunuchs anymore. After finishing her drink, Shifuya saw Qin Feng's fanatical gaze, looking like a big bad wolf seeing a little white rabbit. She guessed he might think she was like those escort girls, the kind of woman who could be taken away casually. Shifuya could not help but smile, not bothering to explain that she was different from those women. After all, he had not asked explicitly. Being so eager to emphasize that she was a proper girl would make her look silly. However, in order to get him to come back often, she still needed to play along. She smiled and said, "Why are not you drinking, young Master Qin?" Qin Feng took a sip of his drink and said, "You better not call me young Master Qin. It sounds like beast in Chinese, which is weird." Shifuya burst into laughter. "Then can I call you Boss Qin?" Qin Feng felt this title was a bit old-fashioned, but it was acceptable, so he nodded. Watching Shifuya bend over to open the wine, deliberately revealing her cleavage, Xia Ting cursed her as a slut in her heart. On the surface, however, she smiled and tried to get close. "Sister Xioya, it must be very hard work managing such a big bar all by yourself, right?" Shifuya smiled and replied, "It is not hard, just small things. If you guys come to play every day, that would be supporting my work." After opening the wine, she took a slice of watermelon and handed it to Qin Feng. Then, out of habit, she smoothed the skirt over her hips and naturally sat down on Qin Feng's right side. Sitting on either side of Qin Feng with Xia Ting, her face full of smiles, she subtly probed into his background. "Boss Qin looks so young yet spends so generously. Your family background must be quite extraordinary." Shifuya had a charming scent on her, mellow and sweet like fine wine. Qin Feng felt intoxicated just smelling it, and unknowingly blurted out the truth. "There is nothing much to say about my family, we just serve the people." This was what the other security guards used to say to flatter themselves when he was a security guard. To put it nicely, it was serving the people. To put it bluntly, it was being a watchdog. Hearing this, Shifuya was secretly shocked. So this man was not a rich second generation. He was a damn red second generation. Only those with officials in the family would so modestly say they serve the people. He did not look like someone who frequented entertainment venues like this. His family was probably strict, so he rarely came out to play. No wonder the promoter said at the beginning that he did not know about the dragon set. The way she looked at Qin Feng instantly changed. Shifuya's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability 10, status acquainted. Qin Feng was baffled. How did her favorability just go up? Xia Ting did not think that much. She just saw Shifuya's gaze become strange and immediately grew vigilant. She hurriedly drew Qin Feng's attention, afraid that he would lock eyes with that slut. "Brother, let me toast you. Thank you for giving me so many gifts. I am really touched." Looking at Xia Ting, who had suddenly become passionate, Qin Feng felt even more confused. The atmosphere was changing a bit too fast. On his left was a blooming smile, and on his right were flirtatious glances. He had not even done anything. Shifuya could tell that Qin Feng's girlfriend was showing off, and she could not help but find it secretly amusing. She would not dare have any special thoughts about Qin Feng. A family background like his was not something an ordinary commoner could reach for. As long as a noble young master like him could bring a few more friends to play, she would be very happy. Shifuya raised her glass and said, "Boss Qin, let me toast you too. The venue got hyped up tonight thanks to you. Thank you very much." Qin Feng did not know how to refuse, so he drank with the left and then with the right. Combined with the wine from earlier, he was now a bit tipsy. Listening to the dynamic music and the stimulating atmosphere, a crowd of men and women downstairs were fully releasing themselves under the energetic lights. There was also the female DJ in the center of the stage, leading the rhythm of the whole venue. She held her headset with one hand and pointed at the ceiling with the other, dancing and waving to the beat. A passionate place like this really made it easy for people's blood to pump. Seeing that he seemed to want to move, Xia Ting took Qin Feng's hand and led him to dance. There was a small, independent dance floor next to their booth. Xia Ting danced very boldly in front of Qin Feng, raising her hands high facing him and swaying left and right with large twists. Although Qin Feng did not really know how to dance, the atmosphere had reached this point, so he could only jump around randomly. Plus, Xia Ting taught him well, guiding his hands to her waist and leading him to sway. This kind of random jumping dance was not very difficult, and Qin Feng gradually learned the trick. Shifuya did not go up to join them. She sat in the booth smiling as she watched Qin Feng make a fool of himself. Having this kind of noble young master come to her place to play for the first time gave her a guilty feeling of corrupting someone else's child. Qin Feng played for a while and the touching aroused his inner fire. Holding a great beauty, but not being able to eat her left him with deep resentment. He let go of Xia Ting and returned to the sofa unhappily, drinking and chatting with Shifuya, wanting to calm down. Seeing him look a bit unhappy, Xia Ting thought she had done something to make him angry. She quickly ran down and clung to Qin Feng, saying, "What is wrong, brother? Do not you like dancing?" Qin Feng liked dancing well enough, but not being able to get down to the real business made him feel terribly frustrated. He did not dare to tell Xia Ting explicitly, so he just brushed it off. "It is okay, I just feel it is a bit boring." Shifuya glanced at Xia Ting and said mischievously, "Is it boring because there are too few people?" Xia Ting had a sudden realization. She felt that Shifuya made some sense. What man would not want to be surrounded by a group of girls? He was probably holding back from calling girls over to liven things up because she was here, leaving him a bit unsatisfied. So she should be more generous and let him have a good time. After all, if he is happy, her dreams will come true tomorrow. Thinking of this, Xia Ting acted a little coy and impulsively said, "How about, I call a few of my girlfriends over to drink and have fun together." As soon as she finished speaking, seeing Shifuya's sly smile, she instantly came to her senses. She silently cursed at herself for being foolish enough to be led by the nose. Who would proactively call girls for their own man? What if Qin Feng took a liking to another woman? What would she do then? At this moment, Xia Ting wished she could slap herself. Qin Feng was overjoyed when he heard Xia Ting's words. Embracing girls on his left and right, with pretty ladies feeding him grapes. What man has not fantasized about this scenario? He did not expect Xia Ting to be so generous. However, seeing her forced smile, Qin Feng quickly realized that she was not very willing. Indeed, what girl could tolerate her man messing around outside? And the purpose of his trip was not to play around anyway, but to pick up girls and get cash back. He barely had to think for 2 seconds to make up his mind. With a gentle voice, he smiled and said to Xia Ting, "No need, I prefer being with you." As soon as his words fell, sure enough, he received a system message. Xia Ting's affection increased by 5. This was no challenge for him at all. Watching Xia Ting reveal a happy smile on her face, Qin Feng felt secretly pleased. Now that he was gradually getting used to dealing with women, he was becoming more and more proficient. Flirty words just rolled right off his tongue. Xia Ting's affection had already reached 62, reaching the intimate level. It only took a day. Qin Feng was very satisfied. At this rate, reaching 80 for the cashback would not be too hard. Maybe there was even hope of reaching 100 affection and getting that super physique. Speaking of the super physique, it seemed that capturing beauties with a score of 90 or above all yielded conquest rewards. And there were 2 90-score beauties in the bar, although their number of past relationships was a bit high. But how did that saying go again? Cherish the good girls. Do not waste the bad girls. Qin Feng wanted to see their conquest rewards. So he said to Shifuya, "Sister Ya, we cannot finish all this liquor anyway, could you give them away for me?" Shifuya was no stranger to this kind of sending drinks to pick up girls scenario. Thinking of some nouveau rich showing off by buying drinks for the whole club, she teased. "Is Mr. Qin going to treat everyone to Ace of Spades? Do you want me to tell the DJ to shout that tonight's expenses are all covered by Mr. Qin?" Qin Feng quickly waved his hands and begged for mercy. No, that is so cringy it makes my scalp tingle. It is totally social suicide. Only a massive sucker would do something like that. Even if he had money with nowhere to spend it, there was no need to throw it away like that. Shifuya covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. It is indeed very awkward. Having worked in the bar for 2 years, she had the privilege of witnessing that kind of scene. The atmosphere was hyped, and that nouveau rich let the alcohol go to his head, announcing he would foot the bill for everyone. The whole club cheered, shouting that the boss was awesome, and then desperately ordered expensive drinks. When it was time to settle the bill in the end, the boss cried on the spot. Later, after getting a discount, he barely managed to pay. It was very humiliating. Qin Feng agreed, everyone comes out to have fun and wants to save face. If I show off like this, they might not even be happy. Then how do you want to give these drinks away? Shifuya asked. Qin Feng stood up and glanced down below. He acted as if he was randomly picking 2 tables and said, "Just that table A and the 3 girls at the scattered table over there. You can just send 1 bottle of liquor to each of those tables for me." Shifuya looked at Xia Ting and smilingly asked Qin Feng, "Do you want to invite them over to join us?" A bottle of liquor that costs over 10,000 is definitely enough to invite girls over. Hearing this, Xia Ting pouted and shook Qin Feng's arm, showing her displeasure. Qin Feng immediately said, "No need to invite them." He knew his limits. Before Xia Ting's affection was maxed out, he did not dare to mess around too much. It was better to check their profiles first. Shifuya was a shrewd person. Seeing that the 2 tables Qin Feng pointed to each had an extremely beautiful girl, she instantly understood what he was plotting. Then she saw Qin Feng unconsciously twirl his phone, hinting that he wanted the contact info of those two girls. Shifuya gave him a meaningful look and said, "I understand." She packed 4 bottles of Ace of Spades in an ice cooler and went down to get it done. Among them were 2 bottles of her own. After she left, Qin Feng saw that Xia Ting was still shaking his arm nonstop, so he pulled her onto the sofa and coaxed her. "Ting Ting, what is wrong?" Xia Ting rolled her eyes at him. "You seemed very happy sending those drinks. Why do you still care about me? Go drink with those girls." Qin Feng found her jealous look incredibly cute. Growing up, he had never had a girl get jealous over him. He laughed, "Do not be mad, it is just some drinks. We cannot finish them anyway. If you do not like it, I will not send any more in the future." HMPH, sweet words. You even pretended to be honest to trick me at the beginning. "I did not trick you, I really had not gone out to play much before. I promise that from now on, whenever we come to this kind of place, I will listen to you in everything. Is that okay?" Qin Feng said seriously. Seeing him speak so sincerely, Xia Ting felt a warmth in her heart. Regardless of whether it was true or false, as long as he coaxed her, it meant he cared about her. She leaned against Qin Feng's chest, drawing circles with her finger and said with a touch of haughtiness, "Then you cannot secretly come to the bar to play by yourself behind my back from now on. Okay, I will take you with me wherever I go from now on, trust me." Qin Feng wished he could tie her to his belt. Before her affection maxed out, his money could only be spent through Xia Ting. Of course, he wanted to be with her every moment. Xia Ting did not know if what he said was true or false. But sweet words indeed made her heart flutter. She lay on Qin Feng's chest, staring blankly at his handsome side profile. The live music was very loud, and they needed to speak directly into each other's ears to chat. Qin Feng turned his ear to listen for a long time but heard no sound, so he turned his head to see what was going on. As a result, as soon as he turned his head, their noses touched first, followed immediately by their lips. Their lips were like magnets at this moment, attracting each other, pressing together gently. In an instant, both their heartbeats quickened. They could not help but embrace each other, their breaths intertwining. This was Qin Feng's first kiss. Without the slightest guard, it was taken away by Xia Ting just like that. Qin Feng was not content being passive. He eagerly demanded more, continuously tasting her honey-like nectar. This kind of nectar-gathering skill does not need to be taught. Guys are born knowing how. Xia Ting was kissed until she could not catch her breath. Her eyes were misty, her whole body went soft, and the electric-like sensation made her instinctively respond to Qin Feng. After a long time, their lips parted. A glistening thread connected their lips. Qin Feng knew that if he could say something sweet at this moment, he could get lucky tonight. He racked his brains, trying to remember what male leads in novels would say. But at the critical moment, he just could not think of anything. Looking at the blushing face, the watery eyes, and the alluring red lips in front of him. At such a close distance, he could even feel the hot breath Xia Ting exhaled. They stared at each other for a long while. Qin Feng panicked and could not utter a single word. Just as he was about to recklessly push forward and bluntly ask if she wanted to sleep with him, Xia Ting spoke up. "Brother, I drank too much and feel a little dizzy." After saying that, Xia Ting turned her head away slightly. With her shy look, even a little kid could understand what she meant. I will take you to rest," Qin Feng replied tremblingly. Xia Ting bit her lip lightly, looking embarrassed, and said weakly, "Are we going to your place?" "To a hotel." Without waiting for her agreement, Qin Feng took her hand, ready to take her to get a room. He was not an ascetic saint. Since Xia Ting was already being so proactive, if he were to take a step back now, then the few ounces of meat on his body would be completely useless. Might as well chop it off and give the system away to the audience. It is of no damn use to him anyway. Hearing that they were not going to his place, Xia Ting gave him a slightly reproachful look. She felt quite indignant inside. Was she really that unpresentable? Even if his parents were home, her looks would not embarrass him. He was even hiding his home from her. Stinky man. But displeasure aside, she also knew that something was definitely going to happen tonight. Qin Feng had spent 300,000 to 400,000 just today. That was enough for a down payment on a cheap house. She definitely had to seize the opportunity with such a high-quality man. Xia Ting got up and followed Qin Feng for a couple of steps, then habitually looked back at the table. After making sure she had her phone and everything, she noticed the 6 unopened bottles of alcohol on the table. She hurriedly pulled Qin Feng and said with heartache, "Are we just going to leave these drinks?" Seeing her reluctant look, Qin Feng smiled. "How about I get you a membership card and store them under your name?" Xia Ting finally beamed with joy, wrapping her arms around Qin Feng's neck and looking at him affectionately. Qin Feng read the desire in her eyes and reviewed his kissing skills with her again. He did not let her go until he had kissed Xia Ting so much that her cheeks were flushed and she was almost out of breath. Just then, his phone vibrated. Qin Feng looked and saw it was a message from Shifuya. First was a candid photo. In the photo were 3 girls at a regular table, and one extremely pretty girl was circled in red. A string of phone numbers was noted next to it. Then there was a text message. It roughly meant that the 2 men and 2 women at booth A did not accept Qin Feng's drinks, so she did not get the girls' numbers. Qin Feng smiled, not really minding that they refused his drinks. With guys around, sending drinks was a bit like a slap in their faces. He really liked Shifuya's careful way of doing things. Everything was clear at a glance. The 3 girls accepted Qin Feng's drinks, and he also received a system notification. Goddess database updated. Name Teng Yao. Age 29. Height 158 cm. Weight 41 kg. Charm 90. Profession voice actor. Special trait various voice tones. Favorability 0 stranger. Number of past relationships 49. Conquest reward top tier fighting skills. Amount spent 20,000 yuan. This girl's specialty was pretty good. She could probably disguise her voice in various ways. Like a lowly voice, a mature woman voice, or a vocal fry. It would definitely be fun to play around with. It is just that the number of past relationships was a bit uncomfortable. And the conquest reward was not very good either. What is the use of top-tier fighting skills in modern society? To fight in a ring. Being able to fight is of no damn use. When you are out in the world, it is all about background and having power. Knowing how to fight is best, of course, but it does not matter if you do not. You can just spend money to hire bodyguards. Those 10 cyborgs were way better than this so-called top-tier fighting skill. Even Xia Ting's super physique felt better than knowing how to fight. As for the other girl at A, Qin Feng stood up and scanned her. Charm 93, number of past relationships 96. Normally, the number of relationships was higher than her charm value. Forget it, better not to look. He was not a germaphobe, but Qin Feng just felt weird about pursuing a girl who was highly likely to cheat on him. Even if it was purely for the reward, deceiving someone's true feelings was not good. Even if you are going to be a scumbag, you should at least act like a human. Xia Ting and Shifuya, these 2 girls look much better than those flirtatious tramps. He sent Shifuya a text message asking her to come over and set up the membership card. Shifuya obediently hurried over. After storing the drinks, Qin Feng deposited another 200,000 yuan right in front of Xia Ting. This generous gesture made an excited Xia Ting hug him even tighter. It even increased Shifuya's favorability by 2 points. Her attitude towards Qin Feng also became more respectful. It is hard for women not to like a man who is rich, powerful, and handsome. Qin Feng held Xia Ting's hand and left the bar under Shifuya's fawning gaze. After going out, they found a 4-star international hotel and took a car straight to the destination. The 5-star hotel was too far away. Distant water cannot quench an immediate thirst. Entering the hotel, they chose a presidential suite. Original price 38,000, current price 9,800. It came with an exclusive butler to enjoy attentive service. Qin Feng's butler was a woman in her 30s, wearing a cheongsam with elegant and calm manners. Her charm value was over 70. In the elevator, she asked after their well-being, inquiring if they wanted a midnight snack or a relaxing massage. Then she introduced the functions of each floor. Like the basketball court, gym, swimming pool, chess, and card room. Qin Feng did not really care about these. He only cared about whether the bed was big enough. They arrived at the top floor, pushed open the room door, let alone the bed in the bedroom. Just the huge floor-to-ceiling windows alone were eye-catching. Looking through the windows, there were not many buildings outside, and the view was unobstructed, allowing one to take in the charming night view of Jiangcheng at a glance. The bright lights and starlight reflected each other, painting a dreamlike scene. The entire suite was extremely spacious, about 200 square meters. A 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout. The living room was luxuriously and stylishly decorated, with a few extravagantly shaped sofas highlighting its nobility. Outside was a super large open-air balcony, with a small swimming pool on the side. The weather in September was the most comfortable time for swimming. Neither cold nor hot, the 2 could swim while enjoying the scenery and the undisturbed evening breeze. The scenery was uniquely beautiful, but Qin Feng had no time to appreciate it. After shutting the female butler out, he could not wait to hold Xia Ting, kissing and touching her. Xia Ting's slip dress was very easy to take off. With a flick of the straps to the sides, the clothes on her shoulders instantly slipped to the floor. Qin Feng's movements were slightly inexperienced and clumsy, but under Xia Ting's careful guidance, he overcame all difficulties. Half an hour later, Qin Feng lit a cigarette. He was not very satisfied with his first performance, but he was too nervous and could not control it. At this time, Xia Ting was taking a shower in the bathroom. Her blurry silhouette could be seen through the glass window. Splash, splash. The water flowing from the shower head made urging sounds. Qin Feng rested on the bed for a moment, put out his cigarette and followed her in. Ah, what are you coming in for? What do you think? Xia Ting let out an exclamation. She looked a bit shy. Afterwards, the two took a bath together in the luxurious large bathtub, which took another hour. Dragon Bay Bar. Tang Yao was still staring blankly at the now empty S booth. She had been keeping an eye on that man ever since he ordered 12 bottles of Ace of Spades earlier. He looked a bit younger than her, with a sense of world weariness in his eyes that did not match his age, and he was quite handsome. When surrounded by women, a hint of awkwardness would actually appear on his face. It was just too cute. For a woman nearing 30 like her, this kind of young stud had a fatal attraction. The most important thing was that he could afford 2 sets of the Grand Dragon package, which meant he was a bit of a rich kid. Tang Yao was deeply tempted and really wanted to rush over and make a move. She was very confident in her looks, few men ever turned her down. But when she saw that the handsome young man was already accompanied by 2 women who were no less attractive than herself, Tang Yao backed off. Sure enough, a good man is always fought over by a crowd of girls. She had suffered enough losses and did not want to compete with those young, feisty girls. Just as she was feeling disappointed, thinking she had no chance with that handsome guy, he had someone send over a bottle of Ace of Spades and asked for her number specifically. She was overjoyed, believing the man had been conquered by her beauty and had fallen for her at first sight. Under the envious gazes of her 2 companions, Tang Yao handed over her number right away. She started fantasizing about how he would reach out to her. She wondered if she should play the innocent girl or the mature, sophisticated big sister. Tang Yao sat in her seat, letting her imagination run wild, clutching her phone and waiting for it to ring, checking WeChat from time to time to see if there were any new friend requests. Her 2 friends had already gone down to the dance floor to hook up with men. She was still foolishly waiting. During that time, several men came over to hit on her, but Tang Yao ignored them all. She only wanted to show her reserved side to the handsome guy at S. But after waiting for a long time, she looked up. Damn, he had left long ago. Tang Yao was stunned as she stared at the empty booth upstairs. Who asks for a girl's number and then just leaves without a word? She was very unhappy. Just when she thought she had been played, the woman who had been sitting at the S booth earlier returned. She sat there alone, drinking as if she were waiting for someone. Tang Yao thought the man would come back, so she foolishly waited along with her. She waited for a very, very long time until her friends came to urge her to go get barbecue, but the handsome guy still had not returned. She gradually fell into despair. After seeing Qin Feng off, Shifuya returned to the booth to help keep the atmosphere going. She noticed the girl downstairs kept looking at her. She found it very strange. I am the one running the place, what are you looking at? Meanwhile, inside the presidential suite, Qin Feng was lying in bed, holding a naked Xia Ting, completely unaware that someone was still pining for him. He smelled the fragrance of her hair and gently stroked her smooth, tender skin. Their bodies were pressed tightly together. Their eyes met. Xia Ting's eyes were filled with affection, and her shy expression was written with desire. Qin Feng could not help but get excited. The 2 of them went at it again. The post-coital moment. They chatted about their days back on campus. He listened to Xia Ting talk about her life after graduation. She said her mother forced her to go on blind dates, and those men were all weirdos who wanted to split the bill when eating. They were terrified of spending any money on her. Unlike Brother, who was so generous and treated her so well. Brother was the best guy she had ever met in her life. Her words were dripping with manipulative sweetness. She had Qin Feng completely spellbound. Men just loved to hear that. However, she fell asleep while talking, probably due to being too exhausted today. Qin Feng had not heard enough. He closed his eyes and lay still for a while, but he felt no sleepiness at all. So he gently pulled his arm out from under Xia Ting's neck. He went to the balcony alone and sat on a rocking chair. On the coffee table beside him were fruit platters, snacks, and drinks. The night was deep and quiet. The night breeze was slightly cool. He took his phone out of his bathrobe pocket. He flipped through his photo album to look at his glorious moments at the bar tonight. There were photos of him with the bunnies. In the pictures, the beautified girls were huddled next to Qin Feng, flashing bright smiles. And Qin Feng was smiling faintly among the group of girls, looking as if he were someone of immense status, completely unruffled. Qin Feng picked 2 photos, added them to the night view shots he took in the hotel room, and posted them to his moments. He added the caption, "Transforming from a boy to a man, the pressure is immense. I do not know if I can handle it." He did not have any relatives or elders on his WeChat, just some classmates and friends, so he had no reservations about what he posted. The post did not have any special meaning. It was just to commemorate the loss of his virginity. After posting, Qin Feng shook his head and secretly laughed at his own childishness. From now on, he was not a boy anymore. He had to carry himself with more composure and not be so easily rattled. Qin Feng looked down on himself for a moment, then opened WeChat, wanting to chat with Shifuya about romance. The bio-enhanced bodyguard was just too attractive, and even though Shifuya looked hard to get, he still wanted to give it a try. He sent a message, "Are you still busy?" The other party replied quickly, "Almost done, not too busy." "Qin Feng, you are so hardworking, busy until this late every day." "Shifuya, gotta make a living, I'm used to it." "Shifuya, is Mr. Qin not with his girlfriend? How do you have time to message me?" Qin Feng looked back at Xia Ting, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He wanted to reply that she was asleep. Suddenly it hit him. If he were the girl on the other end, hearing such a scumbag remark, he would probably block himself immediately. He replied vaguely, "I am just out here catching some air by myself." Shifuya smiled slightly, mistakenly thinking Qin Feng wanted to invite her out. She was experienced with these kinds of untouchable guests, so she typed, "Where are you? I will call a few pretty girls to keep you company." Qin Feng was completely spent today. He was afraid he would die from exhaustion if he called any more women. Besides, he could not just leave Xia Ting alone in the hotel and sneak out to play. Xia Ting had been drinking and was sleeping way too soundly. If she woke up and found her relationship count had changed to 6 and asked what happened and she was all confused, Qin Feng could not handle that. He declined, "No need, I just wanted to chat with you." Shifuya sent a voice message teasingly, "Brother, if your girlfriend sees you sneaking off to chat with me, will not she be angry?" Another manipulative girl. Qin Feng chuckled. It seemed like the art of manipulation was innate for beautiful women. He remembered a novel he had read and replied in true scumbag fashion. "She will not, she is very obedient. Only a scumbag is worthy of a manipulative girl." Shifuya smiled and hinted, "But I am not obedient. If my husband dared to cheat, I would send him to the palace." Qin Feng was startled and asked, "You have a husband?" Seeing that he kept sending text, Shifuya decided to stick to text as well. "Yeah, I will be 28 at the new year. Is not it normal to have a husband?" Qin Feng felt a chill run through him. He only wanted to be a scumbag, not a scumbag who destroys other people's marriages. If she had a husband, he could not bring himself to make a move. Only someone like Cao Cao would get more excited seeing a married woman. He thought about the reward for conquering Shifuya, 10 loyal, super strong men slipping away from him, and his heart ached so much he could not breathe. He did not even want to say another word. Shifuya smiled faintly as she saw him back off. Even though her bar's business might suffer if such big clients stopped coming, she did not want to be targeted by these high and mighty types. These people are inhumanly rich, fickle, and do whatever they want because they have money. She did not want to become a plaything for them. Besides, it was true that she had a husband. He had just been dead for nearly 4 years. Qin Feng stared blankly at the starry sky. He did not think too much. He was a man of principle. A married woman was not to be messed with. He comforted himself that the cyborg was not a big deal. As long as he was willing to spend money, he could hire bodyguards by the handful. The reward for winning over Shifuya was not the absolute best either. Maybe the reward for the next girl would be even better. Like an indestructible body, immortality, summoning wind and rain, or moving mountains and filling seas. If there really was something like that, would not it be wonderful? What were a few mere cyborgs in comparison? Having sorted out his thoughts, Qin Feng mentally categorized Shifuya as just a regular friend. He sent a message just to chat casually. "Does not your husband mind you working at a bar?" Shifuya frowned. Thinking he still refused to give up, she added some strong fuel to the fire. "Our daughter is already 5.5 years old, what is there to mind?" "Well then, she even has a daughter." There was absolutely no hope left. Shifuya's profile showed that she had only been intimate with 2 people. This meant she was very loyal to her husband, and given how lovable she was, the 2 of them must have been very much in love. Husband and wife working together, raising children and building a warm home. Qin Feng could not help but sigh, that is true happiness. This used to be Qin Feng's dream. But now he would no longer be so naive. Even if it was just for the system's conquest rewards, he had to be a scumbag. He would not give up the entire forest for a single tree. "Haha, it is all right." Shifuya replied to the message absent-mindedly. Her smile turned a bit bitter. A widow's door invites gossip, and with a child in tow, one could imagine how hard these past few years had been for her. Fortunately, her husband had done well for himself when he was alive, and many big shots in the underworld had connections with him. This bar was opened by her husband's brother. Her husband's brother appreciated her abilities and let her manage the bar. But as time passed, her husband's death was gradually forgotten by people. Her husband's brother, who is also the boss of the bar, slowly developed improper thoughts about Shifuya. He kept hinting that he wanted to keep her as his mistress. From verbal harassment at the beginning to getting handsy recently, taking advantage of her in various ways and constantly hinting for her to sleep with him. Shifuya had strong self-esteem and did not want to be the other woman for this married man. But for the sake of her child, she needed to keep her job, so she endured the boss's harassment without lashing out. This attitude in the eyes of outsiders looked like she was having an affair with the boss. Shifuya did not explain. Looking at the word happiness that Qin Feng had mentioned, she stared blankly. Happiness? At such a blooming age, yet having to bear all this, she had long been disconnected from happiness. Cold text could not convey emotions. Seeing that she did not really want to chat, Qin Feng just made some small talk. He said he would go to her bar and buy her a drink when he had time. He received Shifuya's reply, "I await Boss Qin's honorable presence." Qin Feng closed the chat window with her. At the same time, he received a message from another girl. Looking at the red circle on the top right corner of the girl's avatar in WeChat, he smiled. Her name was Jiang Mangsu. Usually it was Qin Feng who reached out to her first. Times like today when she actively contacted him were rare. He opened the chat window. The last conversation between them was 6 days ago, an explanation from her. "I was too busy working overtime last night and did not see the message." Below was the current message. "Qin Feng, did you go to a bar?" Qin Feng pulled up her photo and scanned it. Charm value 82. Number of past relationships 21. Seeing 21, Qin Feng's emotions fluctuated a bit. He had spent all his salary over the years on this woman, but she never let him hug or kiss her, saying she wanted to save it for their wedding day. He thought she was as pure as he was, never expecting she had undressed for so many people. 3 years of dedication, and in the end, it was not even his turn. Qin Feng could cry at his own stupidity. A simp ultimately ends up with nothing. "How could you go to a bar? Did not we agree to work hard together to save money for a house? Are you doing right by me?" Seeing the questioning message from Jiang Mangsu, Qin Feng's blood pressure instantly spiked. 10,000 alpacas stampeded through his heart. He did not expect this woman to come and accuse him. She almost rocked the car with another man, and she still had the nerve to say he was doing her wrong. She still thought he was the same old sucker. Qin Feng took a deep breath, trying his best to calm down. It was not worth getting angry over a woman like this. He replied lukewarmly, "I am not your boyfriend, so how am I doing you wrong? Jiang Mangsu, we both know what our relationship is in our hearts. Do we really have to spell it out? Jiang Mangsu, you are not trying to use going to a bar to force me to agree to be your girlfriend, are you? Jiang Mangsu, are not you being childish? Jiang Mangsu, and posting about becoming a man on your moments, that is so disgusting. You have really disappointed me." All right. So that is how we are playing, huh? Qin Feng was so furious he turned into a keyboard warrior and fired right back. "Girl, wake up. Why do not you look in the mirror and see what the word disgusting really looks like? I even feel dirty just scolding you. Even a garbage collector would not want trash like you. I was blind before, but my eyes are fine now. Please do not harass me anymore, thanks." To make her even more unhappy, Qin Feng added one more sentence. "Oh right, forgot to tell you I won 90 million yesterday. Too bad you are not qualified to spend it." Jiang Mangsu was dumbfounded by the scolding, holding her phone not knowing how to reply. She absolutely did not believe a beggar like Qin Feng would win the lottery. These days lottery companies only knew how to desperately rake in money. How could any outsider possibly win? Seeing him scold her like this, Jiang Mangsu angrily wanted to block him. She had so many fish in her pond, one more or one less would not make a difference. But on second thought, it would be a bit of a pity to just throw him away. Out of all the fish, Qin Feng was the most foolish. He would give her at least 3,000 or 4,000 worth of gifts every month. And seeing him dress so sharply at the bar, maybe he really did strike it rich. Jiang Mangsu suppressed her anger and typed, "What is wrong with you? Were you provoked by something?" Qin Feng replied sarcastically, "No, I just suddenly got rich and cannot share it with you, so I am a little sad, that is all." "Jiang Mangsu, can we talk properly? We were perfectly fine before." "Qin Feng, you said it yourself, that was before. Now you are you and I am me. We have no relationship whatsoever." Seeing him speak so decisively, Jiang Mangsu was startled and hurriedly asked, "Did you fall for another woman?" "Qin Feng, none of your business. I am going to sleep, goodbye." Jiang Mangsu, come back and explain yourself clearly. Who is that woman? Other than a third party getting involved, Jiang Mangsu could not think of why Qin Feng would suddenly change his attitude. She had been very satisfied with Qin Feng's performance over the past few years. He did whatever he was told, obedient as a dog. Even late at night in winter, if she wanted some spicy hot pot, Qin Feng would crawl out of bed to deliver it to her. And whenever she threw a temper tantrum, Qin Feng would immediately yield, humbly smiling and coaxing her. If it were not for the fact that he did not earn much money, Jiang Mangsu would have considered giving him the title of boyfriend. But now that he suddenly said they had no relationship, Jiang Mangsu felt exceptionally uncomfortable. It was as if the fish she had painstakingly raised for 2 or 3 years had inexplicably slipped into another woman's pond. She wanted to catch Qin Feng back, sending messages nonstop. Are you doing right by me? After being with you for so many years, you want to break up with me because of another woman. And to think I wear the necklace you gave me every day. Others laugh at this 8,000 yuan chain for being ugly, but I still wear it because it is from you, and I can feel you by my side. But look at what you have become now. Have you forgotten all your previous vows? Qin Feng, sorry. Seeing his apology, Jiang Mengsu's anger subsided a little. She guessed he might be in a bad mood after spending a lot of money at the bar tonight. She planned to forgive him for his earlier offense, but unexpectedly he sent another message. After letting you go, I finally discovered the beauty of the world. Thank you for helping me grow. Confused, Jiang Mengsu sent a message to ask what he meant, only to see an infuriating exclamation mark appear in front of her text. That simp had deleted her. Jiang Mengsu was fuming with anger. She also added Qin Feng to her blacklist and swore that even if this man begged her on his knees, she would never unblock him. Jiang Mengsu firmly believed it. A man without a car or a house like Qin Feng would probably be dumped by women very soon, and when that happened, he would definitely come crawling back to beg her. By then, unless he bought her an iPhone, Jiang Mengsu would never forgive that simp. Qin Feng stood up from the lounge chair on the balcony and glanced at the time. He found that it was almost 2 o'clock. He remembered that he had to go buy a car for Zia Ting tomorrow. So he hurried inside to sleep. He carefully muted his phone and cautiously lay down beside Zia Ting, for fear of disturbing the sleeping beauty next to him. However, Zia Ting still woke up. Half asleep, she felt someone approach. She forced her eyes open, and after confirming it was Qin Feng, the man who was going to buy her a sports car in her dreams. She wrapped herself around him like an octopus. Her cute nose rubbed against his face, and she caught a faint smell of tobacco. She mumbled, "Smoke less, it is bad for your health." He had to admit, her unconscious care was more lethal than any words. Qin Feng replied softly. Looking at her obedient appearance, his mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. At this moment, the moonlight shone gently through the glass onto the girl's side profile, adding a hazy color to her already exquisite face, making her look like a natural fairy. Qin Feng could not help but kiss her on the cheek, drawing a delicate moan in her sleep. He lay down with peace of mind and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed silently. Early the next morning, Zia Ting woke up very early. She glanced at the time and found it was still early. She tried to close her eyes and go back to sleep, but she just could not. All she could think about was the Porsche 911. She finally managed to wait until 8 o'clock. She tickled Qin Feng with the ends of her hair, trying to wake him up, but it was not very effective. She nudged him with her hand, but there was no response. This man was sleeping like a log and simply could not be woken up. Zia Ting did not dare to wake him up too loudly, fearing he might have a morning temper and get upset, ruining today's plans. She wanted to use a gentle way to wake him up. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit her, and a plan came to mind. A hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. Qin Feng felt someone calling him and woke up groggily from his dream. He had pushed himself to exhaustion with quite a few intense sets last night, so he did not want to get up so early. But Zia Ting seemed a bit anxious, making a fuss and insisting he get up. A few minutes later, she ran off to wash her face and brush her teeth. Qin Feng lay on the bed as still as a meditating monk. Motionless. After refreshing themselves, the two dressed neatly. Zia Ting wore a long black strapless dress today. The black tone made her skin look cool and white, and the wide neckline revealed her charming collarbones. The dress was outlined with some lace trim, and the waist-cinching style perfectly highlighted her figure. The side slit was very high, making her beautiful legs faintly visible when she walked. Paired with breezy high heels, she looked very much like a mature and elegant lady. This outfit was also bought yesterday. The more Qin Feng looked, the more beautiful he found her. This outfit is truly stunning. You look just like those wealthy heiresses on TV. We are going to the car dealership today. Of course, I have to dress up a bit. Zia Ting said while twisting and turning in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror. No need to be so formal. It is just buying a car, no big deal. Qin Feng stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her waist. His tall figure in a dress shirt and trousers appeared in the mirror, looking like a perfect match standing next to Zia Ting. Hearing his tone, as if buying a multi-million yuan car was as casual as grocery shopping, Zia Ting did not think he was bragging at all. The 400,000 to 500,000 spent last night was very convincing proof. Zia Ting naturally helped him adjust his collar. Got it, I will just do my makeup, it will be done right away, very quick. Seeing that Zia Ting still needed to do her makeup, Qin Feng decisively took out his phone and opened Honor of Kings. When a girl says very quick right away, it means you have to wait at least half an hour. Sure enough, he lost 2 games of Honor of Kings before Zia Ting was finally done. But to be honest, after her makeup was done, Zia Ting looked absolutely radiant. Her light bangs were slightly curled, faintly revealing her beautiful eyes and eyebrows. showing the fresh and sweet vibe of a girl next door, while also possessing a sexy and captivating charm. Her pink and tender lips were slightly pursed, making one's heart flutter at the sight. Looking at the glamorous Xia Ting, Qin Feng had nothing to complain about. With everything ready, the two left the room and took the elevator down. As soon as they reached the first floor, the female butler came up to greet them. After completing the checkout procedures, she still thoughtfully asked if they needed a car ride. Qin Feng nodded. She immediately called for a Mercedes commercial vehicle. Upon hearing that Qin Feng's destination was the Porsche dealership, the female butler's eyes lit up. She was wondering earlier why these two did not drive here. So their car was at the dealership, probably for maintenance or repairs. It was necessary to build a good relationship with wealthy people like them. The female butler hurried to the counter, took out her business card and handed it over. She told Qin Feng that she could be of service whenever he needed anything in the future. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with her service, so he added her on WeChat. The two took the car and arrived at the entrance of the Porsche dealership. As soon as they got out of the car, a beautiful saleswoman came over to greet them. Her service was very enthusiastic, smiling as if her own father had arrived. "Sir and miss, are you here to look at cars or for a test drive?" Qin Feng looked her up and down. She was quite pretty with a good figure, exquisitely applied makeup, and very tall, wearing high heels. She was almost as tall as him. He glanced at the more than 40 million in his system and replied with great momentum. "Just looking at cars." The beautiful saleswoman smiled. "Okay, do you have an appointment?" Qin Feng asked in confusion, "Are we not allowed to look without an appointment?" The beautiful saleswoman waved her hands repeatedly and said, No, I mean if you do not have an appointment with a specific salesperson, may I show you around?" So that was it. Qin Feng thought these luxury car shops liked to act arrogant and would not let people buy cars without an appointment. He used his system to scan the saleswoman's profile. Name Peng Jinyan. Age 26. Charm 81. Number of relationships 7. Not bad, quite normal. For a Porsche saleswoman to have such self-discipline showed she was not the kind of girl who messed around. "Sure, you will do. Take us to see the 911, Qin Feng said calmly. "All right, please follow me." Peng Jinyan smiled and gestured the way. You can tell if a person is confident from the way they talk. Like the handsome guy in front of her who spoke steadily and confidently, plus his gorgeous and elegant female companion, the probability of such a couple buying a car was very high. Peng Jinyan could not help but smile even more enthusiastically. As a luxury car saleswoman, she looked glamorous on the outside, but in reality, she was miserable. The manager of their store was extremely disgusting. All sales staff had to hand in a 100 yuan incentive fee every day they came to work. Whoever closed a deal could take it all. It was literally paying to work. She had not made a single sale this week. Therefore, she was extremely dedicated and attentive towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Xia Ting followed the salesperson into the Porsche dealership. As soon as they entered, they saw 3 attractive female salespersons bowing and smiling at them. Qin Feng also nodded at them politely. Legend has it that for every Porsche sold, a female salesperson disappears, though who knows if it is true. Seeing Qin Feng staring lecherously at the saleswoman, Xia Ting let out a soft snort to remind him that she was still there. Qin Feng quickly smiled and coaxed her with a few sweet words. He explained that he was just curious about why they were all women. Xia Ting glared at him but did not say much else. This was a crucial moment, and she did not want to make a fuss with Qin Feng over such a trivial matter. Besides, he was just looking, nothing more. She could not afford to be too petty. The 3 of them arrived at the hall, where 3 cars were parked on the display platforms. One was the famous Cayenne, another was the Panamera, and the last one was a Porsche 911 Carrera. Seeing her beloved sports car right in front of her, Xia Ting stared at it blankly, her big eyes unblinking. This was the car she had always dreamed of buying. In her excitement, she tightly gripped Qin Feng's arm, squeezing so hard that her knuckles turned white, and her manicured nails dug into his flesh. Yes. Qin Feng gasped in pain. He figured the girl was definitely doing it on purpose. He had only glanced at other women, and she was already being so ruthless. This girl was truly narrow-minded. Realizing she had lost her composure, Xia Ting quickly rubbed Qin Feng's arm and said pitifully, "I am sorry, babe, does it hurt?" Pain aside, Qin Feng still showed a composed smile and pretended not to care as he said, it is fine. In reality, he was screaming in pain on the inside. He secretly thought about finding an opportunity to persuade Xia Ting to cut her nails. If they were too long, he would be the one suffering. "Why do not you sit inside and have a look?" Enduring the pain, Qin Feng stepped forward and opened the car door. As soon as the door opened, Xia Ting was deeply captivated by the interior, immediately forgetting whether Qin Feng's hands still hurt or not. She directly plopped herself onto the seat. She touched this and looked at that. Basking in the scent of money, Seeing her so excited, Qin Feng smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" Zia Ting closed her drooling little mouth and nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes." Qin Feng walked over to the other side, leaned on the car window, raised an eyebrow and said, "So it is definitely this one. You are not considering any other cars?" Zia Ting said joyfully, "Just this one." As a professional salesperson seeing their strong desire to buy, Peng Jinyan immediately stepped forward and introduced it with utmost dedication. This 911 is the most classic sports car in the world. It has a smooth and elegant exterior and a simple yet grand interior. It is powered by a 3.0T engine with a maximum horsepower of 385 and features luxurious leather seats. While the salesperson was giving the explanation, Qin Feng opened the passenger door and got in. What met his eyes was the brownish-red interior, which looked a bit flashy. It had the premium feel of a $1 million luxury car. The fresh air carried a faint hint of aromatherapy, smelling very classy. There was a huge Porsche logo on the steering wheel, which could keep one in a cheerful mood at all times, whether for showing off in photos or admiring it oneself. The leather wrapping around was very soft, with an impeccable texture to the touch. The front space was very spacious. A person of 1.78 meters could sit in it with their legs fully stretched out, but the downside was that the back seat seemed unable to fit anyone. After all, for a two-door car, it probably was not designed to seat 4 people anyway. It was worth mentioning that the gear stick in the middle was designed to be very small and positioned quite far forward, making it very convenient for 2 people to move around. Sitting in the passenger seat, Qin Feng effortlessly buried his head into Zia Ting's arms, gave her a meaningful wink, and then motioned toward her thighs with his mouth. Zia Ting understood the hint, pushed Qin Feng's head away and said flirtatiously, "You are so bad." Qin Feng laughed out loud and teased, "I did not say anything. What is so bad?" The back of Zia Ting's ears turned slightly red, and she glared at Qin Feng, too embarrassed to speak. Qin Feng lectured her mockingly, "Little girls should not think about unhealthy things all day." Zia Ting could not stand it, lightly hit him, and then held his arm, acting coquettishly. "Stop messing around, hubby. Are you really going to buy this car for me?" That hubby was even more alluring than when she was riled up last night. It made Qin Feng's bones go soft. He smiled dotingly. "As long as you like it, I will buy it for you." Zia Ting screamed in excitement, "Hubby, I love you." Zia Ting's affection level increased by 5. Qin Feng gave a faint smile. Modern girls really have absolutely no resistance when they hear about shopping. Even the school beauty was no exception. Plus the 5 points earned from 5 rounds of hard work last night. Currently, Zia Ting's affection level had reached 72, which meant they were intimate. It was only 8 points away from 80, the level of adoration. Thinking about how he had worked tirelessly, diligently, and without complaint last night, Qin Feng could not help but rub his lower back, secretly sighing that it was too much to handle. Others could go 7 times a night, but he was already done after just 5. It seemed he really needed to get his hands on that super physique as soon as possible. Standing to the side, Peng Jinyan heard the mushy conversation inside the car, and the corner of her mouth twitched. You had to know that this was a car that cost over $1 million at the very least, yet this man actually said he would buy it for the girl. Aside from being somewhat pretty, this woman did not seem to have anything special about her. She looked like she had not seen much of the world, just like a naive and sweet airhead. Spending so much money on a mere pretty face, this man must have been completely bewitched. Peng Jinyan felt as if she had been force-fed 10 pounds of lemons. She was so jealous that she wanted to cry. She could not help but roar in her heart. Why does this kind of domineering CEO falling in love with me drama always happen to other people? Hey beauty, do you have this car in stock? Seeing the salesperson spacing out, Qin Feng waved his hand to get her attention. Why yes, we do sir, Peng Jinyan snapped back to reality and said hastily. How much is this car out the door? Qin Feng asked casually. Seeing that he seemed to have the intention of booking the car, Peng Jinyan quickly threw away the messy thoughts in her mind and focused on explaining. The base price for this Carrera you are looking at is 1.37 million. Including the purchase tax, insurance, and registration fees, the total comes to around 1.6 million. She paused for a moment and continued. May I have your last name, sir? If you are satisfied, we can go to the reception room inside to discuss the price further. My name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned to look at Zia Ting and asked symbolically, You are sure it is this one, right? Then I am going to pay. Zia Ting hurriedly nodded without hesitation. Staring at the 911 that was about to belong to her, her eyes sparkled like stars. At this moment, even if Qin Feng made weird requests of her, she would obey without fail. However, Qin Feng did not have the slightest wicked thought right now. He handed the card to the salesperson and said calmly, Then just swipe the card. I will not haggle over the price, but within your authority, arrange all the gifts you can give me, like gas cards or maintenance packages. Peng Jinyan took the bank card with both hands, a look of astonishment on her face. She had never seen a customer who would take out their money after being inside for just 3 minutes, without even drinking a cup of tea. Looking at Qin Feng's composed posture, there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "No problem, Mr. Qin. Would you like to add some options such as an electric sunroof or a surround sound system?" Qin Feng lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He had not spent enough on Xia Ting yet. So far, he had only spent 430,000. The system's rule is that it provides a cash rebate once the affection level reaches 80. At the current rate of progress, it should not take long to reach the goal. He confirmed with the system whether it only offered a one-time rebate. The system replied, "When the goddess develops feelings of love for the host, all expenses spent on her can be refunded at once. Once the affection level exceeds 80, any further funds invested cannot be refunded." In plain English, that means once it hits 80, there is no more money to be made. He did not quite understand how the system worked before, and combined with his limited capital, he had been a bit stingy. Now that victory is in sight, if he does not go all in now, when will he? Qin Feng waved his hand and said domineeringly, "Add the options, add everything. I want the top-of-the-line configuration." The price difference for luxury car options can be huge. If you really go for the full package, it adds another several hundred thousand. Peng Jinyan had no resistance to a man who spent money without blinking and spoiled his girlfriend so much. Her heart raised and her cheeks flushed. If it were not for the fact that Xia Ting was present, she would have wanted to throw herself at him. If such a rich and handsome man were her boyfriend, she would smile in her dreams. "No need, I think it is fine as it is." At this moment, Xia Ting interrupted Peng Jinyan's daydream and said hesitantly, "Adding more will not be noticeable to others. Just having the Porsche logo is enough, no need to waste money." She did not actually mind adding options, but custom orders take months to arrive. Xia Ting did not want any complications. She wanted to have one to drive as soon as possible. Qin Feng thought she was saving money for him and said generously, "Any money spent on you is never a waste." Xia Ting hugged Qin Feng's neck and acted spoiled. "It is okay, let me save you some. Besides, selecting options is such a hassle and I have trouble making decisions." Seeing Xia Ting acting so caring toward her man, a look of contempt flashed in Peng Jinyan's eyes. She cursed her silently as a green tea bitch, just putting on an act. But she smiled and persuaded her. "Miss, many of our customers customize their 911s. From the body color to the wheels, interior components, and comfort features, everything can be assembled according to your preferences. You can have a one-of-a-kind exclusive sports car." Qin Feng also chimed in, "That is right, adding some features makes it stand out. You are a girl, this black car is too dark, a brighter one would look better." Xia Ting twisted her hands together, looking conflicted. Qin Feng was right, the black one was indeed a bit dark. And to have the chance to add options and turn it down like a fool made her seem small-minded. But she really did not want to wait that long, so she looked up and asked the salesperson, "Do you have any top-spec cars in stock here?" Peng Jinyan thought for a moment and said, "I remember a female client previously customized a convertible Turbo S with very luxurious configurations. Later, because her company ran into some trouble and her funding broke, she defaulted on the deal. The car has been sitting in our shop. I can take you to see it, but I do not have the key to open the door, so you will not be able to see the interior." This car had been parked in their shop for months and had not sold. Because it was a flashy red model for women and the added features were very luxurious, the price was a bit high. Qin Feng did not know much about cars, and since there was no harm in looking, he said, "Let us go take a look then." Peng Jinyan excitedly led the way, swaying her hips, while introducing the car's details to Qin Feng. This car has gray carbon fiber wheels, adaptive sports leather seats with ventilation and heating, welcome ambient lights in the doors, matrix headlights in the front, a Raced X GT sport steering wheel with heating, a Sport Chrono chassis package, a full-view parking assistance system, and a Burmester high-end surround sound system. Qin Feng did not understand, but it sounded impressive. They arrived at the indoor parking lot, where a car covered by a sheet sat quietly. It looked like a rose that had not yet bloomed, completely inconspicuous. The staff put on gloves and stepped forward to lift the cover. In an instant, a sparkling red sports car appeared before everyone. Its body lines were smooth and dynamic, with every detail reflecting exquisite craftsmanship and superior quality. The red exterior and black interior color combination gave it a temperament that was gorgeous and passionate on the outside, yet restrained and dignified at its core. Especially the radiant red luster on the body, which looked incredibly charming. Paired with the black soft-top convertible fabric, it looked like a princess wearing a black hat. At first sight, Xia Ting was deeply captivated by this car. Instantly, she felt the previous one was not as appealing anymore. She cautiously reached out her hand, wanting to touch the car. Peng Jinyan quickly stepped in to stop her. "I am sorry, miss, but according to regulations, this car cannot be touched casually." She said she was sorry, but her expression lacked any real apology, and there was even a hint of disdain in her smile. She knew Qin Feng was the one paying. This woman's opinion did not count. If Qin Feng reached out to touch it, she would not say a word, and if necessary, she would even apply for the key to let him sit inside and experience it. The seats inside were covered with protective film, so sitting in it would not be a problem. But clearly, Xia Ting did not have that qualification. In Peng Jinyan's eyes, Xia Ting was just someone who relied on her looks and luck to hook such a rich man. She was not worth sucking up to. "I'm just touching it, what could possibly happen?" Xia Ting said with annoyance. "I am really sorry, this is a new car, it can only be admired from a distance. You would not want handprints on the car you are buying, would you?" Peng Jinyan smiled. The words sounded reasonable, but it felt unpleasant. Xia Ting frowned, said nothing, reluctantly pulled her hand back, and then looked at Qin Feng with longing eyes. Just by looking at the design of this convertible, she knew it was much more expensive than the previous 1.3 million won. She was too embarrassed to ask to buy this one, hoping Qin Feng would understand her wishes through her eyes. "How much is this one?" Qin Feng asked tactfully. The price agreed upon with the previous customer for this car was 3.2 million, Peng Jinyan said with a smile after glancing at the sheet. Xia Ting was secretly shocked when she heard the salesperson quote 3.2 million. She secretly observed Qin Feng's expression and found his eyes hesitant, as if he were in a difficult position. Xia Ting guessed that this car might be over his budget. Indeed, compared to the previous one, this car was exactly twice as expensive. Anyone would find it difficult, that is normal. But she really loved this car. The moment it was unveiled, it gave her the illusion that she was meant for this car. Like her, it was obscured by the dust of the world, unable to find someone who knew how to appreciate it, left to admire itself in a corner. She was truly moved and wanted to drive it away. But Qin Feng's silence made her anxious and insecure. Qin Feng rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue. He also thought the car's design was beautiful, but he was not satisfied with the price. "Only a little over 3 million. Who are you looking down on? You know, in those billionaire stories, everyone has a Lamborghini Veneno. Driving a 3 million car out, he would not even be able to hold his head up in front of them. Xia Ting's stock situation is so good right now, it feels like a loss not to bet more and buy a luxury car worth 10 million or so. Trashy Porsche, do not you have any $10 million cars to bring out for me to spend on? Brother, can we buy this one?" Xia Ting gritted her teeth and pleaded, "I have over 300,000 saved up, see how much is still missing, what if I take out a loan for the rest?" Qin Feng burst into laughter when he heard Xia Ting mention taking out a loan. How little confidence did she have in him? He was just worried that he would not spend enough money and would get less cash back. It was not as if he could not afford it. He smiled and gently tapped Xia Ting's delicate nose, just about to agree to buy the car for her. But seeing the longing in her eyes, his heart stirred. Judging by her willingness to spend all her savings on this convertible, she was clearly very fond of it. She was even willing to take out a loan just to buy it. In that case, he could completely act as a bank and lend her the money. Then he could hire her to take care of his daily life. At 20,000 a month, it would only be 240,000 a year. If he did that, would not he be able to have her services for free for over a decade? Thinking about their future cohabitation, the smile on Qin Feng's face grew even more suggestive. However, there were two small problems. First, he did not know if lending money counted as consumption. Second, what if she could not bear it anymore, sold the car and returned the money to him? Would the system consider that cheating? Qin Feng was quite timid. After thinking it over, he decided not to take the risk. He had plenty of money anyway, so there was no need to exploit the campus belle like this. After all, they were classmates. Taking a little advantage of her was enough. He came up with a compromise and said, "I want 5 obedience cards from you." Xia Ting did not react immediately and asked blankly, "What obedience cards?" "I agree to buy this car for you. In exchange, you have to handwrite 5 cards promising to be completely obedient to me." Qin Feng lifted Xia Ting's chin and gave a wicked smile. "Every time I use an obedience card, you must follow my orders completely. Do you understand what I mean?" Xia Ting froze, her mind instantly filling with dirty thoughts. She guessed this stinky man probably watched too many adult movies and wanted to try some kinky roleplay. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She gave Qin Feng a bashful glare and hummed softly. "Nothing too excessive, I do not like that." Qin Feng said with an innocent face, "Baby, what are you thinking? I mean things related to daily life, like doing laundry and cooking for a week." After saying that, Qin Feng intentionally widened his eyes. "You were not thinking about that, were you?" Xia Ting instantly flew into a bashful rage. She raised her little fists and hammered Qin Feng's shoulders, only to find it did little damage and he did not feel a thing. Furious, she disregarded her ladylike image, opened her mouth, and was about to bite Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng quickly laughed and begged for mercy. The way they playfully fought with each other looked exceptionally sweet. Peng Jinyan, however, felt extremely uncomfortable watching them. She thought about how some women were lucky enough to drive a Turbo S just by doing a month of housework. Meanwhile, she had to go to work every day, endure her supervisor's moods, and bow and scrape to customers while maintaining a smile. And on days like today, meeting someone else's Prince Charming, she even had to be force-fed mouthfuls of romantic PDA. Her mentality collapsed. Her mind raced with all sorts of thoughts, eventually turning to crooked schemes. She kind of wanted to take a shortcut in life, especially after seeing the gentle look in Qin Feng's eyes as he held Xia Ting in his arms. She secretly made a certain resolution. For a man this good, she should fight for him if she had to. Stealing someone's boyfriend was not illegal after all. No matter how you looked at them, these two did not seem married. A married couple would not play around with something as flirtatious as obedience cards. Peng Jinyan steadied herself slightly and smiled at the two of them. "Excuse me, Mr. Qin, are you certain you want to buy this car?" Qin Feng was busy getting handsy with Xia Ting. Freeing one hand, he waved at her and said, "You have the card, just swipe it." "Then please come with me to sign the contract. I can offer you some special discounts," Peng Jinyan hinted. She wanted to take Qin Feng to her office alone for a good chat to see if he was interested in her. She had quite a bit of confidence in her looks, a slim waist, long legs, and a great bottom. She had even practiced doing the splits back when she was a model. Given the chance, she could also write obedience cards for Qin Feng, and she would be willing to do absolutely anything. Qin Feng did not pick up on her underlying message. He had no interest in girls with a score under 90 who offered no conquest rewards. Getting down to business, he stopped Xia Ting's fooling around, held her hand, and gestured to Peng Jinyan. "Let us go then." Peng Jinyan smiled. "Only the buyer needs to come sign. I can request a key for this lady so she can go to the car and experience its detailed craftsmanship." Xia Ting was a bit tempted, but since they were buying the car anyway, there was no rush. Besides, seeing the amorous smile of the saleswoman, she was not comfortable letting Qin Feng go with her alone. "That is okay, I will come take a look with you." Qin Feng pointed at Xia Ting and asked Peng Jinyan in confusion. "She is the owner of the car, does not she need to sign?" Peng Jinyan was slightly startled. "Do you mean you want the car registered under her name?" She had thought the car was only being bought for the girl to drive. You have to know, once the vehicle registration is completed, the ownership of the car legally belongs to that woman, who spends over 3 million to give away a car just to pick up a girl. Looking at this man's nonchalant attitude, it was as if this amount of money was merely a drop in the ocean. Peng Jinyan could not help but look at Qin Feng with wild infatuation. "Yeah, originally I wanted to transfer the money to her so she could buy it herself, but large transfers are too troublesome, and I was afraid she could not wait," Qin Feng said to Xia Ting with a doting smile. Suppressing the joy in her heart, Xia Ting gave Qin Feng a coquettish eye roll. "Who says I could not wait?" Qin Feng flashed a wicked smile. "Then why were you rushing me so anxiously this morning?" "You are so annoying." Xia Ting reached out to pinch him. Peng Jinyan was not interested in what they did that morning. Seeing that he did not want to be alone with her, she could not help feeling a bit frustrated. "All right then, please come with me, both of you. I will take you to go through the formalities." The three of them returned to the dealership's reception room. Peng Jinyan ordered someone to bring tea, then brought over the purchase contract and a POS machine. After explaining the lifetime free maintenance, complimentary exquisite gifts, a 20,000 yuan gas card, and other perks, Qin Feng paid the bill without hesitation. When the transfer was successful, and all formalities were completed, Xia Ting still felt like she was in a dream, clutching the pen tightly in her hand and refusing to give it back. She was terrified that if she let go, the car would run away. She never imagined that the first car of her life would actually be a 911. And a fully spec'd 911 that belonged entirely to her at that. When she walked out of the reception room in a daze, the salespeople in the store had already lined up on both sides, bowing with smiles as they said in unison, "Congratulations on becoming a distinguished Porsche owner. May the black horse and golden shield guard your noble life." Then the sales manager led the applause at the front, and the group celebrated enthusiastically. Xia Ting was completely dumbfounded, totally at a loss for what to do. When the saleswoman who kept swooning over her man bowed her head and offered the keys with both hands, Xia Ting finally snapped back to reality. She took the keys with trembling hands. Feeling everyone's envious gazes, she felt so good she was practically floating. However, she had not forgotten that all of this was given to her by Qin Feng. She could not help but turn around and hug Qin Feng. Pressing her face against his chest, she asked with hopeful eyes, "Brother, is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I?" "It is real, it is real. If it were a dream, you would have woken up the moment you asked that," Qin Feng coaxed with a beaming smile. Only then did Xia Ting truly feel at ease. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, she could not help but ask a classic question. "Darling, why are you so good to me?" This is a giveaway question, it is very easy. As easy as when your mom asked you if you liked mom or dad more when you were little. A smart kid knows to say they like mom when mom is right there. An honest kid would choose to tell the truth. A rebellious kid would say get lost. Qin Feng was an honest kid who was secretly a bit wild. But he had read the classics and knew the right answer in his heart. You are so beautiful, you deserve to be treated this well by me. Xia Ting's affection increased by 5 points. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Feng received a system notification. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he felt very delighted. This pretty much meant he had answered correctly. However, he was now only 3 points away from reaching 80 points of affection. Seeing Xia Ting's happy face right now, he figured it would not be long before he got his cashback. He had to find a way to spend a little more money. But where should he take her to spend it? Qin Feng held Xia Ting deep in thought. Meanwhile, hearing Qin Feng praise her beauty, Xia Ting felt incredibly sweet, her heart fluttering with joy. She affectionately rubbed her nose against his neck, sniffing the scent of this man, like a cat using its nose to confirm its owner. Looking up at his handsome and confident face, she worried a bit about him being snatched away by other women, and could not help feeling anxious about losing him. Darlings, you will not leave me, will you? She did not even realize it herself, but in just 2 short days, she had etched this man deeply into her heart. Even though she knew Qin Feng would not say no, she just wanted to hear his reassurance. Do not worry, even if the sky falls, I will not leave you, Qin Feng comforted her with a smile. Xia Ting was very satisfied, and right there in public, she boldly stood on her tiptoes and gave Qin Feng a sweet kiss. The people in the store turned their heads away one after another, not wanting to watch their public display of affection. Seeing that there was nothing left for them to do, the supervisor told everyone to go back to their work. A few saleswomen gathered together and whispered among themselves. Yanzi said the car was bought by that guy for the woman, and he paid for it in full. Wow, this guy is way too rich. Is he some young master from a noble family? It really drives you mad comparing yourself to others. That woman does not have an extra eye or anything compared to us. How did she get so lucky to find such a tall, rich, and handsome guy? If you are so jealous, go for it yourself. They do not look married yet, you still have a chance. I will ask Yanzi for his phone number later. I really envy you single people, you can make a move whenever you want. A married woman like me has absolutely no freedom. Even going back a minute late starts a fight. Your husband is way too narrow-minded. If I were you, I'd have divorced him a long time ago. Sister Zhao's husband is actually quite nice, always asking about her well-being and on call at all times. You can tell he truly loves her. What is the use of true love? If he could buy me a Turbo S, I would not even care if he fooled around outside. Peng Jinyan did not join their conversation. She was holding various forms and documents, standing beside the couple and enduring their public display of affection. It took quite a while for them to finally separate, and she took the opportunity to step up and interrupt. Excuse me, you two, getting the license plates for the car will take a little time. The earliest will be the day after tomorrow. Would you like to apply for temporary plates? Qin Feng let go of the passionate Xia Ting, hunched over slightly to conceal his weapon, and said, No need for the trouble, just let me know when everything is done the day after tomorrow, and we will come pick up the car then. Okay, I will contact you again in the afternoon when it is time to choose the license plate. Also, I just informed the original buyer of this car and she asked for your number. Can I give it to her? Peng Jinyan asked. Sure, Qin Feng said nonchalantly. Xia Ting opened her mouth, wanting to say something but held it back. She just gave Qin Feng a resentful look. Qin Feng did not notice her look. He was busy confirming some details about the new car with Peng Jinyan. When they were done, Peng Jinyan took a pile of documents to submit. He then turned around and saw Xia Ting pouting with unhappiness written all over her face. He asked in puzzlement, What is wrong? Oi Champiage. Oh, I did not do anything wrong, did I? Qin Feng scratched his head a bit confused. Xia Ting said gloomily, You cannot just give your number to other girls in the future, got it? You are even getting jealous over this, Qin Feng laughed. Yes, I am. Anyway, you cannot give other women a chance, Xia Ting said seriously. All right, I will listen to you. I will not give it out. Qin Feng offered some comfort, and Xia Ting knew when to stop, not daring to throw too much of a tantrum. It would be too stupid to throw a temper tantrum and piss off a shining golden catch like him. After buying the car, the two walked out of the dealership and discussed where to have lunch. Peng Jinyan chased after them to see them off. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to hail a cab, she immediately said, Sir, did not you drive here? How about I drive you? Xia Ting rushed to refuse. No need, will I taking cabs. She did not like the way this woman was looking at her man. There was a blatant flirtatiousness to it. As a fellow woman, Xia Ting could easily see the longing in her heart. It is fine, we can use the company car, Peng Jinyan smiled. It was midday and Qin Feng did not really want to wait by the roadside. Just as he was about to agree, he caught a glimpse of Xia Ting's reluctant face. He immediately changed his tune and said, No need to trouble yourself, go back to your work. Peng Jinyan was not angry at being rejected and smiled. All right, I will not be a third wheel here, have fun you two. After saying that, she even gave a slight bow. Her attitude was absolutely impeccable. Zia Ting gave her a meaningful look, and Peng Jinyan met her gaze just as openly, a hint of appraisal flashing in her eyes. In terms of looks, she might be slightly inferior, but she had her own advantages too. For instance, the tricks and positions she knew were definitely more than these uptight little girls. Certain kinds of spice could please a man much more than a pretty face. She did not believe there was a man in the world who would not cheat. As long as she found an opportunity, she believed she could definitely win Mr. Qin over in bed. Peng Jinyan turned to go back, cheering herself on in her heart. Qin Feng watched the beautiful saleswoman walk away with a sway in her hips, secretly thinking it was a pity. This girl had great proportions, curvy in all the right places. She was an absolute stunner. But without a charm score of 90, there would be no system reward. Picking her up would cost real cold hard cash. It was not a good deal at all. But seeing how interested she seemed in him, he wondered if he could get it for free. Better wait until he gets his cash back first. After all, getting it for free does not mean making the girl pay for the hotel room. You are still looking at her, Zia Ting threw Qin Feng's hand off and said angrily. Only then did Qin Feng remember he still had his own bowl to tend to right beside him. He hastily apologized. Sorry, I was just looking at her back. Oh well. Qin Feng scrambled for an excuse, then suddenly slapped his forehead and said, She looks a bit like my mom, yeah, like my mom. Zia Ting was stunned by his lame excuse, momentarily forgetting to be angry. She had never seen such a shameless man, using even his own mother as a shield. She could not help but want to ask, Does your mom walk with such a seductive sway too? Seeing Zia Ting's surprised expression, Qin Feng, afraid she would not believe him, forced an explanation. The last time I saw my mom, that was exactly how she walked away, and she was dressed pretty much the same. Although Zia Ting did not quite believe him, she sharply caught the main point of his words. Where did your mom go? I do not know, it happened when I was little, I cannot remember clearly. Zia Ting carefully studied Qin Feng. Seeing that he did not look like he was lying, she asked hesitantly. So, are you from a single-parent family? No, Qin Feng smiled. Zia Ting breathed a sigh of relief, guessing that his dad might have found him a stepmother and that he was from a blended family. She did not press further, afraid that Qin Feng would find her nosy. If their relationship became stable, she would naturally find out in the future. There was no need to rush right now. Qin Feng did not want to broadcast the fact that he was an orphan either. Seeing that Zia Ting did not ask, he did not say anything more. For a moment, both of them fell a bit silent. Qin Feng took out his phone to check where their ride was. Unexpectedly, his phone froze completely, totally unresponsive. He muttered, Damn, what a garbage phone. Zia Ting asked curiously, Why are you using a phone like this? She had been wanting to ask this question for a long time. Ever since they first met, she noticed Qin Feng was using the cheapest kind of budget phone, which looked a bit old, as if he had used it for a long time. At the time, she almost thought Qin Feng was dead broke. But later, after he went on a shopping spree for her, she gradually believed that he was a wealthy man. After that, she got so swept up in his financial offensive that she forgot to ask. Hearing him complain now, Zia Ting finally voiced her question. Qin Feng replied awkwardly, It is a cheap phone, if I lose it I will not feel bad. Zia Ting stared at him with a suspicious look. She suspected that this might be a phone given to him by his ex, and he could not bear to replace it. How could a man like him, who casually whipped out over $3 million to buy a car, care about a phone worth $10,000 or $20,000? Even if he lost one a day, it would take him a whole year to feel the pinch. Since you would not feel bad, why do not you throw it away? Zia Ting tested him. Why throw it away if it still works? Qin Feng really could not bear to throw it away. It might be laggy, but as long as it worked, it was fine. Buying a new one would cost over $1,000, and right now his balance could be multiplied by 10,000 times. Before he got the cash back, he still needed to be careful with his money. It would not be too late to buy a new one after the system cashback arrived in his account. Seeing him look so reluctant, Zia Ting became even more certain of her guess. The fact that this man dared to still pine after his ex made her a little angry. But she did not dare to snatch Qin Feng's phone and throw it away. She could only cross her arms angrily and turn her face away, ignoring him. Seeing this, Qin Feng was a bit baffled. It was true he was a bit in the wrong for staring at beautiful women earlier, but had not he already coaxed her by bringing up his mom? Why was she angry again? He put his hands on Zia Ting's shoulders, turned her to face him, and asked, Ting Ting, what is wrong? I do not want to talk to you, Zia Ting still pouted, turning her head away. Why do not you want to talk to me? Give me a little hint, Qin Feng asked with a smile. A pretty girl looked cute even when she was angry, leaving one unable to lose their temper. Your phone, Zia Ting glanced at his phone and said huffily. What about my phone? Qin Feng thought she was just getting impatient waiting. He took out his phone, glanced at the screen and said, The phone says the driver is still 1 kilometer away. He will be here soon. Zia Ting shook her shoulders, breaking free from his hands, and said coldly, HMPH, you know what I mean. Do not change the subject. Qin Feng's eyes widened, his face full of confusion. Still playing dumb, Zia Ting frowned slightly, her voice firm. Could you give me a few more hints? Qin Feng asked cautiously. Zia Ting fell silent. She felt that Qin Feng was just playing the fool, trying to gloss over the matter. Seeing him care so much about his ex's phone made her feel a bit sour. She thought that if she really spelled it out and brought the matter into the open, it might actually make him unhappy. If he insisted on not throwing it away, then there would be nothing she could do. Zia Ting sighed and decided not to expose him, just letting it slide. At the same time, she comforted herself in her heart, thinking that it was a good thing for a man to be devoted, as at least he would not fool around outside in the future. Beep beep. Just then, the car arrived. Qin Feng held Zia Ting's hand, noticing that she struggled symbolically for a moment before letting him hold it. Qin Feng thought she was not too angry, so he smiled apologetically and said, "Let us talk inside the car, it is hot out here." Zia Ting's expression remained cold as she got into the car with him silently. The private car driver was very professional. Wearing white gloves, he closed the door for them, reminded them to fasten their seatbelts, and informed them that there was bottled water available. The AC in the car was blasting, making them feel instantly refreshed. Qin Feng politely thanked the driver, then fastened Zia Ting's seatbelt but left his own undone. He leaned in close to her and continued to coax her. "Baby, do not be upset. Just tell me whatever you want, and as long as I can do it, I definitely will." "Easy for you to say," Zia Ting said resentfully. He clearly was not willing to, yet he deliberately pretended to be generous. Stinky man. "Just try saying it first. How would I know if you do not tell me?" Thanks to the air conditioning, being in physical contact with Zia Ting was not as hot as it had been outside. Plus, they were in a relatively private space. Qin Feng could not help but start getting handsy. He wrapped one arm around Zia Ting and used the other hand to feel her up. The driver was even more tactful. He tilted the rearview mirror with the dashcam up a bit and remained silent. The car drove smoothly. Zia Ting flushed red from his touches, grabbing Qin Feng's hand with both of hers in mild resistance. "You are the one who told me to say it." "Say it?" Zia Ting stared at Qin Feng's phone, thought for a moment and spoke. "I will buy you the newly released Far Ahead smartphone, but you have to promise to only use the phone I give you from now on, okay?" Not only Qin Feng, but even the driver in the front was stunned. My goodness, what was this? Was he a toy boy? He is that good. When they got in the car just now, he had seen the celebrity-like beauty looking cold, while the handsome young man had a fawning look on his face. He had assumed their dynamic was that of a simp and his goddess. Who would have thought it was actually a female simp and her male god? The driver could not help but look up at the rearview mirror to observe this legendary man, only to find that he had adjusted the mirror's angle upward and could now only see the car roof. He shook his head in helpless regret, thinking that such a wonderful girl was destined to belong to someone else. He really wanted to slam on the gas and throw this guy out of the car. Hearing that Zia Ting wanted to buy him a Far Ahead phone, Qin Feng was overjoyed. He had been lusting after that phone model for a long time. He used to really want to buy that phone to play the part of a patriot. But the price made it impossible for him to afford such patriotism. Plus, back then, the bitch he was chasing had a ridiculous amount of drama. All day long, it was either her friend's birthday and she had no money for a gift, or she ran out of makeup and was too embarrassed to see anyone. Occasionally, she would get sick, claiming something hurt or felt uncomfortable, demanding red envelopes for comfort. She even demanded the first cup of milk tea for every one of the 24 solar terms. Over the years, without realizing it, he had spent tens of thousands of yuan on that woman. He had not kept track of the exact amount. Either way, he had not saved any money. Every time he got paid, she would become very affectionate. He had acted as if possessed, stupidly letting her sweet-talk him out of all his money. However, Qin Feng did not regret it. You always need a few teachers in life. The money was gone, so be it. He just considered it paying for tuition. Compared to marrying her and being tortured by her for the rest of his life, Qin Feng was very glad he could use money to buy his way out of that relationship. Looking at Zia Ting, on the other hand, not only was she beautiful, but she was also obedient, sensible, and understanding. Seeing him complain about his phone lagging, she actually wanted to buy him a new one. Qin Feng stared intently at Zia Ting, liking her more and more the longer he looked. "Baby, you are so beautiful." He excitedly leaned his head in, wanting to engage in a passionate French kiss with Zia Ting. Zia Ting pressed her hands against him, resisting as she said, "You have not agreed to my request yet. I promise you from now on I will only use the phone you buy for me," Qin Feng said earnestly. "That is more like it." Zia Ting wrapped her arms around the man's neck triumphantly, her eyes shining with tender affection. She took the initiative to offer up her delicate lips. Confined spaces are the easiest places to ignite primal desires. The two sat in the crowded back seat, starting with a kiss that gradually grew more intense. After a long while, their lips parted. Xia Ting's chest heaved as her breathing became rapid. Her pretty face was flushed deep red like a ripe peach, making one's mouth water just looking at her. Beneath her long, curled lashes, those enchanting eyes blinked, silently conveying her longing. She looked absolutely seductive, her eyes swimming with desire. Qin Feng could not help but make a move. But he was met with her desperate resistance. "Be good, relax," Qin Feng whispered seductively into her ear. He heard her say in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "No." Qin Feng was burning with desire. Seeing that his initial attempts were failing, he was forced to give up on her lower body and focus his efforts on her upper body instead. He soon had her clothes in disarray. It was not until Xia Ting looked at Qin Feng with pleading eyes, signaling him to stop, that he ceased. Qin Feng stopped his major movements. But his hands kept wandering, occasionally drawing soft, flustered gasps from her. The suggestive sounds were enough to stir anyone's imagination. The driver in the front seat was starting to regret having ears. He drove a premium rideshare service and mostly encountered wealthy people. And wealthy people were rarely short of women. Those bosses had done plenty of outrageous things in the back seat of his car before. But a woman as beautiful and shy as the one today was a rare sight. And the sounds she made were enough to tempt anyone into committing a crime. Wang Gang was green with envy and wanted to shout at them to stop. But for the sake of money, he did not dare to make a sound. Generally speaking, those who dared to mess around in his car would leave a tip when they got out, as a cleaning fee for the interior. He had encountered some bosses whose tips were almost 10 times the price of the car ride. At this moment, Xia Ting was blushing furiously, overcome with shyness. Leaning in Qin Feng's arms, her body felt as soft as if she had no bones. Looking at her as if she had been thoroughly ravished, Qin Feng whispered in her ear, "You look so tempting right now, I really cannot hold back anymore." Xia Ting held on to her last shred of reason, fighting against the desire he had stirred up, and said, "Numbers not here." After all, these rideshare cars had cameras, and if they were caught on video and posted online, she would be finished. "I'm so uncomfortable being left hanging like this," Qin Feng said passionately. Xia Ting stole a glance and saw that he really did seem uncomfortable. She said crossly, "You asked for it, serves you right." Qin Feng had accidentally made a mess in the back seat. He was a generous man, and since his travel expenses were reimbursable anyway, he politely transferred 800 yuan to the driver as a cleaning fee. He had seen on Douyin that a deep car cleaning only cost 500, so giving him 800 was just to avoid any hassle. To his surprise, the driver was very accommodating and did not mind at all that Qin Feng had dirtied his car. He first thanked the boss, then handed Qin Feng a business card, saying to call him anytime if he needed anything in the future. He looked like a tough, burly guy who should not be messed with, so his good temper was unexpected. Qin Feng glanced at the card. The driver's name was Wang Gang. With regular features and an honest look, plus the fact that he had stayed quiet and even thoughtfully adjusted the rearview mirror earlier, it was clear he was a considerate person. Qin Feng could not help but consider hiring him. He felt it was necessary to hire a bodyguard as a stopgap before he received his system rewards. Better safe than sorry, right? With a girl as beautiful as Xia Ting, there were always some blind fools looking for trouble. Having a bodyguard standing behind them just by his presence alone would be enough to scare people off. And Wang Gang's image as a tough guy with a gentle heart fit Qin Feng's requirements perfectly. Plus, since he could drive, it would be much more convenient if he wanted to do naughty things with Xia Ting in the back seat later. The only question was whether his character was trustworthy. Once his desire subsided, Qin Feng became exceptionally calm and thought it over carefully. He decided to try and recruit him. After all, the world revolves around profit, and as long as the pay was good, it should not be a big problem. However, he needed Xia Ting's agreement, otherwise the system would not reimburse the cost. Qin Feng took Xia Ting's cleaned hand and said softly, "How about I hire Brother Wang to be our personal driver?" Xia Ting asked curiously, "Did not you just buy me a 911? If you do not want to drive, I can just be your driver from now on. Why hire someone else?" Qin Feng explained, "We will need one occasionally. Driving yourself is tiring, and having an extra person around is safer for us." Seeing that Xia Ting was about to ask more, Qin Feng smiled and stopped her. "You are so beautiful, what if some idiot decides to harass you? Do you want me to get into a fight with him?" Xia Ting thought about the few times she had been harassed before and did not think it was a big deal. Those people were timid and would at most whistle or make a few comments, so she just ignored them. They did not dare to do anything crazy. After all, fighting was expensive, and acting against a woman's will was a serious crime. She was mainly worried about what would happen if some criminals targeted Qin Feng because he was so rich. Having an extra person for protection was always a good thing. So she nodded in agreement. Qin Feng smiled upon getting Xia Ting's approval. He called out to the driver, Wang Gang, "Brother Wang, how much do you make a month driving this rideshare?" Qin Feng and Xia Ting had not lowered their voices, so Wang Gang had heard their entire conversation. Wang Gang felt a surge of excitement. Based on what the woman said, this man had bought her a Porsche. Regardless of whether it was true, someone extending an olive branch to him was a form of recognition. Wang Gang quickly said modestly, "Just call me Xiao Wang, boss. I do not deserve to be called Brother Wang." After being polite, he continued to answer Qin Feng's question. "This job is a bit luck dependent. Sometimes the platform gives me a few airport runs and I can make over 10,000 a month. If I work overtime at night and stay diligent, I can occasionally make around 20,000. Wang Gang was not telling the whole truth. This kind of rideshare business was not like food delivery, where you just needed 2 wheels. Their overhead costs were high. After maintenance, insurance, fuel, and the platform's commission were deducted, making 10,000 a month was considered good. Plus, the car itself cost money, and you needed at least a 200,000 yuan car to drive for the premium service. And since he relied on the platform, he had to endure disgusting rules and disgusting customers. The woman who peed in his car last time only paid 500 yuan. His car was brand new too, most people would not be able to stand it. Every profession has its hardships. On the surface, making 10 or 20,000 a month looks decent, but in reality, it is really no better than manual labor. "Have you considered changing jobs then?" Qin Feng asked casually. "I would like to. Driving every day has given me a bit of a herniated disc. It is just that I am a bit slow, not good with words, and do not really know how to deal with people, he," Wang Gang chuckled foolishly. Hearing that Qin Feng intended to hire him, he was actually very willing deep down. Big shot like Qin Feng, who casually drops 800 on a car wash, probably would not be stingy with the salary. "You heard us just now. We think you're pretty good and want to hire you as a driver and bodyguard. The working hours might be quite late and we will need you to accompany and wait for us all day. How much do you think is an appropriate salary?" Qin Feng said. Wang Gang did not expect Qin Feng to let him propose his own salary, and for a moment he was at a loss. He first drove the car smoothly to the destination, then thought quietly. Qin Feng did not disturb him either. After all, this was a big deal and it was always right to think it over carefully. He chatted softly with Xia Ting, being all lovey-dovey. Wang Gang, on the other hand, looked conflicted. He did not know how much was appropriate. He was afraid of seeming greedy if he asked for too much, but he would not want to do it if he asked for too little. Although he had known Qin Feng for less than half an hour, he was not afraid this was a scam. He was stubborn about his principles. If someone pays him, he works. If they ask him to pay, they can screw off. He would not pay any group entry fees or registration fees, no matter what they promised would happen after joining. Anyway, he was not envious at all. His only worry was that someone might be after his car. He had not bought this car long ago. It had less than 10,000 kilometers on it. It was a pure electric SUV that cost him 280,000 to get on the road. Wang Gang treasured it very much. After thinking for a long time, he hesitantly asked, "Boss, will you normally need me to use this car to pick you up and drop you off?" Qin Feng directly refused, "No need. When the time comes, I will get you a more prestigious car to drive." Qin Feng planned to buy a car with a logo that had 2 wings. He heard that rich people all rode in cars like that. It gave you a lot of face. Seeing that he only wanted the person, Wang Gang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thinking about the modern, harmonious society, he figured the guy would not kidnap a grown man like him and sell him to northern Myanmar. After thinking it over and over, Wang Gang felt that Qin Feng did not seem like someone short of money, so he bit the bullet and quoted his ideal price. "Boss, how does 20,000 sound?" He paused, then hurriedly added, "I used to be a soldier and I still run and practice military martial arts every day. I can easily take down 2 or 3 ordinary guys in minutes. Plus, I do not just know how to drive, I worked as a chef for a while and I have been to many places." Qin Feng was very satisfied with him as a person, but not with the salary he proposed. 20,000 a month was not enough. Human nature cannot withstand tests. Especially for jobs like bodyguards and drivers. What if he took someone else's money and drove the car to an abandoned building? The consequences would be unimaginable. Someone this close definitely needed to be won over with heavy sums of money. Qin Feng said lightly, "Sure, let us go with the 20,000 you said, for a 1-month probation period first." Wang Gang was instantly overjoyed and said excitedly, "Thank you, boss. I will work hard to satisfy you." 20,000 a month meant his monthly income had exactly doubled. He had no reason not to choose to be a bodyguard. Even if it was harder, more dangerous, and less dignified, he would still do it. "My name is Qin Feng and she is Xia Ting. We will be entrusting our safety to you from now on, Brother Wang." Qin Feng was still very polite to the people around him. Wang Gang quickly smiled apologetically. "Boss Qin, just calling me Xiao Wang is fine." Qin Feng smiled. A bodyguard with his own thoughts like this seemed much more interesting than an emotionless cyborg. However, he did not just go along and say, "All right, I will call you Xiao Wang then." He still insisted, "You look older, so I will still call you Brother Wang. There is no need to fuss over titles as long as the job is done well." Then he continued, "There is no need to sign a contract. I will give you this month's salary first, 20,000 for the probation period." As Qin Feng spoke, he transferred the money over. Seeing Wang Gang reveal a pleasantly surprised smile, he then smilingly upped the ante. "Once you become a regular employee, it will double. After that, as long as your performance is satisfactory, your salary will increase by 1,000 every month for the next 5 years. If you can show me your true loyalty, I will give you a big surprise at the end of the year." Hearing this, Wang Gang was instantly shocked on the spot. Double of 20,000, and an extra 1,000 every month. What is going on? Did I pick up the god of wealth? Wang Gang turned his head in disbelief to look at Qin Feng, seeing that he did not look like he was joking. His heart suddenly started beating violently. When he saw the Alipay notification that 20,000 yuan had arrived, he believed it, but he was a bit dazed from being hit with so much money, and he confirmed in a muddle-headed way. "Boss, are you serious?" "Of course I am serious. The better you perform, the higher your salary will be," Qin Feng said with a smile. Wang Gang was so excited he was dumbfounded. He did not know how to express his gratitude. His mind was full of thoughts of kneeling down and kowtowing to the god of wealth. If this was not the god of wealth, what was? As long as he did a good job, his salary would increase by 1,000 every month. He had never heard of such a thing in his entire life. Adding it up like this, how much salary could he make in a year? He calculated rapidly in his mind, and it took him a while to figure out that after his salary doubled, he would make close to 600,000 a year. Then how much would it be in 2 years? No, after practicing martial arts for so long, his brain was running a bit slow, and his CPU was about to burn out. But it would definitely be over 1.2 million. Making over 1 million in 2 years sounded simple, but for someone like him who was not very sharp, it would be hard to achieve even if he risked his life. Now the opportunity was right in front of him. Wang Gang was so excited he choked up, unable to speak. With 2 kids growing up at home, the original apartment of less than 100 square meters felt extremely crowded for 6 people. He had been considering selling their current place and upgrading to a 4-bedroom apartment. But they already had a car loan, plus they had to support their parents and kids. The couple did not have much left of their salaries, and they were completely unable to take on a mortgage. Wang Gang truly felt that ignoring his family's objections to buy a 280,000 car to run a private hire service was the right bet. Only by coming into contact with a noble person like Boss Qin could their lives get better. If he could really work for Qin Feng for 2 years, he could get a big house. Then the whole family would be able to fit in. "Boss Qin, I will do whatever you tell me to do from now on. Even if I have to risk my life, I will keep you safe." Wang Gang patted his chest and shouted, his hometown accent coming out in his excitement. Zia Ting leaned in Qin Feng's arms, looking up at the man opposite them who was so excited over a few tens of thousands of yuan. He looked a bit simple-minded, like he had not seen much of the world. If he knew that his boss Qin had bought her a car worth over 3 million that morning, she wondered if he would be scared to death. But being a bit foolish was fine, at least he looked trustworthy. Zia Ting rubbed her chin against Qin Feng's chest and said to Wang Gang, "Do not worry, we are very safe. Do not always talk about fighting and killing." Qin Feng smiled and said, "Right, you do not need to risk your life. As long as you sincerely work for us, that is enough. There are other people to do the fighting." Wang Gang nodded, not surprised that a big shot like this would keep a bunch of thugs under him. "I understand, boss. From now on, Wang Gang will follow you." "Let us go. We will go by phones first." Wang Gang immediately got out of the car, opened the door for Qin Feng, and placed his hand over the roof of the car to prevent him from bumping his head. Qin Feng had never received this kind of service and felt a little awkward. He did not know if this was standard procedure for private hire drivers, or if he was doing it specially because he had become his boss. He himself was also in the service industry and felt that putting on airs like this was not very good, so he requested of Wang Gang, "You do not need to do this in the future, unless it is a formal occasion or a place that requires a show of status. Normally, we do not need to make it look so fancy." "Okay, boss," Wang Gang replied. Zia Ting got out of the car, glanced at the midday sun and frowned slightly but said nothing. Wang Gang sharply noticed her expression. He immediately opened the trunk, took out an umbrella and opened it to shade the two of them. He then followed behind them, smiling like a servant. Zia Ting was very satisfied with Wang Gang's performance. The sun in September was not too intense. It was still a bit of a walk from the parking lot to the mall. Having someone hold an umbrella not only protected her skin from the sun, but this butler-like care made her vanity swell to the bursting point. It gave her the feeling of a young lady making her grand entrance. "Thank you, Brother Wang," Zia Ting laughed coquettishly. Wang Gang bowed and smiled in response. Wearing a dress shirt, suit pants, and white gloves, he kept his posture very low, looking less like a bodyguard and more like an attendant. The three of them walked ostentatiously toward the mall, attracting a large amount of attention from around them. Passers-by kept pointing at the couple when they saw them having a dedicated person holding an umbrella for them. Some were envious, some were disdainful, and some were both envious and disdainful at the same time. Compared to the natural-looking Xia Ting, Qin Feng felt his cheeks burn under the gazes of the pedestrians. He was just a country bumpkin who could not appreciate the finer things. As an ordinary guy, having someone suddenly serve him made him feel a bit awkward and unable to let loose. He felt it was extremely fake and overly formal, which made him very uncomfortable. Qin Feng thought for a moment, then directly reached out and took Wang Gang's umbrella, holding it for Xia Ting himself. A boyfriend holding an umbrella for his girlfriend felt much less embarrassing than a bodyguard holding an umbrella for both of them. "Thank you, honey," Xia Ting called out sweetly when she saw Qin Feng take the umbrella. She actually thought Qin Feng was jealous, so her voice became even more artificially sweet. "It is what I should do, of course," Qin Feng said with a smile. "You are not mad, are you?" Xia Ting secretly observed Qin Feng's expression. She knew that some rich men were extremely petty and would overthink it if she even spoke a word to other guys. Since she had smiled so happily at Wang Gang just now, he must have cared a lot to snatch Brother Wang's umbrella away. "Mad about what?" Qin Feng was taken aback. Xia Ting explained weakly, "I only thanked Brother Wang out of politeness just now." Qin Feng asked curiously, "Yeah, and then?" After confirming that Qin Feng was not just putting on an act, Xia Ting relaxed and said, "I saw you grab Brother Wang's umbrella without a word, so I thought you were jealous." Qin Feng was speechless. Now I just felt that him holding the umbrella was too showy and it made me a bit uncomfortable. Xia Ting teased, "As long as you are not feeling bad for Brother Wang, haha." Qin Feng smiled faintly and said nothing. Seeing his low-key and reserved expression, Xia Ting suddenly remembered that when she first met him, the clothes he wore were all old. Standing in the crowd, he looked just like an ordinary person. No one could have guessed that such a guy was actually super rich. Sure enough, rich people are really good at pretending. Xia Ting was very glad that she had not just blocked him the night before last. If she had missed out on a man like him, she really would not know how to forgive herself. At the thought of the 20 yuan red envelope she had sent that night, Xia Ting felt so awkward that she did not dare to look at Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Wang Gang, who was following them, felt a little relieved after realizing that his boss did not really like superficial pleasantries. He was an ex-soldier, a man as straight as steel. It was exactly because he did not know how to flatter others that he had ended up in his current state. Actually, he felt very uncomfortable doing what he did just now, as if his face were being trampled under someone else's feet. But for the sake of money, he could only demean himself like the characters on TV. This was called being mature. He had thought he would have to keep sucking up like this from now on, but to his surprise, this boss actually cared about his dignity. This moved him deeply. How many bosses are there who are both considerate to their subordinates and willing to give raises? Wang Gang made up his mind that this time he would cling to Qin Feng tightly, no matter what, and never let go. Just now the boss mentioned sincerity twice, which meant that compared to saving face, he valued loyalty more. However, Wang Gang felt that having loyalty alone was not enough. He also needed to work diligently, steadily, and with doubly serious effort in order to stay by his boss's side with peace of mind. Qin Feng had no idea that these two were basically gaslighting themselves. He just had not been a rich person before, so he only felt a bit awkward for the moment. He believed that once he got used to having money, he would definitely turn bad. The three of them arrived inside In Time Plaza. Qin Feng returned the umbrella to Wang Gang for safekeeping. Then he checked the time and said to Xia Ting, "Let us eat first." "Okay," Xia Ting nodded. Most of the restaurants in the mall were not very expensive, 100 or 2 per person at most. However, a place like Heidilao might be slightly pricier. Qin Feng had been lucky enough to go a few times. Not only were the prices high, but he was also put off by their bowing and kneeling service. Their smiles were so fake they made his skin crawl, as if they were still wearing servants' braids from the old days. Qin Feng could not enjoy that. The two of them strolled around for a bit and casually chose a nicely decorated restaurant called Fangmenting. Qin Feng and Xia Ting found a table for 4 in the main hall. After sitting down, they noticed Wang Gang was still standing straight beside them. It was exactly the time when customers were arriving. Wang Gang was a bit taller than Qin Feng, over 1.9 meters tall with broad shoulders and a thick waist. With such a huge guy standing right there like a pillar, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was the most eye-catching guy in the room. "Brother Wang, sit down and eat with us. Do not be polite, there is definitely enough food to go around," Qin Feng urged. "No need, boss, I came out after eating lunch," Wang Gang declined. "Looking at your size, eating another meal is definitely not a problem. Have a seat, standing there does not look good." Qin Feng stood up and motioned for him to sit. Working for him but not even getting a meal, what kind of logic was that? Wang Gang had never seen a bodyguard joining the table to eat. Besides, they were a couple. If he squeezed in and acted as a third wheel, he would feel like his life was completely wasted. Realizing that standing there was too much of an eyesore, he hurriedly said, "Then I will go sit outside." After saying that, he walked outside without looking back, sat on a small stool meant for waiting in line, and observed the situation around Qin Feng's table through the glass. Qin Feng helplessly shook his head. He ordered a serving of beef fried rice and asked the waiter to take it to the big guy, leaving it up to him whether to eat it or not. Xia Ting did not pay attention to these trivial matters. She was focusing on reading the menu. She scanned the QR code and ordered on her phone. Scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried yam with wood ear mushrooms, quick-fried pork kidneys, garlic vermicelli seafood clay pot with oysters, lochin soybean paste, chicken and chestnut soup, scallion mutt. As the dishes were served one by one, Qin Feng's eyes widened more and more. What was the meaning of this? Did he not perform well last night? Woman, you are playing with fire. Qin Feng glared at Xia Ting, who had a sly look on her face and was smiling like a fox. He wished he could just take her right then and there. Honey, eat more to build up your stamina. Xia Ting picked up an oyster with her chopsticks, placed it in Qin Feng's bowl and said with a smile. Qin Feng snorted softly and said toughly, "Do not you regret it tonight." Right now, the hardest part of his entire body was his mouth. Being so crazy yesterday and 2 more times this morning, he was really somewhat physically overdrawn right now. Qin Feng rubbed his lower back and thought viciously, "Just wait until I get that superhuman physique, I will show you what is what. I have just noticed you have not been holding back these past 2 days, and I am worried about your body. Let us just keep it PG tonight so you can recover properly." Xia Ting was not shy at all saying these things. On the contrary, she found Qin Feng's expression of trying to act tough exceptionally amusing and giggled to herself. "That will not be necessary," Qin Feng said loudly after swallowing the oyster. Xia Ting laughed so hard she could not keep her legs shut. After eating, the two of them casually strolled around the mall for a bit. Whether it was the oysters doing their magic or not, after just half an hour, Qin Feng felt like he was good to go again. The look he gave Xia Ting was full of provocation. Xia Ting smiled playfully as she met his gaze, her eyes showing no sign of weakness. Qin Feng almost wanted to drag her to the car to settle the score. But remembering that she still had to buy him the far-ahead phone, he immediately suppressed the urge. Business first. His phone was lagging so badly that he could only scroll through 5 TikTok videos before having to wait over 10 seconds for the next one to load. Live streams were even worse, lagging like a PowerPoint presentation. He could not do anything at all. He now had the ability to tip streamers. The thought of so many pretty female streamers waiting for him to discover them made Qin Feng burn with impatience. He wondered how many 90-point female streamers there were on TikTok, and what the rewards for conquering them would be. Would dropping 10 million make a splash? What kind of special reactions would those streamers have after receiving the money? Qin Feng was really looking forward to it. However, he also knew he could not rush things right now. Xia Ting was about to trigger a cashback, so securing her first was the best choice. Qin Feng patiently accompanied Xia Ting as she shopped around the mall. First, they went to Starbucks. He asked Wang Gang, who had been following behind them, if he wanted milk tea, but was ruthlessly rejected with a shake of the head. So he only ordered a strawberry white chocolate frappuccino for Xia Ting. He did not order anything for himself. He felt that as a guy, drinking that stuff was a bit too girly, and he was too embarrassed to do it. A real man should chug ice-cold cola. But looking at the tempting whipped cream and ice cream on top of the frappuccino, he kind of wanted to taste it. Fortunately, while shopping with Xia Ting, there were plenty of opportunities to hold her drink. In a small jewelry store, while Xia Ting was trying on hair clips and pins, Qin Feng offered to hold her drink, then pretended to naturally bring it to his mouth and took a huge gulp. Instantly, his eyes narrowed in delight. It was so sweet and totally hit the spot. No wonder milk tea was the standard companion for shopping. Taking a sip put you in a great mood, making everything enjoyable. Unfortunately, a medium cup did not last long. He finished it in just 2 gulps. Next time I will get a large one, Qin Feng thought to himself. At that moment, Xia Ting reached out and took her drink back from him, took a sip and found it empty. Angry, she slapped his arm hard and scolded in a sweet voice. "You are so annoying, stealing my drink." Qin Feng said shamelessly, "Hee, it was too good, I just could not hold back." HMPH, Xia Ting wrinkled her cute little nose and glared at him fiercely. She looked absolutely adorable. Afterward, as compensation, Qin Feng bought her a pair of sunglasses and a beige sun hat. The texture of the hat looked very premium. The pleated design with a bow at the back gave Xia Ting a very girlish vibe, and wearing it made her face look small. The brim had a metal wire inside, allowing it to be shaped into whatever flattering style suited her. Zia Ting shaped it into a few shell-like folds and put it on her head, paired with a black dress that really highlighted her fair skin. She looked exactly like a pure, beautiful girl heading to the beach for a vacation. So fair and tender, Qin Feng was completely mesmerized. "Does it look good?" Zia Ting asked. The hat did not cost much, but Qin Feng's unblinking stare made her very happy. Yeah, Qin Feng nodded vigorously. Since you are being so honest, I will forgive you," Zia Ting smiled. "Let us go, we are off to buy a phone." She had the items packed up and tossed them all to Wang Gang to carry. Feeling light and relaxed, she linked arms with Qin Feng and walked toward the Huawei Experience store. This was when the importance of having a bodyguard along became apparent. Having someone to help carry things made it so much more convenient than lugging around a bunch of bags themselves. If they had a bodyguard yesterday, Qin Feng would not have had to hire couriers to deliver all the things he bought her back and forth, which was a huge hassle. The two arrived at the Experience store. Zia Ting asked the staff if they had the most expensive Huawei Porsche design model. After receiving an affirmative answer, she did not drag things out. She directly asked them to bring a black one over, then scan the code to pay. Her crisp and decisive manner made Qin Feng admire her a lot. This far-ahead phone was said to be endorsed by Brother Hua, and it was considered a financial product in the phone world, holding its value extremely well. Drooling, Qin Feng tore open the packaging and took out the Mate 60 RS. The rear camera featured a star diamond octagonal design, and the back cover material, enhanced by metal and ceramic, looked incredibly high-end and highly recognizable. After turning it on, Qin Feng fell in love with the phone at first glance. Whether it was the smoothness or the colors, it completely blew his old 1,000 yuan piece of junk out of the water. "You really get what you pay for. It was truly awesome. Do you like it, big brother?" Seeing that he could not put it down, Zia Ting immediately stepped forward to claim credit, wearing an expression that begged for praise. This phone cost over 10,000 yuan. In the past, buying it might have made her heart ache a little. But now she felt nothing at all. Leaving aside the real Porsche from this morning, she had not even finished spending the 100,000 yuan Qin Feng gave her the day before yesterday. Right now, it was as if she had not spent a single penny, getting it purely for free. As long as Qin Feng remembered she bought it every time he used the phone, it was a massive win. "I love it, thank you for the gift, baby," Qin Feng said with full delight, pinching Zia Ting's little face. "If you like it, then you cannot use your old phone anymore." Zia Ting gently held his hand, stopping him from messing around. "With this phone, how could I possibly still use that old piece of junk?" Qin Feng said nonchalantly. Who knows what you men are thinking?" Zia Ting smiled disdainfully, hinting at something else. "Once I go back and transfer the data, I will sell the old phone," Qin Feng promised. Zia Ting opened her mouth, wanting to tell him to throw the old phone away right in front of her, but she was afraid that being too forceful would make him resentful. So she just gave a soft HMPH and teased. "Your phone would sell for 200 at most, why do not you just sell it to me?" Qin Feng asked curiously, "What do you want my broken phone for?" Zia Ting stared quietly into his eyes without saying a word. Qin Feng felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze and grinned with a guilty conscience. A bad thought had actually just flashed through his mind. He was thinking that if he sold the new phone and then bought a 2,000 or 3,000 yuan phone, would not he end up with 7,000 or 8,000 yuan in extra cash? A 3,000 yuan phone was perfectly fine to use anyway. He could top up the extra money into the system and directly turn on the ultimate rich guy tipping mode, sending warm care to those female streamers. But then he thought about it, and Zia Ting's affection level was more important. What if she saw him change phones and got angry? A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Thinking of this, Qin Feng steadied his mind. Since the far-ahead phone was already in his hands, he could unleash his ultimate move on Zia Ting and break through the final affection level. This was the way to spend money he had thought of when buying the car that morning. He was very confident that if he pulled this off, the affection level of the vast majority of women would absolutely max out. Even a man would obediently lie down and stick his butt up to take a beating for him. He asked affectionately, "Ting Ting, are you living with your parents right now?" Zia Ting did not quite catch that. Seeing him dodge the question about the old phone again and change the subject, a flicker of worry crossed her eyes and she replied nonchalantly. "Yeah, my mom does not want me renting a place out there. She says a girl needs to know her limits." After saying that, she glanced at Qin Feng and complained, "I am not moving in with some guy, I just wanted to live with my best friend. They will not let me and I have to report in if I am not home by night. It is so annoying." "Your mom has a point. A lot of girls living alone these days have their days and nights flipped and eat irregularly. They end up looking like ghosts," Qin Feng comforted her. "Back when I was delivering food at night, the women I met living alone were honestly terrifying. Not only did they look pale and like they were about to drop dead at any moment, but their apartments looked like crime scenes. Dirty and messy with piles of instant noodle cups everywhere, worse than a guy like me." He felt it was better for a girl like Zia Ting to be well behaved. At least she had someone to look after her and keep her in check. How could I be that kind of girl? Zia Ting retorted, if you think my mom is right, then do you agree with her rule that I have to be home by 10 tonight? Oh, Qin Feng was stumped. You should not preach kindness if you have not suffered their pain. Since her mom was not controlling him, it was easy for him to talk. He still wanted to experience the 5-star presidential suite today, and he did not want to let Zia Ting go back at all. Seeing the rhythm was off, he hurriedly corrected himself. I did not mean that, I meant, do you want to own a house that is completely your own? Hearing the word house, Zia Ting's expression changed instantly. He wants to buy me a house. This is too fast. I am not mentally prepared for this at all. We have only been together for 2 days, we barely know each other, and we are already talking about a marital home. Zia Ting was startled by her own thoughts. She felt shy and her heart was racing. Are you serious? Yeah, do you have any houses you like? Qin Feng asked casually. Zia Ting opened her mouth slightly, staring at Qin Feng with a blank look. The way he asked was so natural that she misheard it as, do you have any clothes you like? I will get you a couple of sets. At this moment, Zia Ting could not help but develop feelings for him. The kind that feels like she is about to find love. Just one final step away, and once that barrier is broken, she would fall for this man without any reservations. Zia Ting's affection level increased by 2. Qin Feng clenched his fist, secretly pleased. Good, very good. He was worried that saying that would push her affection level straight to 80. Leaving that little bit left is just perfect. Once I buy the house and add to her affection, I can get a huge cash rebate. Since we have time this afternoon, let us go buy it. Seeing Zia Ting's dazed expression, Qin Feng said impatiently. Her current affection level of 79 is very dangerous. If I say one more right thing and it goes up, it will be over. That would be a whole house lost. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and just pay for it right now. Zia Ting was stunned by this sudden move and said tremblingly, we are going today right now. She did not doubt Qin Feng's financial strength, she just could not handle the speed of this progress. What girl could handle buying a car in the morning and a house in the afternoon? All the big life events are being squeezed into one happy day. Then the days ahead would be way too amazing. And the car is a Porsche, the house will at least be a villa. Right? Zia Ting's eyes sparkled with anticipation. And tell me quickly, do you have a house you are interested in? Qin Feng said with a smile. Yes, I saw a villa earlier, it is super beautiful. Zia Ting did not hesitate to take out her phone and look for a standalone villa she had seen on social media. It was a local standalone garden villa, priced at 8 million urgent sale. It is said the owner spent 10 million buying it, and another 2 million on renovations. 3 stories, 420 square meters, Chinese-style architecture, with a 180 square meter garden. What she could not forget was the 60 square meter master bedroom on the 3rd floor, which had a huge 8 by 2.4 meter floor-to-ceiling window, where you could wake up and overlook the beautiful scenery of flowers and trees. The terrace was also super large, planted with many green plants and flowers, with 2 lounge chairs perfect for feeling the leisurely and relaxed atmosphere. How about this one, what do you think? Zia Ting held her phone, played the video, and showed it to Qin Feng like she was presenting a treasure. It is okay, but it is surrounded by other villas, it looks a bit lonely. Living there might lack a bit of the human touch. Qin Feng commented objectively. This kind of villa is not like his small bungalow, where you have to answer a bunch of nosy old folks every time you go out to buy groceries. When he was broke, Qin Feng really hated people asking him things. But now that he is rich, sorry, I want to announce to the world that today I did not just buy broccoli and potatoes, I also got a Porsche. But I like it, it is my dream house, Zia Ting said coquettishly. When she first saw this villa, she imagined living there with the person she loved. She would be willing to trade 5 years of her life for it. If she did not have to work, did not have to worry, and could just do yoga, plant flowers, and raise a dog every day. Keeping a happy mood while waiting for her man to come home. If she was bored, she could just chat about daily gossip with her girlfriends in the villa. The kids would be taken care of by a nanny, and her life would be easy and free. Then she would be satisfied even if she only lived to 70. But now a man is actually saying he wants to give her this villa. Oh my god. Is heaven planning on not letting me live to 70? Zia Ting started to space out again. Seeing how much she liked the villa, her eyes fixed on it, Qin Feng thought he should hurry up and seal the deal. 8 million plus the previous 3 million, if the rebate goes through, that is enough for him to splurge for a while. He used Zia Ting's phone to contact the agent, asked about the house, and said he wanted to see it right now. As luck would have it, the agent was free and had the keys, so they could go directly. After confirming the address with the agent, Qin Feng smiled and said to Zia Ting, let us go, time to go see your future home. Zia Ting jumped up excitedly and hung on to Qin Feng. She wanted to wrap her legs around his waist, but that was a bit inappropriate in public, so she just stood on the ground. She expressed her excitement by kissing his face repeatedly. Brother, I love you to death. Not so fast, wait until I buy the house before you love me, Qin Feng said, pushing her away slightly. Brother, how much money do you actually have? What kind of companies do you invest in? Xia Ting asked curiously. Although she knew she should not be so pushy about these things, looking at the calm Qin Feng, she felt like 50 cats were scratching at her heart. She really wanted to know how much power he had. You do not need to ask about that. Anyway, as long as it is something you like, I can buy it for you, as long as it is not too outrageous, Qin Feng said with great confidence. How many billions is 10 million times 10,000? Maybe not rich enough to rival a nation, but buying things a woman likes is barely a challenge. Those shiny little diamonds and pearls, how expensive could they possibly be? Qin Feng waved his hand and signaled Wang Gang, who was standing in the distance, to head back to the parking lot. The confidence he radiated at this moment made Xia Ting's heart flutter once again. She admitted that she was charmed by Qin Feng's extravagant demeanor. Xia Ting gazed at this man with infatuation. Biting her red lower lip, her eyes were filled with naked love. Suppressing her excitement, she got into the car with him and sat obediently in the back seat. At this moment, even if Qin Feng did something excessive to her, she would not be angry. She might even want to be more proactive. She refused the seatbelt Qin Feng offered, leaned on him, wrapped her arms around his neck and stared at him with watery eyes. Her expression was full of hidden passion. It seemed like if Qin Feng gave her the slightest signal, she would lower her noble head and do the things she had not done before. But Xia Ting was disappointed. Qin Feng did not respond to her. Instead, he rolled down the window and shouted to Wang Gang, who was standing outside, to avoid them. Brother Wang, what are you doing? Get in and drive. Wang Gang hesitated for a moment. Seeing Miss Xia's passionate attitude just now, he thought they were going to get busy in the car. He was afraid of ruining their mood and did not want his ears polluted, so he had not gotten in. Hearing Qin Feng's voice now, he braced himself, opened the front door and got in. He kept mentally preparing himself. There would probably be many scenes like this in the future, so he needed to stay calm and just get used to it. I will use your car for these 2 days, and I will get you a new one in a few days. Qin Feng ignored Xia Ting's affectionate gaze and pretended to chat with Wang Gang. Do you think it is better to drive a Bentley or a Mercedes? Qin Feng had calmed down now and felt his body still needed a break. No matter how young he was, he could not do it this frequently. Earlier, he went so limp it was like he was hit by NASA's Is with her skill. He thought it was broken. He did not dare to show off in front of Xia Ting anymore. Calling Wang Gang over was also to have an excuse to fend off Xia Ting. Wang Gang did not know what was going on and answered honestly. When I was in the army, I thought driving a hunky was the most prestigious. After coming out, I like those wide and large RVs. You can go anywhere you want. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. He thought an RV was pretty good too. What young person does not have a dream of traveling? You can spend the night anywhere in an RV. And you can take girls to look at the stars. How much is a decent RV? A decent one is about 700,000 or 800,000. Better ones are hard to say, ranging from millions to tens of millions. It is mainly the interior modifications that are expensive. Xia Ting already had a car and did not want Qin Feng chatting with someone else about cars. Seeing Qin Feng ignoring her, she twisted around in his arms, trying to attract his attention like a beautiful snake. At the same time, she interrupted to steer the topic to houses. Brother, will this house be under both our names? Qin Feng fell silent for a moment. After getting an answer from the system, he sighed and said helplessly, It will only be under your name. Xia Ting noticed Qin Feng's expression was a bit strange, but did not think too much of it. Hearing that the house was bought solely for her, her heart beat so fast it felt like it was going to fly. At this moment, Qin Feng was a sparkling treasure in her eyes, emitting a dazzling golden light that made it impossible to look away. Xia Ting was not worried at all that he could not afford the 8 million house. Based on what he said in the mall just now, she felt Qin Feng's savings might exceed 9 figures. Let us put both our names on it. After all, we will both be living in it, Xia Ting said politely. A house is different from a car. It has significant meaning. This would be their home. Putting only one person's name made it seem like she was just after his house. Just your name is fine. I want to give you enough sense of security so you can feel at ease taking care of me at home. Qin Feng made up an insincere reason, spinning a lie for Xia Ting. This house cost 8 million. He really wanted to add his own name too, but what could he do if the system did not allow it? It said something about the goddess needing absolute autonomy. Damn it. This simp system really knows how to simp. Xia Ting did not insist further. Since he put it that way, being overly particular would make her seem unappreciative. However, thinking about living with this man in the future, she worried she would not do well enough and would be disliked, so she said weakly, I am quite lazy. I do not want to clean such a big house all by myself. Can we hire a nanny to help out? This man paid his bodyguard 50 or 60,000 a month, so hiring a nanny for 10,000 should not be a problem. It was just a bit embarrassing for a woman to say this out loud. Letting the nanny do all the work made it seem like she would only eat, drink, and play at home, like a salted fish without dreams, lying around every day enjoying being served by others. She was worried Qin Feng would look down on her. So her cheeks felt a bit hot and her ears were flushed red when she made this request. Yeah, of course we will hire one. A cook, a gardener, a private doctor, a personal trainer, and so on. I will arrange them all for you, as long as you are happy and joyful from now on. Qin Feng painted a beautiful future for her. He yearned for these things just as much. But the premise was that the cashback had to be successful. Xia Ting was left in a daze by the grand promises Qin Feng threw at her. Having graduated for so many years, she had met many people. The ruthlessness of reality had gradually made her give up the dream of marrying a super-rich man and becoming a wealthy wife. As she grew older, the 26-year-old had already lowered her criteria for a mate to someone with 7-figure savings. The additional conditions were an age gap of no more than 3 years and caring enough for her. Xia Ting felt her own conditions were not bad and her requirements were not too high. It was impossible for her not to find a husband. But reality slapped her hard in the face. The few young second-generation rich guys she dated gambled, loved to play around, and even did drugs. The slightly older uncles were extremely stingy. They said things like money is meant for women to look at, not for women to spend. Such damn remarks would get someone drowned in a pig cage in their circle. There was also a potential stock, young, decent-looking, and although he did not have much money, he was stable as a public servant. She dated him for nearly half a year, and he actually worried that she was too pretty and would cheat on him in the future, so he dumped her. Damn it, I only fish for one guy at a time, okay? Her best friend, whose looks and figure were inferior to hers, was incredibly petty and suspicious of everything, yet still managed to find a husband worth 9 figures. Aside from being 24 years older than her, there was nothing bad about him. But she herself had yet to meet a good man. A while ago, she listened to her mom and started going on blind dates. Almost every man, upon seeing her for the first time, would ask, "With your conditions, why are you out on blind dates?" Could it be? That hesitant, suspicious look made her really want to explode. The key was that these blind date partners were all weirdos, mama's boys, creeps, shut-ins, perverts. Her bizarre blind date experiences could fill a 1,000,000-word novel. She thought that in a year or two, her standards would have to drop again. She did not expect a sudden light at the end of the tunnel. The classmate who used to have a crush on her had actually become so rich and treated her so well. Xia Ting was so moved she wanted to cry. Her nose tingled, a layer of mist formed in her eyes, and she looked at Qin Feng with teary eyes, saying, "Hubby, will you love me for the rest of your life?" Women are very emotional creatures. When the feelings come, they cannot control them. She wanted to hear Qin Feng's affectionate confession. But she did not expect him to reply with a perfunctory attitude. Yeah. Xia Ting's tears instantly retracted and she said resentfully, "You are not putting your heart into it at all." Qin Feng knew the correct answer, but he was terrified that saying it right would add points. You have to know, the house has not even been bought yet. Fortunately, this emotional state came quickly and went quickly. Not receiving a system prompt, Qin Feng felt relieved and comforted her with a smile. I love you, look, I am about to buy you a house. Is not that a manifestation of my love?" He did not know since when, but modern people's view of love had become somewhat distorted. A house could prove love. In the past, he really would not have dared to say he loved a girl so calmly. But now it was different. With this simp system, he could prove his love without limits. Seeing that he was even buying a house for her, Xia Ting felt she really should not throw a tantrum anymore. Although she did not get the answer she wanted, she could tell from Qin Feng's eyes that he liked her. Thinking that she would soon have her own home and that her boyfriend was handsome, gentle, and capriciously rich, she could not contain her excitement. She even felt a bit impatient with how slowly they were progressing and wanted to speed things up. Leaning her whole weight against Qin Feng, her fingers poking his chest absent-mindedly, she said pointedly, "So, is there any special meaning behind you buying a house for me, honey?" Qin Feng only wanted to raise her affection level and did not think about anything else. He was completely unprepared for this question. His eyes darted around for a moment, and he replied somewhat casually, "I just wanted you to be free from your family's control so we could live more freely." Seeing that it was not the answer she wanted again, Xia Ting felt a little disappointed. "Really? You just want to buy a house so we can live together?" Having a place to live comes first, then we can talk about other things, right? Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and scratched his head. "But I definitely have to tell my parents about buying a house and moving in together." Xia Ting stared straight at Qin Feng and asked seriously, "If they want to meet you, will you go?" Qin Feng felt a massive headache coming on. How could he not understand what Xia Ting meant? After meeting the parents, the next step would be getting pushed into marriage. He had finally gotten some money and had not even started living it up yet, and now he was about to enter the grave of marriage. How could that work? He tactfully made an excuse. Of course I will, but we should wait until we have adjusted to each other for a while. After all, we have only been together for 2 days, and we do not know much about each other's habits yet. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he noticed Xia Ting suddenly froze. She seemed to glitch out, making no sound and saying nothing. Puzzled, he asked, "What is wrong?" As if suddenly realizing something, Xia Ting raised her head and gave him a complicated look. She still did not say anything. She let go of his neck, shifted her seat, and sat off to the side by herself. She deliberately left a gap between the two of them, as if returning to their college days, showing him a cold and distant demeanor. Xia Ting's affection decreased by 1. Xia Ting's affection decreased by 1. Xia Ting's affection decreased by 1. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. He never expected that this damn affection level could actually drop. The system notification showed the affection level plummeting all the way from 79, only stopping at 69. Looking again at Xia Ting's expression, she was as freezing cold as a snowy mountain. Sweating profusely and feeling a numbness in his scalp, he hurriedly leaned over to salvage the situation, saying, "Baby, do not be like this. I was just a little nervous earlier, which is why I said we should meet your parents later. Please do not be mad." Seeing her unmoved, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and agreed. "You arrange it now. I promise to meet your parents tomorrow." Xia Ting remained silent. She looked at him with cold eyes as if looking at a scumbag. Qin Feng broke into a sweat under her stare. He had no idea why this woman was angry. Buying her a car and a house, yet her affection levels still dropped, he was also getting a little irritated. He could not help but raise his voice slightly. "What else do you want from me? Tell me, as long as I can do it." To his surprise, Xia Ting sneered and said out of spite, "I want both our names on the house deed. Can you do that?" Qin Feng never expected her demand to be an impossible task. How was he supposed to deal with this? Qin Feng also wanted to add his own name, but the simp system would not allow it. Besides, was not it good enough to just have her name on it? Qin Feng was getting anxious and remained silent with a frown. The atmosphere inside the car grew heavy. System prompt: Xia Ting's affection decreased by 1. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? If this keeps up, her affection level will drop to 0. Qin Feng scratched his head and pulled his ears, frantic with worry. He had not been this anxious even when he could not find the right spot last night. He controlled his emotions and asked seriously, "Is adding a name really that important?" Xia Ting's emotions had taken over, and she just clung to the name issue, questioning him. "Then do you dare to add your name to it?" Qin Feng was speechless. In the past, if someone wanted to give him a villa, he would absolutely worship them like an ancestor every single day. But with Xia Ting, not only did her affection level decrease, but she also proposed an impossible condition. Seeing that the cashback reward was right in front of him, Qin Feng really did not want all his efforts to be in vain. No matter how angry he was, he chose to endure it. He wanted to try and see if he could salvage the situation. "I really cannot put my name on this house, but I can do it for the next one. That should be okay, right?" Xia Ting's heart was aching faintly. She wanted to scream out loud, "Add the name after you get a divorce, right?" But she did not dare to do that. This man had never made a single promise from beginning to end, so she had no right to accuse him of anything. She felt extremely wronged. Crystal clear tears brimmed over her eyes, leaving 2 wet trails down her rosy cheeks before finally dripping onto her chest. She was so stupid. She actually thought there was a man in this world who loved her like an angel. In the end, it was all the same. They were all demons from hell. She should have woken up from her dream a long time ago. "Brother Wang's pullover." Xia Ting's sobbing voice rang out. It startled Qin Feng, who was thinking of a countermeasure. After seeing her tearful face, his heart softened. He hugged Xia Ting tightly and coaxed her, "Baby, do not cry. Did not I promise to add the name?" Xia Ting struggled to push away Qin Feng's embrace, her trembling voice filled with endless grievances. "Get lost, you scumbag." She really wanted to tell Qin Feng loudly that even if nobody wanted her, she would never be his mistress. Listening to the commotion in the backseat, Wang Gang slowly pulled the car over to the far right. But he did not stop the car. He just wanted to prevent Xia Ting from suddenly opening the door in anger and causing an accident. Qin Feng was pissed off, crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide. There was really no reasoning with this woman. He had thrown so much money at her, and she still called him a scumbag. He said angrily, "Can you be reasonable? How have I been a scumbag to you?" His words hung in the air. Xia Ting stopped speaking, lowering her head with a bitter expression as pea-sized tears rolled down her cheeks and dripped onto her clothes. The inside of the car was dead silent, the atmosphere turning mute. The air seemed to freeze, creating an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe. After a long while, Xia Ting slowly calmed down and looked coldly at Qin Feng, her gaze devoid of any emotion. At this moment, she felt as if her dream had shattered. She should have thought of it sooner. When they talked about going to his place before, he was hesitant. When asked what company he invested in, he was secretive. When asked to meet her parents, he was extremely reluctant. Even in bed, she had not heard him make any promises. And now, he did not even dare to put his name on a property deed. He was terrified of being found out. What did this mean? If he had nothing to hide, why would not he even dare to add his name? And what was that about adding it on the second house? Why would anyone need that many houses? Xia Ting was absolutely certain that Qin Feng was a married man. And now he wanted to buy a house to keep her as a mistress. To keep her like a canary in a cage, just like in the TV shows. At the thought of this, her tears could not stop falling again. The kept mistresses in TV dramas left too deep of an impression on Xia Ting. So she never considered being someone else's mistress. She felt that being a mistress was worse than just working an honest job. You have no title, no status, and no legal protection. The children you give birth to are illegitimate and cannot see the light of day. And you cannot control your own man at all. Most importantly, if you get caught in bed by the official wife, at best you get stripped naked and thrown outside, and at worst you get acid thrown on you. Acid thrown on you. The moment she thought of that scene, Xia Ting panicked and said loudly, "Qin Feng, let me tell you, you can give up on that idea. Even if I, Xia Ting, starve to death, I will never be your mistress." She wiped her tears away and shouted to Wang Gang again. Brother Wang, stop the car. Wang Gang was caught in a dilemma. He had never encountered a scene where the boss and his lover were fighting, so he did not know whether he should stop the car. Seeing Xia Ting act so fiercely and the boss not stopping her, he tentatively slowed down and drove at a speed of about 10 miles per hour for a while. Seeing no one object, he simply pulled over and stopped by the side of the road. Then he sat in the driver's seat, quietly watching the drama unfold. Qin Feng finally realized what she was thinking. He was immediately baffled and said, "Who asked you to be a mistress?" Seeing that he was still trying to argue, Xia Ting immediately bombarded him with questions. "Then why did not you tell me where you live? Why do you care so much about your broken phone? Why did not you put both of our names on it?" Seeing him rendered speechless by her questions, Xia Ting, with red eyes, accused him in a bleak and bitter tone. "You clearly have a wife, so why did you have to mess with me?" Qin Feng could not explain these questions. He thought for a moment, then took out his ID card to prove himself. "You can use my ID card to check and see if I am married." Xia Ting was a little stunned by his open and honest attitude. Her initially despairing mood suddenly found hope again, and she asked hesitantly, "You really do not have a wife?" Qin Feng threw his hands open, "I really do not." Xia Ting thought she had wronged him, and her face turned a little red. But to find peace of mind, she still weakly continued to press. "Do you promise that I am your only girlfriend, that you do not have any fiancé or other women?" For the sake of her affection level, Qin Feng immediately promised. "Yeah, I swear I absolutely have no other girlfriends." Seeing his sincere attitude, Xia Ting felt a surge of joy in her heart and could not help but push her luck. "Then promise that you will not have any in the future either." Qin Feng choked. Looking at Xia Ting's pitiful doe-like eyes, her sniffling little nose, and the two-tear tracks still hanging on her pretty face. She looked so beautifully sorrowful in her tears that anyone would feel pity for her. The lethal power was enormous. Qin Feng had the urge to go up, wrap his arms around her, and coax her until she was better. But he was an honest man. Since it was something he could not do, he would not make casual promises. Money he could give. Love he could give as well. But the promise of only loving her alone for the rest of his life, he could not give. He did not want to give up the entire forest just for Xia Ting. And he did not want to be a scumbag who deceived people. If Xia Ting could not accept him having other women, then they would just have to end it here. Although he did not get the cash back, they had already slept together. A sports car could just be considered the overnight fee. There were so many beautiful women in the world, there must be plenty who loved money. If this one does not work out, on to the next. There would always be a woman who could tolerate him. Besides, I heard female live streamers are more pragmatic, though I do not know if that is true or not. He hugged Xia Ting and rubbed her head without answering her question, using silence to let her realize it herself. He planned to hand the choice over to Xia Ting, letting her choose for herself. There would be no outcome if she continued to follow him right now, and there would definitely be other women involved. Xia Ting waited full of joy but did not hear his affirmative answer. As the minutes and seconds ticked by, her heart slowly plummeted. She understood. This man was using this method to tell her that in the future, she would not be the only woman by his side. After all that, she was still going to be a mistress. To think that she, the widely recognized campus belle of Jiangnan University, would be reduced to such a state. She felt a little sorry for herself. Tears surged out. She tightly embraced the man in front of her, buried her face in his chest, and let out muffled cries. Venting her emotions, she soaked his clothes with her tears. and wiped her snot all over him too. Qin Feng was filled with guilt and let her make a mess of him. "How many girlfriends are you going to have?" Xia Ting choked out. "I do not know," Qin Feng answered very honestly. "The scumbag." Even as Xia Ting cursed him, she also knew that this kind of guy was indeed very attractive to the opposite sex. Come to think of it, why would such a young, wealthy and handsome guy only like her? It was not a teen idol drama after all. But Xia Ting just could not control her sadness. It was the first time in her life she had met such a good man, and she did not want to give up just like that. She cried for quite a long while before finally recovering. She lifted her head, her makeup cried into a messy smudge like a little tabby cat, and her eyes were a bit red and swollen. She asked between sobs, "What if in the future your girlfriend runs over and throws acid on me?" Xia Ting made the worst-case scenario assumption. "That will not happen. I will arrange an absolutely reliable bodyguard for you," Qin Feng said seriously. "What use is that? If they sneak up and spray it, no one can block it." Xia Ting was filled with fear and anxiety. On one side was the temptation of the villa, and on the other was the threat of acid. She did not know how to choose. She really wanted to take a bite out of this scumbag's shoulder to let him know just how conflicted she was. "Let me calm down and think about it properly." After saying that, she forcefully pushed him away, haphazardly wiped her face and opened the car door to get out. Qin Feng grabbed her and asked, "Where are you going?" Xia Ting shook off his hand and asked back coldly, "Home. Where else could I go?" Qin Feng smiled apologetically, "I will take you." "I do not want to see you right now, scumbag." Xia Ting got out of the car and slammed the door heavily. The loud bang made Wang Gang in the front feel half dead with heartache. Seeing her act so resolutely, Qin Feng sighed helplessly and said to Wang Gang, "You go take her home, I will get out and catch a cab." "Okay, boss," Wang Gang replied. Qin Feng got out of the car. He watched as Wang Gang very decisively made a U-turn, driving against traffic to catch up with Xia Ting, honked the horn and said a few words to her. Then he saw Xia Ting look back to glare at him before obediently getting into the car. When they drove past him, Xia Ting did not roll down the window and Qin Feng smilingly waved at her. Then he kept standing by the side of the road watching the car drive off, until it disappeared from sight. Only then did Qin Feng shake his head with a bitter smile. A man who cannot lie really loses a lot of points. He should have been thick-skinned and hardened his heart to deceive her until she reached 80 points, getting the cash back before laying his cards on the table. How great would that have been? He secretly swore. In the future, he definitely had to be a cold-hearted scumbag. Qin Feng walked silently down the road, constantly reflecting on himself in his heart. Braving the sun at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, unafraid of getting burned. He walked for a while before he recovered his senses. He looked up blankly, not knowing where to go. He turned his head and looked around. The scenery along the street seemed somewhat familiar. He remembered coming to this street when he was delivering takeout. It was quite bustling with many shops. Not far away there was a cafe, a hair salon, an internet cafe, and a boutique foot massage parlor. His attention was drawn to the foot massage parlor. He stared intently at the flashy signboard. But without stopping his steps, he resolutely walked into the internet cafe. It was not that he could not afford the foot massage parlor, but rather that the internet cafe offered better value for money. Both offered happiness, but one was 3 yuan an hour and the other was 298 an hour. Was not it obvious which one to choose? With only 5 or 6,000 in cash left in his hands, Qin Feng continued to console himself. Entering the internet cafe, Qin Feng bossily grabbed a bottle of Coke and topped up 10 yuan for internet access. After receiving a sweet smile from the cashier who scored a 69, he sat down in the 3 yuan hall area. While waiting for the computer to start up, he took out his newly bought phone and glanced at it. There were 3 new contacts on WeChat. All of them were women. Qin Feng clicked into the first girl's moments. Her moments were full of selfies. She looked familiar and the system gave her a high score of 81. Opening them, he saw that besides the person herself, the photos often featured the Porsche logo on the steering wheel, accompanied by some inspirational captions. Seeing the Porsche, Qin Feng remembered that this was the sexy saleswoman from this morning, Peng Jinyan. Qin Feng clicked accept. Soon, the other party sent a greeting. Qin Feng was not interested in this salesperson for the moment, so he left her hanging. The second girl's WeChat name was Betsy. There was not much in her moments, just a few landscape photos with some life reflections. The note specified that she was a Porsche buyer. Qin Feng recalled that she was the owner who had ordered the Turbo S that he had bought. He became a little interested in this girl. After passing her request, he got straight to the point and sent a message. "Hey beautiful, send me a selfie." Having been tempered by Xia Ting, he had grown bolder and dared to say anything. Asking for a selfie was really just to save everyone time. He would scan it. If she was under 90, there was nothing to talk about. He would just send a quick goodbye and move on. He did not have any spare energy to waste on other girls. The third one was Jiang Mangsu. The request note read, "What were you doing at the Porsche dealership?" Qin Feng had posted 2 photos of the Porsche in his Moments that morning, and after half a day it had over 20 likes. The comments were joking about him buying it. He figured this woman must have found out he went to the dealership from one of his classmates. Qin Feng smiled slightly and his mood improved. He had thought about adding her back just to mock her with a none of your business. But then he felt it was a bit low. After all, he was a man with status now, no need to show off his superiority in front of such a bitch. It would make it look like he still cared about her. He directly clicked reject and blocked her. Indifference is the most hurtful language. Just like how she had been cold to him back then. Only those who have suffered such violence can understand how terrible it feels. That feeling of having boiling lava in your chest, but being covered by layers of ice and snow. Qin Feng wanted her to experience it too. After handling all this, he casually placed his phone face down on the table, exposing the octagonal diamond camera lens. Amidst the envious eyes of the guys next to him, he opened League of Legends. Since he was at an internet cafe, of course he had to play a few fun games. He would find girls on a live stream later. He had been playing this game off and on for 7 or 8 years. His skill was not that great. He only knew how to use some tricky tactics. And the new version kept coming up with new tricks, which was perfect for players like Qin Feng. The game started. He picked Sivir, built Ravenous Hydra as his first item, Heartsteel as his second. He totally made the opposing Rengar question his life. In this version, the damage is insane. Even the support can chase down the ADC. There is no need for an AD to carry at all. Just build tanky to soak up damage and hug the thighs of your mid, jungle, and top lane daddies. This is the correct way to play this terrifying game. After building a bunch of top lane items on an ADC, Qin Feng stood alone in the middle lane, pushing the wave. He successfully used his seemingly frail body to bait the enemy mid laner, Yasuo. He tanked their ultimate and was chased across half the map, yet he still did not die. By the time his teammates arrived and surrounded Yasuo, Yasuo was still trying to E into him for one last hit before dying. He held the aggro perfectly. The 5 of them took advantage of the numbers to start Baron. At the critical moment, it was Qin Feng again, the ADC, using a Blitzcrank hook to pull the Rengar out of the brush. Then, without a hint of fear, he stood his ground and fought him head-on. After dumping all his abilities, Rengar was horrified to find that the AG still had half his health left. After being focused and killed by Qin Feng's teammates, Rengar kept spamming question marks, unable to understand what had happened. Qin Feng coordinated with his team to take the dragon, get kills, and push the towers, ending the game. Satisfying. This version is simply heaven for ADCs. In the past, you had to be careful with positioning, output, and dodging skills. Now just build tanky and be a utility player. Whether the team wins or loses has nothing to do with you. In the late game, you do not even need AD damage to push towers. This made Qin Feng feel very comfortable. Mom never has to worry about me getting one shot again. Just as he was about to play another round, Wang Gang called to say he had safely dropped Xia Ting off and asked where Qin Feng was, wanting to come pick him up. Qin Feng did not let him come. He was playing games, and it felt weird having such a big guy standing behind him. Qin Feng told Wang Gang over the phone to come pick him up in the evening for the bar. There was nothing for him to do now, so he could go rest anywhere. Wang Gang had thought this job required 24-hour accompaniment, and had prepared himself for eating dry rations and pulling all-nighters. He did not expect that less than 2 hours into his shift, he would be sent to rest. For a moment, he could not believe it. This job was too easy, was not it? Could he really get a raise like this? He sat in the car, staring blankly at his phone. Qin Feng hung up the phone. He planned to go to the bar tonight to find Shifuya and talk about the pain of his heartbreak. And by the way, see if he could find a decent girl at the bar to get a room and spend the night together. He could guarantee he would not touch her. He just did not want to return to his broken 40-square-meter apartment after sleeping on that 4-star hotel bed. Just then, his phone vibrated. The female car owner he had just added replied to his message. "Betsy, Mr. Qin, it is a pleasure to meet you." Seeing she would not send a photo, Qin Feng did not want to bother, but it was boring while waiting to pick people, so he asked casually. "Qin Feng, what is up?" "Betsy, I feel like we have similar taste, and I wanted to get to know you." "Qin Feng, if you have no pics, do not talk bullshit." "Betsy?" Subexi sat in her office, staring blankly at the message on her phone. She thought a man who could pick a car she liked must have tastes similar to her own. She did not expect the first sentence to be a demand for a photo. His attitude was as frivolous as a confident beggar. Subexi considered herself a broad-minded person and thought it was too judgmental to judge someone by a single sentence, so she intended to learn a bit more before deciding. But after those 3 sentences, she reached a conclusion. If this man is not a loser, he must be a rich man's spoiled son. She originally did not want to deal with such an unrefined man. However, as it happened, she was pretty good looking. Ever since she was a child, everyone praised her like she was a princess. If she did not send a photo now, it would seem like she was too ugly to be seen. Su Beixi thought about it, took a selfie with her phone and sent it over. Betsy image. Qin Feng leering face emoji. As soon as he sent it, he received a reaction from the man. Su Beixi curled her lips and smiled triumphantly. She still had some confidence in her beauty. Now the initiative in the conversation was back in her hands. Can we talk now? Qin Feng stared at her photo, looking at it with great relish. This oval face, these delicate red lips, double eyelids paired with peach blossom eyes. Her eyes were truly as clear as water, her features as picturesque as a painting, with white teeth and red lips. Such a beautiful flower-like face, paired with delicate, cool-toned white skin. Coupled with glossy, smooth golden hair cascading down her shoulders. She looked just like a sparkling golden lotus emerging from the water. At first glance, she was indeed very beautiful. But Qin Feng worried that her photo was photoshopped or that her face was the result of plastic surgery. He immediately activated the scanning function to check. Name Su Beixi. Age 25. Charm 92. Number of past relationships 2. Oh my god, she is a true goddess. What was he waiting for? Just go for it. You have initiated a transfer of 100,000 yuan. After completing the transfer, Qin Feng dominantly said, "Let me see your legs." He had already learned a profound lesson from Xia Ting. Rich people do not give a damn about feelings. Just throwing money at them is enough. Do not do any of that flashy stuff. Find a few more girls and throw money at them all at once. With 100 million in his hands, he did not believe there was not a single girl who would fall for him. He also wanted to use this 100,000 to test if this woman had any desire for money. A girl who could afford a Porsche was most likely a wealthy woman herself. If she did not like him throwing money at her, then they should just say goodbye early on. On the other side, seeing him still so unreasonable and actually daring to ask to see her legs, Su Beixi felt her face darken slightly. However, the dazzling 100,000 yuan right there made her lose the thought of blocking him. In the past, if someone offered her 100,000 yuan to send a photo of her legs, she would not even pay attention to them. But now it was different. After her father's accident, her own restaurant business suddenly became terrible. Coupled with occasional negative news about the store, all the old customers were clamoring for refunds on their membership cards. The banks were also unwilling to lend money, and her former friends had all lost contact. She was now failing to make ends meet, about to be unable to afford rent and salaries, and was on the verge of bankruptcy. This was the restaurant she had worked so hard on for several years. She did not want to just let it go under like this. 100,000 yuan was not much, but it could alleviate her urgent need. If it was just taking a picture of her legs. A flash of resolve crossed Su Beixi's eyes, and she accepted Qin Feng's money. She held up her phone, pointed it at her smooth and flawless legs, and took a picture with a click. Betsy sent an image. When she sent it over, she was overwhelmed by a sense of shame. Her cheeks even felt a bit hot. Seeing those plump, long, and fair legs, Qin Feng smiled very lewdly. At this time, the system determined that the consumption was successful. Goddess database updated. Name Su Beixi. Age 25. Height 170 centimeters. Weight 50 kilograms. Charm 92. Occupation restaurant owner. Special trait devilish figure. Favorability -5 cold. Number of past relationships 2. Conquest reward understanding a woman's heart. Amount spent 100,000 yuan. This conquest reward seems pretty good. If he could hear women's inner thoughts, would it not be extremely easy to conquer other girls in the future? And as for this devilish figure, tempting as it was, his career came first right now, and romantic affairs could be put on hold for a day. Once he had rested and regained his energy, he would come back to study just how devilish this devilish figure really was. But the problem now was that Su Beixi's favorability was actually negative, which made him feel a bit strange. Could it be that giving her this 100,000 yuan actually reduced her favorability? This was a bit tricky. Thinking that throwing money at her and asking for a picture of her legs just now might have made her unhappy, Qin Feng quickly tried to salvage his image. I am sorry for being presumptuous just now. It is fine, thank you for the red envelope, President Qin. You are very welcome, Miss Su, your photo is truly beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Su Beixi felt very disdainful in her heart toward this guy who put on a respectable act just because he saw her photo. System prompt, Su Beixi's favorability -5. Qin Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the system prompt. I can understand losing favorability for being arrogant, but I have such a good attitude now, and you are still reducing my favorability. Fine, fine, so this is how you want to play. Since it is going to reduce favorability either way, I will not pretend anymore. He clicked transfer again, entered 200,000 yuan and sent it. Miss Su, it was truly presumptuous of me to snatch the car you wanted. To express my apologies, could I treat you to a meal? This time, Qin Feng intended to communicate face-to-face. To subdue her by throwing money at her. To let her witness what the power of money truly was. Su Beixi stared blankly at the 200,000, not quite daring to click accept. She was getting a bit flustered by Qin Feng's actions. Casually taking out 300,000 for a stranger, was not this man a bit too extravagant? Was he the foolish son of a wealthy landlord or an ultimate nouveau rich? Regardless, he was definitely a wealthy guy. This kind of person was very easy to talk to when things went his way, but once things did not go as he pleased, it would become very troublesome. She did not really want to provoke this kind of person. The reason she took the initiative to reach out to Qin Feng at first was that, besides thinking they shared the same taste and wanting to make a friend, she also thought it would be great if she could borrow some money from him to get through her difficult times. But with this kind of nouveau rich, she was afraid the money would burn her hands. If she ended up being exploited to the bone, she would have nowhere to reason. Looking at the shining 200,000, Su Beixi resisted the temptation and refused, saying, I am sorry, I have plans for tonight. It is fine if you have plans, keep this money. Are you not running a restaurant? Just consider it as me having a meal at your place. How did he know what she did? Su Beixi was startled once again in her heart. It was not strange that he knew her name, as the car dealership might have revealed it. But she had never told anyone about her job. Could it be that this man, in just a few minutes and relying solely on a photo, had found out her name and job? This man had quite a formidable background. She gathered 120% of her spirit and responded. President Qin must be joking. How could a meal possibly cost 200,000? I think having a meal with a beauty like you is worth this price. Haha, President Qin really knows how to make people happy. I have always been realistic. If you think it is not enough, I can keep adding money. It is enough, it is enough. Please do not be angry, President Qin. I really have things to do tonight. Su Beixi smiled bitterly. She was still entangled with him after all. If she let him add more money, it was hard to say whether he might give the money to someone else and arrange for them to do bad things. For 300,000, there were already many people willing to cross the line of the law. Since things had come to this, she was out of options and could only type and continue. Is tomorrow night okay? I will wait for you at the Zuixian restaurant. Sure. Qin Feng thought for a moment and added another sentence. Let me ask, does your restaurant have rooms upstairs to stay in? He remembered that Zuixian restaurant seemed to be a high-end restaurant. And as the boss there, this woman should be able to arrange a place for him to stay, right? System prompt. Su Beixi's favorability -10. Current favorability -20, feeling despised. Qin Feng was left speechless. He carefully scrutinized what he had said. It seemed to be a bit ambiguous. Great, she had misunderstood. He just wanted a simple place to sleep and had absolutely no thoughts about her peach-like figure. Even if he did, it was only a tiny bit, not much. Qin Feng had the mind to explain a bit, but on second thought he let it go. Despise me all you want. Giving this woman money actually reduced her favorability. She was quite hard to deal with. He felt completely numb and did not want to dwell on it so much. If it was not his method of throwing money that was wrong, then it was her who had a problem. Su Beixi held her phone, looking at the implications sent by Qin Feng. Her chest heaved rapidly, she trembled all over with anger, and her eyes even turned red. Unconsciously, she gripped her phone tightly. In her anger, she wanted to refund the money and block his WeChat. The worst that could happen was hiding at home for a couple of days, pretending she had never provoked this man. But then she thought of the crisis in her store. She secretly knitted her brows tightly. Su Beixi sat quietly in her chair, lost in thought. About 10 minutes passed. She let out a soft sigh. Ultimately, she chose to endure it. I will just pretend I did not understand his hint. If he comes over to eat tomorrow, I will find a way to get him drunk and see if I can palm off a couple of girls on him to stall him. I'm not refunding that money unless I absolutely have to. Su Beixi thought to herself. After running this shop for a few years, she had at least learned a few tricks for handling men. Having made up her mind, she turned off her phone screen, adjusted her mood, and tidied her clothes and makeup. She was getting ready to head out for her appointment. The person she was meeting tonight was the boyfriend she had been dating for 2 years. He had just returned to the country recently and said he had something to discuss with her. His tone on the phone had been quite heavy, which made Su Beixi vaguely guess what he wanted to talk about tonight. When your luck is down, bad things always seem to come in heaps. She was used to it. Qin Feng was at an internet cafe wearing the Bluetooth headset he had received as a gift, opening the TikTok livestream and searching for 90-point beauties. He wanted to see how much favorability he could gain with a woman if he dropped 300,000 on her in a livestream. It could not possibly be a negative number, right? He scrolled through one livestream after another. He discovered that all the female streamers were very pretty. Not a single ugly one among them. Every face was breathtakingly beautiful, and the clothes they wore were extremely sexy. Either cheongsams with high slits up to the waist, or super tight yoga pants, or miniskirts with all sorts of colorful stockings, or perhaps a red garter wrapped around a pair of smooth, beautiful legs. They posed and preened, showing off feminine charm to the fullest. Especially the group dance live streams. 5 girls of different shapes and sizes took turns dancing, each one flashy, charming, and graceful. When you sent gifts, they would keep dancing on a loop. The stage background was a giant moon, and the young women looked like celestial maidens descending to earth, providing an eye-pleasing song and dance experience for mere mortals. Qin Feng felt his heart racing, staring straight at the screen. No wonder you cannot find beautiful women on the street anymore. It turns out they have all hidden away in live streams. He had expected that with so many beauties here, he would surely find a few 90-point goddesses. But after using the scan function, it was as if he were holding a magic mirror, and one by one, they revealed their true selves. One of the group dance live streams in the top 10 popularity list. The first girl on the left had a charm score of 68. He was not sure if it was her makeup skills or the high-level beauty filters. But anyway, a girl who would not even rank higher than an internet cafe receptionist looked like a world-class beauty on the stream. She wore a bright blue cheongsam, displaying graceful and elegant posture. Her slender waist swayed, appearing so delicate that it looked like it could not support the weight of her chest. It made one instinctively want to reach out and help her. But Qin Feng, looking at that score of under 70, felt a mix of intimidation and obsession. The second one was a 79. Although she wore the same cheongsam, she made it look even more erotic. From time to time, she would turn sideways to reveal her thigh, smoothing down the hem of her dress with her hand, intentionally or unintentionally highlighting her curvy figure. The third girl stood in the center, and the system score was high, nearly 100 points. But that was for the number of relationships she had had. Her actual charm score was only 82. She looked good and was very photogenic. But after looking at her for a while, her face started to feel fake. If he had to describe it, it was as if her features had been carved by a master craftsman, making her look as exquisite as a waxwork star. Very pretty, but not suited for staring at for long periods. It was easy to get the illusion that you were looking at a robot. Out of the 5 girls, not one reached 90 points. The audience was large though, with over 10,000 people online. Qin Feng was secretly amazed. He scrolled past this livestream, continuing to look for a real goddess worth spending on. After scrolling for several minutes, all he saw were streamers with excessive skin smoothing and whitening filters. Nowadays, the number of people streaming is increasing. As long as you turn on beauty filter technology, even a man wearing a wig sitting in a stream can look beautiful enough to spark someone's imagination. Let alone those girls who had even a little bit of natural charm. They coated their faces with thick makeup, using various shades of powder to create highlights, shadows, and a 3D effect. They applied bright lip gloss, wore eyelid tape, and stuck on heavy false eyelashes. They dressed up like fairies in front of the camera, striking poses to trick people out of their money. And the girls who were truly naturally beautiful often failed on stream because they did not have the right scripts or were habitually cold-mannered. Their popularity could not compete with ordinary girls who were enthusiastic and knew how to tell dirty jokes. They would only make a couple hundred after a whole day, all while having to endure filthy comments from the audience. This caused them to lose confidence in streaming and become increasingly rare. Qin Lin, with his scanner on, felt very tired. He clicked through dozens of live streams and not one was decent. They were all around 60 to 80 points. His heart gradually sank to the bottom. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly a young and cute face with round cheeks appeared before him. She had a small mouth and a small nose, but her eyes were disproportionately large. There was a pitiful beauty mark by the corner of her eye, and her shiny black hair fell loosely onto her shoulders, with long bangs covering her eyebrows. She looked well-behaved, cute, and a bit dazed. She wore an ordinary white round-neck t-shirt, not showing off anything, keeping her figure hidden. On the bottom, she wore a blue skirt that reached her knees, showing only a small section of her fair, tender calves. This conservative outfit was completely different from the other vixen-like streamers. Name: Zhang Wanwen. Age: 21. Charm: 95. Relationships: 0. It is 0. A miracle. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Qin Feng was thrilled. Not only had he found a goddess, but her relationship count was 0. It was not in vain that he had searched so hard. Hard work really does pay off. Zhang Wanwen was staring blankly at the time, and seeing a newcomer enter her stream, she said casually, "Welcome Freerider Great Sage to the stream. Could you please click follow to support me?" Qin Feng did not expect that his level 1 account would be called out by the streamer, so he obediently clicked follow. He had not watched many live streams before. He had never been called out by a streamer, nor had he ever spent money, sticking to the policy of just keeping them company and insisting on writing for free until the end. That is why he chose the name Freerider Great Sage. "Brother, would you like to join the fan group? It is only 10 cents. Zhang Wanwen saw someone had followed and a flash of joy crossed her eyes. So she followed the live streaming techniques she had learned yesterday and gave a shy, hesitant smile. Qin Feng had no time to reply. He was currently busy topping up his account. Topping up 50,000 at a time on TikTok is a bit of a hassle. 10 cents for such a rare beauty, that is not enough. He was going to do something big. Zhang Wanwen saw that the new viewer did not speak or send any gifts, and his name started with Freerider, so her smile faded a bit. Many viewers are rational, and even if they have money, they will not spend it recklessly. Just clicking follow is already quite good. She did not say anything else, just dimmed her eyes a little. Zhang Wanwen stared blankly at the screen in silence. At this moment, a high-level viewer in the stream spoke up. Level 55 Super Love Cilantro, streamer, do a sexy dance. If I enjoy it, I will send you a sports car. Although this person was level 55, they spoke very rudely. Zhang Wanwen's expression stiffened and she said hesitantly, "I am sorry, I am not a dance streamer." She really did not know how to dance. Besides, her chest was a bit large. If she danced, things would bounce all over the place, which would look very unsightly. Level 42 Wandering Slipper, is not dancing basic. If you cannot even do that, why be a streamer? This sentence instantly drew a reply from another viewer who was already in the stream. Level 10 Feng Yue, our Tutu is an innocent beauty streamer, she does not do those suggestive dances. Wandering Slipper, Elma, what era is this, still playing innocent? Feng Yue, go watch suggestive dances somewhere else. We are mainly about a quiet vibe here. Wandering Slipper, you think I will leave just because you tell me to? Feng Yue, streamer Tutu, those two are together, let us just ignore them. Zhang Wanwen frowned slightly, lowered her head, and did not say a word. Some of the rich people on the internet really did not speak very civilly. This made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Super loves cilantro, why the long-faced streamer, do not want the sports car anymore. Zhang Wanwen had been streaming for over a week, and although she did not have many viewers and her earnings were low, she still did not want to lower herself for money and dance to please those annoying viewers. So she pretended not to see the message. She thought that after a while, this person would get bored and naturally leave the stream. This was how she had dealt with many presumptuous people before. But to her surprise, these two started saying increasingly outrageous things. Super loves cilantro. Is there something wrong with this woman's eyes? Seeing high-level people like us, she does not even know to take the initiative to suck up. Wandering Slipper, exactly, and she is wearing so much, just like a country bumpkin. Super loves cilantro, look at her looking so dumb, wonder what she is waiting for. Wandering Slipper, maybe this streamer is waiting for that freeloader sage from just now to send her a fan badge, hahaha. Super loves cilantro, she does not even know how to make money when it is right in front of her, what a trash streamer. Wandering Slipper, maybe she likes being freeloaded off by level 1 alts. Level 1 freeloader sage. Qin Feng had worked so hard just to top up 2 million, when he accidentally saw someone talking about freeloading and whatnot. He switched tabs and scrolled up and down. He found that he seemed to have been mocked for no apparent reason. He could not quite understand it. He had not said a single word, how could he still be mocked? Was it a crime to have the username Freeloader Sage? He slowly typed out a question mark. Super loves cilantro, level 1 alt, do not speak Freeloader Sage. Wandering Slipper, do you even have the right to send a question mark Freeloader Sage? Qin Feng looked a bit displeased, suspecting that there was something wrong with these two guys' brains. He could not help but type out a sentence, cannot a person speak while watching a stream? Wandering Slipper, just be a good little freeloader, do not come out trying to make your presence known. Super loves cilantro, hey, you do not top up a single cent yet you talk a load of bullshit. Seeing the situation escalate, Zhang Wanwen finally spoke up timidly. Can you guys please not fight? Her voice was soft and weak, lacking any persuasiveness. Super loves cilantro's real name was Zhou Kurui, and he considered himself a person of status. He did not like talking to level 1 beggars, seeing them too much annoyed him. In order to not see Qin Feng's messages anymore, he directly sent a Porsche worth 120 yuan. Super loves cilantro sent 1 golden sports car. This was the 6th sports car he had sent out today, so it had a golden special effect, whereas normal sports cars were red. Super loves cilantro, streamer make me a mod, I will help you clean up the trash viewers. Zhang Wanwen thanked him in a low voice. Even though she did not like this person's attitude, he had genuinely given her 60 yuan, so it was only right that she thanked him. However, she did not make him a mod and just weakly advised Qin Feng. Brother Freeloader, please do not argue with them anymore. Let us talk about something else. Wandering Slipper, yo, this streamer is quite generous, calling him brother even when he does not send gifts. Call me brother too, why do not you? A hint of disgust flashed in Zhang Wanwen's eyes. Her reluctance was practically written all over her face. She wanted to ask this person to leave, but it seemed like this Slipper and Silentrock knew each other. This left her feeling a bit conflicted. Right at that moment, a super gorgeous special effect flashed across the screen. Pink cartoon blocks paved the very bottom, and rotating piano keys formed a circle, supporting a giant subwoofer-like stage, while several little round figures dressed in Peking opera costumes beat gongs and drums below. At the very top, the 3 neon words Carnival flashed, constantly rotating and showing off its dazzling value to the surroundings. This was the absolute most precious gift on TikTok. Worth 3,000 yuan. Freeloader Sage sent 1 Carnival. Zhang Wanwen was startled by the gift effect that suddenly popped out. With her big, striking eyes wide open, she stared at the screen in disbelief. For a moment, she actually forgot to say thank you. This was the first time she had ever received a Carnival. When this effect appeared in the stream, she even thought she was hallucinating. It was not until the chat box exploded with messages from many lurking viewers that she realized it was real. Bro, do not be like this. Feng Hua, holy crap my guy, you get fired up so easily. Kaiolama going this hard. I love monster girls. Zhang Wanwen snapped back to reality and whispered. Thank you for the carnival, big brother, Tutu bows to you. Zhang Wanwen's live streaming room was called Lucky Bunny, so she referred to herself as Tutu. Copying other female streamers, she stood up, placed her hands together in front of her legs, and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle toward the camera. Although it was a bow just like the others, she was different from those enthusiastic streamers. She kept her legs straight, head down, and eyes cast downward. She looked like a shy little girl who had received a red envelope but was too embarrassed to express her joy, showing no signs of screaming or cheering. She could not provide the reaction the boss wanted, and even made the atmosphere a bit serious. But Qin Feng really liked this kind of silly, cute little girl. The donation was successful, and the system displayed the expanded profile. Qin Feng took a quick look. Goddess database updated. Name Zhang Wanwen. Age 21. Height 160 cm. Weight 45 kg. Charm 95. Occupation university student. Trait soft voice and gentle body. Favorability 10 acquaintances. Number of relationships 0. Conquest reward guardian angel. Amount spent 3,000 yuan. Qin Feng. Not to mention her traits, just this conquest reward alone is hard to put into words. It leaves one speechless. If you say it is powerful, it has no impact on his current life. If you call it trash, well, no one would ever complain about having an extra life. If this could be sold, it would be extremely valuable. Billionaires would definitely be willing to pay a high price for it. Strictly speaking, those billionaires might not even be qualified to bid for it, as powerful people from every country would certainly be interested. This just goes to show how precious it is. But for Qin Feng, it seems rather insignificant. It is just like wearing a guardian angel item. At most, it makes him a bit bolder. He just has fewer scruples when doing things. It might make picking up girls a bit easier. Imagine a rich, handsome guy who's willing to die for you. Just tell me if you're scared. The live stream was bustling with excitement. Many viewers were drawn out by the carnival and started popping up in the chat. It was not that they had not seen someone give a carnival before. It was just exciting to see someone give a carnival specifically after arguing with a big boss. As ordinary people, we are very keen on gossiping and watching the fun. Viewers started commenting one after another. Brother, you're bold to face him head-on, impressive. Young people are hot-blooded, that is normal. If you're not convinced, just fight. Worst case scenario, you eat steamed buns for the rest of the month. Streamer, why have not you given moderator status to your freeloading big brother yet? Coriander boss, someone already gave a carnival, what are you waiting for? At Superlove Coriander. Joe Curry sneered in disdain when he saw the freeloader Saint send the carnival. Then he saw people tagging him, telling him to send a gift. He typed a line directly on the public screen. Superlove Coriander, I do not look up to streamers of this caliber. She does not dance, she is not good at talking, and her expressions are silly. Aside from being a bit pretty, she has no redeeming qualities. And who knows if her face is just thanks to beauty filters. There are plenty of streamers in other rooms much prettier than her. Joe Curry really did not think much of this shy streamer. Sending that sports car earlier was purely to kick out that level 1 account. Qin Feng originally intended to send 10 carnivals at once. But checking the goddess database took a bit of time. Now seeing this jerk mocking his goddess, he immediately typed to defend her. 30 freeloader saint, if you do not look up to her, why do not you get lost? After spending 3,000, his level reached 30, and his badge turned a noble golden color, no longer the small blue frame. Superlove Coriander, laughable using your salary to show off just you. Roaming Slipper, haha, this idiot is getting worked up by us. Roaming Slipper, you dare to send 3,000 bucks, I admire you, haha. Feng Hua, brother, do not get carried away, one carnival is quite expensive. When Zhang Wanwen heard them say that the freeloader saint had spent his salary on the donation, and realized it was actually possible, she immediately grew anxious. Big brother saint, thank you so much for the gift, but please do not waste your salary like this. Qin Feng had been a bit annoyed by those two clowns. But hearing Zhang Wanwen's concern, he immediately smiled. This girl really is a bit dim. Freeloader saint, do not worry Tutu, this is just pocket change. Roaming Slipper, sending one carnival and already acting like a big shot. Superlove Coriander, who do you think you are trying to play big in front of me? Freeloader saint gifted Carnival X. Freeloader saint gifted Carnival X. Freeloader saint gifted Carnival X. Qin Feng gave a faint smile and started to go all out. One carnival after another bombarded the screen. He wanted to see what those two idiots would have to say after he sent 100 carnivals. It is just money after all. In front of a high-score beauty, money is the last thing he lacks. Qin Feng swiped his thumb, sending gifts rapidly. As the gorgeous carnival effects flashed one after another in the stream, everyone watched in shock. Hiss, the viewers in the stream all gasped. They watched as the gifts scrolled past like a flood. Each one was worth 3,000 real yuan. Everyone was typing question marks or exclamation points nonstop. Those with fast typing speeds were saying the boss was amazing. But the chat box was completely covered by the carnival effects. You could not see anything without blocking them. The scene was incredibly shocking. Roaming Slipper was also a bit stunned. Roaming Slipper's real name was Pang Pin, and he was Joe Curry's little sidekick. He usually spent his time guessing his boss's thoughts and trying to amuse him. Whenever he sensed his boss was angry, he would take the initiative to lecture others for him. And as an expert internet keyboard warrior, his typing speed was incredibly fast. He had just finished drafting a comment, acting so cocky after just one carnival you really can show off. Now seeing Freeloader Saint sending gifts again, he hesitated to hit send. He had not expected this level 1 account to be able to send so many carnivals. He deleted the number 1 from his text box, wanting to see how much power this person really had. But when he watched the count go from 10 to 20, then to 30, and it still would not stop. His face took on a grave expression. When the number hit 40, 50, 60, his eyes began to show fear. He decisively deleted all the text he had drafted. He was not stupid. Someone capable of sending so many gifts was definitely not someone a lackey like him could afford to provoke. He did not dare to bark anymore. If he angered him, even if he could not touch his boss, dealing with him would be easy. It was better to keep a low profile. Female streamer Zhang Wanwen's eyes were wide open in her live room. Her dark, bright pupils were like those of a frightened fawn. Her delicate pink lips were slightly parted. Like the rest of the audience, she stared at the computer screen in utter disbelief. She nervously held her breath, the hairs on her arms standing on end. She sat there silly, afraid to move, unable to recover for a long while. When she received her first carnival, she was happy but also slightly worried that Freerider Great Sage was forcing himself to use his salary. But she did not expect him to immediately start sending more carnivals, one after another at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Freerider Great Sage sent out carnival times 71, times 72, times 73. As if he had money burning a hole in his pocket. This instantly left her at a loss for what to do. Influenced by her roommates who said streaming was profitable, she wanted to give it a try. But after streaming for over a week, her total earnings were less than 100. After finishing today's stream, she somewhat did not want to do it anymore. But unexpectedly, a big shot suddenly appeared and threw so much money at her. Today she finally saw what a truly rich person looked like. Her eyes gradually became blank, her mind racing wildly, thinking about how to thank the boss. Qin Feng sent exactly 100 before finally stopping his hand. It took about a minute or so. Faster than double tapping for a like. He felt somewhat satisfied with his hand speed. He scrolled through the bustling public chat, looking to see why those two little cuties had not spoken up yet. With a gift value of 300,000, the stream's popularity had surged. Hundreds of viewers flooded in, and there were quite a few comments. Black boss is confused. Whether child, sugar daddy, do you need an accessory to cling to your leg? Will not change name until I buy Maybach. Great Sage is awesome, you have to respect it. Invincible Big Pineapple, what is going on? What is going on? Is it New Year's? Tasty You, I do not know either. It is packed with people pushing and shoving, and I got pushed right in. Are you pretty? A low-key big shot got provoked and is showing off his wealth. Do not be nervous, everyone. Zinkson, brother, check my DMs. I have a special surprise for you. I want 2/3 bowl of rice. This streamer looks so cute and silly. Qin Feng could not find any comments from those two idiots and thought they were scared off by him. He slowly sent out a question mark. Freerider Great Sage. This question mark was exactly the same as the last one. But it made Joe Curry's expression turn gloomy, a terrifying ruthlessness bursting from his eyes. He was in a terrible mood this time, feeling like he had become someone else's stepping stone. This piece of trash called Freerider Great Sage actually dared to step on him to show off. He could not tolerate this. It was just 100 carnivals. It is not like he could not afford to send that. Even 200 or 300 would not be a problem for him. Super loves cilantro. Hey, like to show off, huh? Super loves cilantro, just you wait. After typing that, Joe Curry left the live room directly. Seeing his boss leave, Peng Pin immediately followed and ran out. Seeing them drop a harsh remark and run off like cartoon villains, Qin Feng could not help but chuckle. He could not be bothered to care what those two idiots were plotting. It was more important to get down to business. At this moment, the streamer on screen had her cherry lips parted, looking so adorably dumbfounded that it made people want to tease her. Freerider Great Sage, streamer, are not you going to thank me for the carnivals? Because he had joined the fan club before sending the rockets, his intimacy level was now very high. His comment was a different color from the others, exceptionally eye-catching. Zhang Wanwen saw the comment but had not yet thought of how to express her gratitude. She nervously covered her little mouth with both hands, stuttering a bit as she spoke. I am sorry, thank you for the carnivals, brother. Freerider Great Sage, is that it? Zhang Wanwen also felt it was a bit insincere. But she did not know what else to say, her face turning completely red. Suddenly, she remembered the phrases her roommates used to thank their big spenders. In her panic, without thinking too much, she blurted out, I want to have your babies, boss. The whole place fell silent. No one typed anything. The live room's comment section seemed to freeze. No one expected the streamer to say something like that. The impact of such a pure little girl uttering such wild words was quite obvious. Qin Su's eyes lit up. He excitedly jumped right off the sofa and hurriedly typed, Do you mean it? Zhang Wanwen's face instantly blushed crimson, the beauty filter unable to hide that exquisite rosy hue. She regretted it right after she said it. She had been hearing her streaming roommate say this phrase so much lately that she accidentally blurted it out without running it through her brain. Seeing that Qin Feng seemed to take it seriously, she immediately stuttered, afraid to speak. Her eyes darted around nervously, half thinking he was joking, half afraid he was serious. Her conflicted little appearance made the viewers involuntarily crack fond smiles. Right after, the extravagant special effects animation for the carnival lit up the live room once again. Freerider Great Sage sent out carnival ×1, ×2, ×3. Qin Feng was too excited to extricate himself, only able to frantically spam gifs to express his thrilling mood. This completely stunned Zhang Wanwen again, who had been about to explain herself. She entirely did not expect that one sentence from her could make the big shot surge with energy once more. For a moment, she was once again at a loss for words, her eyes staring blankly. Qin Feng's hand speed was even faster this time, and in a flash, the carnivals had reached ×97, ×99, ×99. He shut out everything else, focused solely on sending gifts to his sweetheart. Zhang Wanwen also zoned out for over a minute. There was no music in the live room, nor any screaming from the female streamer. Just a slightly adorable bunny. Seeing the gifts still steadily floating upward, the audience could no longer control their hands and typed one after another. Sugar daddy, do you want a son? Too fucking awesome. I have been on stream for so long, and this is the first time I have seen carnivals spam like this. Godfather above, please accept a bow from your son. Is this female streamer knocked out by the money? She's not moving at all. Nonsense, if you got smashed with this much, would not you pass out too? Zhang Wanwen recovered a little bit. She rubbed her eyes, which had grown slightly sore from being wide open for a minute. She timidly called out, Thank you for the gifts, brother Great Sage. She looked both nervous and dazed. There was an uncontrollable tremble in her voice. Like a frightened little rabbit, so cute it was going to explode. Listening to this, Qin Feng felt a ripple in his heart and spammed even harder. Freerider Great Sage sent out carnival ×100, ×101, ×102. Just then Pan Fugui, who was sitting next to Qin Feng, returned from the restroom. As he shook his hands and prepared to sit down to continue surfing the web, he caught a glimpse of Qin Feng playing on his phone with a lecherous grin on his face. He leaned over quietly to get a look at the phone. It looked like he was tipping a streamer in a live broadcast room. Pan Fugui dismissed it with a scoff. How much money could someone sitting in an internet cafe possibly have to spend on gifts for a streamer? Sending a few flowers or hearts would be the limit. However, when he focused and saw the gifts Qin Feng was sending, he was instantly terrified. He was actually seeing someone spamming carnivals, and the count had already reached 178, 179, 180. He was still sending them. This is impossible. Pan Fugui was stunned for a moment, then could not help but look up at Qin Feng. He saw him beaming with joy, tipping gifts without a care in the world. Pan Fugui instantly realized what was going on. It must be a fake Douyin app. It must be one of those shady live streaming platforms that mimics Douyin. Those carnivals probably only cost a few cents. Otherwise, this guy would not be having so much fun with it. Feeling proud of his own wit, Pan Fugui poked Qin Feng's arm and asked, "Hey buddy, where can I download this live streaming app? Can you give me a link?" Qin Feng took off his headphones and turned to look at him. The man was about the same age as him, with a somewhat sleazy appearance and slightly protruding front teeth. His smile looked like a weasel's. "Brother, do not you know Douyin?" Qin Feng asked back. "I do, but a normal carnival costs 3,000 yuan. You are acting like they are free." Pan Fugui pointed at Qin Feng's phone, confused. "You have sent nearly 200 of them. If these were real carnivals, how much money would that be? Even if you are using a luxury phone, you would not actually be spending that much on gifts." Pan Fugui thought to himself. He had never seen any rich person sit in an internet cafe to play with live streams and tip hundreds of thousands. This had to be fake. "Not much, just pocket change, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Seeing that Qin Feng refused to share and was playing dumb, Pan Fugui did not press further. He just smiled and sat back down. He secretly guessed that the app might not be open to the public, and that it was probably a membership-only platform accessible only through referrals. And those streamers were probably the kind from foot massage parlors, the ones who were more open-minded and could get up to all sorts of wild business. He had heard that those talented girls could even open beer bottles with their mouths. But you would have to frequent massage shops to get into that circle. Pan Fugui shook his head, pushing those envious thoughts away. He was a decent man and would not go to places like that. Grinding is more important. He opened his game and prepared to continue his monster-slaying career. However, images from Qin Feng's phone kept flashing through his mind. The stream looked incredibly real. Even the streamer's name was perfectly clear. It seemed to be called Lucky Rabbit. She looked pure and beautiful. In Lucky Rabbit's live room, carnivals kept popping up. In the blink of an eye, it reached 201, 202, 203. And there was still no sign of stopping. The audience opened their screen recorders, planning to capture this legendary moment and post it online with a catchy title. To tell all those girls chasing their dreams in live streaming. This is how a real tycoon sends gifts. "Brother Great Sage, please stop, that is already enough." Zhang Wanwen called out urgently as she saw Qin Feng keep sending gifts past the 200 mark. She was extremely nervous right now. In just a few minutes, this person had sent a full 300 carnivals. Converted to cash, that is 900,000 yuan. Who would not be scared by that? In her village, that is enough money to marry 5 wives. If this keeps going, am I really going to have to give him a baby? Thinking about 2 people with no feelings for each other getting intimate just for money made her heart race. Zhang Wanwen felt completely at a loss. Qin Feng was a very reasonable man. If she said no, he would not. If she said stop, he would stop. If she said do not stop, then he would hold off for now. That is a matter for another day. His waist was a bit sore now, and though he had the desire, he lacked the physical strength. At this moment, he wanted the capture reward for Xia Ting more than anything. Once he hit the round number of 210, Qin Feng took his fingers off the screen. He was now a high-level 50th level warrior. The oval icon next to his name had turned a deep purple red, and the emblem on it was incredibly flashy, looking like a faceted gemstone. After tipping for so long, his private messages had dozens of red notifications. Qin Feng tapped to open them. He found that most of the profile pictures were of beautiful women, and their names were quite suggestive too. They had sent him their WeChat IDs and phone numbers. A few streamers even sent their own live room IDs, hoping Qin Feng would stop by. Some bolder girls even said explicitly, 1,000 for a meetup, I can fly anywhere in the country. Big spender, please support me. Just one carnival, and I will mail you some abalone to help nourish your health, boss. Boss, do you want a bubble bath? Qin Feng felt a momentary flicker of interest. But he calmed down immediately. Online dating has its risks. What if some old lady shows up instead? He did not want to hear her say, so should I leave? Besides, a world-class beauty was right in front of him. Would he be stupid enough to go look for some random old lady? He set his profile to block private messages from non-followers. Then he sent a private message to Zhang Wanwen. Then he typed in the public chat, "Streamer, check your private messages." Zhang Wanwen opened the message and saw that he was asking for her contact information. She guessed that this big-spending great sage might want to meet her in person. She hesitated for a while but eventually sent her number over. Zhang Wanwen had heard of people tipping online and then meeting up at hotels afterward. She had always thought such things were a world away from her. She did not expect it to happen so suddenly. She did not know if the person on the other end was fat or thin, tall or short, old or young. What if he is a bald, greasy, middle-aged man? Zhang Wanwen shivered, not daring to think any further. She said in a cautious, testing tone, "Brother, I was actually just joking earlier. You do not really want me to give you a baby, right?" Hearing the female streamer act shamelessly and go back on her word. The viewers in the live stream room were amused by this and started teasing her. "I feel bad for the boss. He spent enough to buy a house and the streamer is actually backing out. The boss dropping 300 carnivals in 5 minutes is amazing. It is enough to go down in history. I did not expect you to be this kind of streamer. Someone kindly gives you tips and you actually want to have his baby to get back at him. If the boss spent over 900,000 on me, let alone having his babies, locking me up to play a monkey would not be a problem. Boss, if you want a child, just tell me. Even though I'm a guy, I can be your kid. Get lost, you are not worthy of speaking to my dad." Reading the viewers' comments, Zhang Wanwen's eyes welled up with tears, not knowing what to do. Qin Feng was not surprised by Zhang Wanwen going back on her word. After all, she was an inexperienced girl. It was understandable for her to feel shy about having babies. He needed to let her lower her guard appropriately to get a chance. "Freeloader Great Sage, I was just joking around and sending some casual gifts, do not be nervous." Zhang Wanwen was dumbfounded. This is called casual gifts. But judging from his meaning, it seemed she did not have to have his baby. She let out a long breath, feeling secretly delighted inside, while also having a slight, indescribably subtle emotion. Could it be that Brother Great Sage was not interested in her? "I am not ugly either." Zhang Wanwen shook her head, not wanting to think about these questions. No matter what, he had truly sent nearly 1 million in gifts. She should thank him seriously. Zhang Wanwen sincerely wished, "Brother Great Sage is so nice. I wish you to have a precious son soon and that all your wishes come true." System notification, Zhang Wanwen's favorability increased by 10. This girl is truly innocent, adding 10 points every time. It made Qin Feng feel a bit embarrassed to tease her. "Freeloader Great Sage, I spent 900,000 and this is all you have to say to me." Then what should I say? Seeing Qin Feng say this, Zhang Wanwen instantly chickened out again. Even now, she still could not quite believe that she had really received over 300 carnivals. Zhang Wanwen really did not know how to thank this super rich guy who tipped her. But no matter what, as long as it was something she could do, she should try her best to do it. The viewers were very enthusiastic and proactively offered her ideas. "Say hubby I love you, idiot." How should not the streamer wish for herself and the boss to have a precious son soon? "You guys are too dirty, the streamer still looks so well behaved." "The comrade upstairs has a very unhealthy mind. I suggest arresting him for a strict investigation." Zhang Wanwen felt a bit shy from the netizens' teasing. She lowered her head and stared straight at her fair, delicate legs, afraid to look at the public chat. Seeing her shy look, Qin Feng could not help but tease. "Call me master and let me hear it." Zhang Wanwen raised her head and saw Qin Feng's comment. Her pupils dilated instantly and she repeated in disbelief, Master." She did not think too much when saying this, completely in a subconscious state. But just this soft and sweet master made Qin Feng very satisfied. He grew bolder and made a new request. "Good girl, now do a dance." Zhang Wanwen's face was flushed completely red. She did not expect Qin Feng to go this far, actually making her call him master and asking her to dance. Thinking of her roommate's wild, twisting dance moves, Zhang Wanwen said pitifully, "Tutu only knows how to sing, I have never danced before." At this, the entire screen was filled with people teasing the streamer for being clueless. The big boss has spent so much. As a streamer, how can you not dance? All the viewers felt sorry for the boss while mocking Zhang Wanwen. Zhang Wanwen also felt a bit guilty from what the viewers said. Putting herself in his shoes, he had shelled out 900,000 and she had just lightly said master. It really seemed to lack sincerity. She struggled for a moment, then said coyly, "If you want to see Tutu dance, Tutu can learn and dance at the same time. But if I do not dance well, you are not allowed to laugh at me." Qin Feng checked out her figure. Even though the girl was wearing a loose t-shirt that tightly covered everything that should be covered, looking closely, one could see her proud curves. Without enough capital, she could not support that kind of curvature at all. She also occasionally revealed a slender little waist and a playful navel. Qin Feng imagined what the streamer would look like bouncing around. He gulped and impatiently typed on his phone keyboard. "Freeloader Great Sage, just do a simple pendulum dance. Twisting a bit is good for your health." "The boss is generous, we are in for a treat, brothers." I love watching girls who cannot dance try to dance. This little girl's figure is actually quite worth looking at. Hurry up, hurry up. The boss dropped so much money and the streamer is still being all coy about dancing. Zhang Wanwen bit her lower lip lightly and, as if accepting her fate, went online to find a tutorial video for the pendulum dance. As the video played, her face became rosier and rosier. The dancing girl in the video slowly opened her hands, raised them over her head, and gently held the back of her head. With elbows spread, she swayed her hips back and forth to the ethereal rhythm of the music. Wearing a graceful little short skirt, the hem fluttered upwards with her dance moves, perfectly matching her provocative expression. Those mesmerizing eyes left even a girl like Zhang Wanwen dumbfounded. It was too alluring. The moment Zhang Wanwen thought about having to dance to this, her face burned with embarrassment, and her ears felt like they were going to smoke. She stammered, going back on her word. "Brother Ice, I am streaming in my dorm. My roommates could come back at any time. Can we change it to singing?" The viewers were not pleased. What is the damn point of singing? Dancing provocatively is the correct way to do a live stream. Besides, would not it be more interesting if her roommates came back? Anyway, the rich boss is here. He can drop money to make them all twist together. Sharing joy with others is better than enjoying it alone. For a moment, comments flooded in wildly, all urging her to hurry up and dance. Zhang Wanwen ignored the viewers' fuss, having eyes only for her brother Great Sage. With a blushing face, she cast aside her sense of shame, mustered her courage, and pleaded. "Please, brother Great Sage." Hearing this form of address once again, Qin Feng felt as if his very soul had been cleansed and he was floating on cloud 9. Besides, the reason he threw money at her was to gain favor, not to watch the girl make a fool of herself. And honestly, it would be a bit strange to watch the girl he likes shaking her rabbit ears for everyone in the livestream. Would not it be much better to wait until they were in the same room and have her do those dances just for him? At that point, he could even ask her to wear fewer clothes while she dances. And see how a real bunny actually hops. BPO Dasheng, fine then, I will let you off the hook this time. System prompt, Zhang Wanwen's favorability plus 10. Thank you, big brother. Then I will sing my favorite song, Blossoming Along the Way, for you. Zhang Wanwen was overjoyed to have narrowly escaped that ordeal, her smile revealing her cute little fangs. She quickly opened her music app, found the song, and clicked on the instrumental track. As the accompaniment began to play, a pure, sweet singing voice filled the live stream. The sunset on the sea is like a youthful painting, spread across the sky, waiting for the seagulls to carry it away. Her voice had a unique charm, very pure and very pleasant to listen to. It was like walking home from school with a childhood sweetheart, hearing the girl beside you humming a tune naturally and cheerfully. There was a simple, carefree feeling to it that was truly refreshing. This helped Qin Feng, who was lost in the melody, shed a lot of his unwholesome thoughts. Zhang Wanwen had a small face with a youthful beauty, a somewhat ditzy personality, and a figure that was practically cheating. Qin Feng had already given her a perfect score in his heart. Lolis are truly the world's greatest treasure. The only downside to Zhang Wanwen's singing was that she did not use a sound card with an equalizer, nor did she have a professional microphone. Her voice was lovely and melodic, sure, but compared to those streamers who made a living off their singing, it fell a bit short. Singing through a pair of cheap headphones costing only 10 yuan compared to the studio-quality sound from equipment costing tens of thousands, the difference was night and day. This caused the audience in the chat to lose interest. Most people who hang out in live streams lack patience. Seeing that she was not as good as they imagined and was not shaking her hips to dance, they immediately turned around and left. Hey streamer, stop singing and hurry up and shake it. Damn, this boss is seriously rich and reckless, spending 900,000 just to hear a streamer sing a song. I am out. I thought there was actually some amazing show to watch. The streamer is singing so blandly, there is no passion at all. The internet is meant to be a place where people vent. The remaining audience felt that Qin illness was money was ill spent and labeled him a sucker. Their comments started to become increasingly rude. Some, jealous of Qin Feng's show of wealth, stood on their moral high horses to criticize him. 18 octopus no balls, this streamer is so shameless. No dancing, no nothing, and the boss is still foolishly throwing money at her. What an idiot. One hell is empty, exactly. Why not donate that 900,000 to the poor kids in the mountains? They cannot even afford school, you know. Dong Dong is a handsome man. Does not your conscience hurt spending your parents' money like this? BPO Desheng. 42 Goji T, flaunting your money just because you have a bit, it is disgusting. Qin Feng now had moderator privileges. Seeing people personally attacking him, he did not say a word, immediately abusing his power to ban them from the stream one by one. Just kidding, if you even replied to them, you would get dragged into their logical traps. Why should I have to report to you when I spend my own money? Even Jesus does not care how I spend my money, so what gives you the right? Of course, most of the audience still had a decent moral compass. Seeing people curse the boss, they stepped up to defend him. The boss can give gifts if he wants to, why are you so salty about it? Wow, why is my phone emitting a golden Buddhist light, which Bodhisattva is chanting sutras? The way these people are acting so bitter is hilarious. Streamer, just ignore them. It was a chaotic scene and the comments were flying by. As Zhang Wanwen sang, she saw these nasty comments and her voice instinctively softened. She felt guilty that she had received so much money, yet her singing was not great and she was not dancing, feeling like she was letting down Dashengji's generosity. However, seeing the notifications that Qin Feng was kicking people out warmed her heart. Dashengji, I will take this money as a loan. Once I start working, I will slowly pay you back. Zhang Wanwen said this with a completely earnest look. It was the only way she could think of to repay him without selling her dignity. Qin Feng looked at her clear, innocent, yet slightly foolish eyes and could not help but laugh out loud. To think there is actually a streamer trying to give back what they have already received. That is just too cute. He sent 3 more carnival gifts, just to make sure she would not try to pay him back. The streamer sings super well, I really like your songs. Really? Zhang Wanwen's initial feeling of guilt was instantly cured by Qin Feng's words. Being acknowledged by someone she cared about made her eyes light up again. Then let me sing Kilixiang for you, brother. Beipao Dasheng, well, every time you sing for me from now on, I will give you a gift. Brother, you do not need to send so many gifts. This money is already more than enough, Zhang Wanwen said, shaking her head quickly to refuse. Beipao Dasheng, gifts represent my affection. You cannot strip me of my right to like you. System prompt, Zhang Wanwen's favorability +10. Blindsided by his smooth talk, Zhang Wanwen's eyes widened, and her fluttering eyelashes betrayed her internal panic. Her delicate fair hands twisted together, not knowing where to put them. At just 21, she was still a sophomore in college. Although she was quite pretty, she was always barefaced, hid behind long hair, and wore thick black-rimmed glasses for her nearsightedness. Because of this, very few boys pursued her. She was also quiet and would often suddenly stop responding to people, which made boys think she was cold and hard to deal with. The number of boys who dared to flirt with her using smooth lines was even fewer. But in reality, Zhang Wanwen was not cold. It was just that her brain CPU was not very good at processing social interactions. Once overloaded, it would automatically trigger a safety mechanism and enter a daze mode. Add in the fact that she was quite short, and when she lowered her head slightly, others could not see the blank look in her eyes. Her wandering off into space was misinterpreted as being aloof. And that was why she still did not have a boyfriend. With someone suddenly gifting over 300 carnivals and saying they liked her and wanted to keep hearing her sing. Zhang Wanwen had to admit that her heart was moved just a little. But she was also afraid that this Dasheng guy might be a 60-year-old man. If they met and she realized she was not actually that interested, that would be incredibly awkward. Thank you for liking me, brother, I will do my best, Zhang Wanwen said shyly before quickly clicking play on the accompaniment, using her singing to cover up her nervousness. The sweet voice of the young girl soon filled the livestream once again. The sparrows on the wire pole outside the window are chirping. And you say this sentence has such a summery feeling. Qin Feng listened to the girl's innocent voice with a smile, occasionally sending 1,314 hearts to support and encourage her. He was genuinely growing more and more fond of this naturally ditzy girl. After spending 930,000, her favorability had actually reached 40, which was the familiar level. Just a couple of kind words and she was already warming up, thinking that she was very likely to become the first goddess to trigger the cashback system. Qin Feng beamed with anticipation, already thinking about how to win her over. Just then, a discordant voice appeared in the public chat. Love Cilantro, streamer too scared to accept a PK battle. Joe Curry had found another female streamer he knew and asked her to challenge Lucky Rabbit to a PK. But after several attempts, Zhang Wanwen had rejected all of them. In the end, she even turned off the PK function. Joe Curry immediately ran to the livestream to mock Zhang Wanwen. Your big boss gave you 100 carnivals and you still do not dare to PK. Are you trying to pull some mind games? Zhang Wanwen saw the comment and frowned slightly. She thought to herself, no wonder someone kept requesting PKs while she was singing earlier. It was this annoying person causing trouble. She did not like PKs with anyone. Even though she knew PKs could bring in more revenue, she could not accept the penalties. Things like doing cute poses, squats, writing on her face. She found it all very shameful. To avoid interrupting her singing, Zhang Wanwen opened the management menu, ready to kick this cilantro person out. To her surprise, she could not. The system display showed, this user is a VIP member with special anti-kick and anti-mute privileges. Not knowing how to handle it, she could only lower her head and pretend to focus on singing, ignoring the comment. But she had not expected Dashengji to step up for her. Beipao Dasheng, brother, you are an adult now, try not to bring people's mothers into every sentence. Love Cilantro. Love Cilantro, damn it, are you trying to tell me what to do? Beipiao Dasheng yes. Love cilantro FUB. Qin Feng chuckled, this guy did not even know how to insult someone properly. Since he liked teaching others, he decided to give a quick demonstration. Beipiao Dasheng idiot. Beipiao Dasheng loser.